Chapter 143. Songli City had existed for more than 10,000 years, and the number of times it was shaken was limited. On average, it might not even happen once in 1,000 years. But today, the city was shaken, and a terrifying pressure filled the world. A roar like rolling thunder shook the sky, and more than half of the people in the city fell down, and many mortals fainted. A second roar filled with infinite anger entered the sea of consciousness of many cultivators, and many of them fainted, including Sciention cultivators. Many of them were injured, and there was no lack of true energy cultivators. Then, a third roar sounded, like thousands of thunderbolts exploding in the city, rolling up the wind and clouds. Close the city gate. Songli City had existed for more than 10,000 years, and the number of times it closed the city gate was too limited. The city gate was open all night, and it was open 24 hours a day. But today, the city gate rumbled and the springs trembled. With a boom, the gate was completely shut. When the third roar sounded, Zichun had already run several streets. With a plop, he was shaken to the ground by the roar, but he did not faint, only a little exhausted. Boom! The sky trembled again, and the whole void seemed to collapse. Many strange beasts appeared in the sky, and like a flood, they poured down from the sky and rolled over. Rocks and phoenixes cried, spreading their wings and flying high, and the clear sky darkened instantly. Rocks and phoenixes blotted out the sky, and many strange beasts flew over from the sky. Their four hooves stepped on the void, and their wings flapped, twisting the space. The sky trembled constantly, and all kinds of strange beasts appeared, and their auras surged in the sky. On the backs of these strange beasts, there were many family cultivators, and each of them was full of killing intent, flying towards the four city gates. At the same time, the earth began to tremble, and many spirit beasts appeared, stomping on the streets like 10,000 horses galloping, shaking the streets. This was a shocking scene. There were experts in the sky and on the ground, and strange beasts. The Li family had sent out many experts. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, Zichun felt a terrifying aura appear in the sky. He was very familiar with this aura, as he had felt it many times before. Imperial air, even the imperial air has been mobilized. Zichun's expression instantly changed. Obviously, something big had happened in Songli City. One by one, they flew through the air, emitting terrifying auras as they flew past Zichun. At the same time, when they saw those who had not fainted yet, they would go forward to investigate. Zichun lay on the ground and looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with shock as he watched the experts and the mutated beasts flying past. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly lowered his head and saw a golden light coming from afar. The speed of the golden light was very fast, as if it had really become a ray of light. It's that damned monk. Zichun's pupil shrank as he recognized Jingguang's identity. He quickly lowered his head and crawled forward 2 steps, burying his head next to a cultivator who had fainted. Swoosh! The golden light came from afar and stopped in front of Zichun. It was the monk from before. However, at this moment, the monk's face was ferocious, and there was no trace of kindness. The smile on his face had turned into anger. With his big belly swaying, he looked like an angry Maitreya Buddha. His eyes emitted a faint golden light as he swept his gaze over the fainted people around him. After a moment, he withdrew his eyes. Damn it! Where did he run off to? This damned guy. The monk's murmur sounded very aggrieved and regretful. Buddha, is this how you treat your followers? I already said that the incense money would be paid in the future. Why are you still treating me like this? The monk was very unwilling. A supreme secret technique had been lost right in front of his eyes, and he was the one who gave it away with his own hands. After sweeping a circle, the monk flew away, not paying attention to the 2 fainted people who were in ambiguous postures. Sure enough, this monk's face must have turned black. In this case, such a big movement in Songli City could really be caused by this secret technique. But this monk is really wicked. He even deducted the incense money from Buddha. He deserves it. Zichun was lying on the ground. After hearing the monk's mutterings, he was secretly delighted. The terrifying pressure disappeared, and the people who had fainted woke up one by one. They were confused and did not know what had happened. "Get lost, you damned glass." Suddenly, an angry shout came from beside Zichun. Zichun looked up and found a young man next to him. The two were very close and somewhat ambiguous. "Get lost, you pervert." This young man was about 21 or 22 years old. He had delicate features, but at this moment, he looked at Zichun with disgust and disgust. Zichun came to his senses and felt very awkward. "You damned glass, damned pervert." The young man was still angry, as if he had just suffered a big loss. He kept wiping his body. Zichun was going to leave, but the other side kept speaking rudely again and again, which made him angry. "You're the pervert." "What, boy, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" The young man was angry. "Humph, I'm too lazy to talk to you." Zichun coldly snorted. "You damn black boy, how dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am?" The young man glared. "I don't know," Zichun jokingly said, "but you shouldn't be from the Tsang family or the Li family, right?" The young man was speechless. The Tsang and Li families were the two biggest families in Tsangli City. Let me tell you, the Tsang and Li families are not the only families in Tsangli City. There are other families. Let me tell you, I'm from the Qin family. Have you heard of the Qin family? It's second only to the Tsang and Li families. The young man arrogantly said, "Never heard of it." Zichun shook his head. He did not want to be entangled with this guy and turned to leave. "Stop." The young man's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zichun, blocking his way. Zichun was surprised that this young man was in the Xiantian realm. "Let me tell you, there are many strong warriors in the Qin family. My cousin Qin Feng is a genius." "Qin Feng, which Qin Feng?" Zichun frowned. "Humph, which Qin Feng? There is only one genius Qin Feng in the world, and he is the future leader of the Nimbus martial ancestor." The young man was very proud. Zichun's heart skipped a beat as he sneered. "Wasn't the spirit martial sect destroyed? I'm afraid your cousin Qin Feng has already turned into ashes." "Little black, you're ignorant. Let me tell you, the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, but my cousin is still alive. Let me tell you, he is now preparing to climb up the big tree known as the martial ancestor. At that time, the Qin family will be even more powerful," the young man proudly said. Zichun did not say anything, but he was extremely shocked. Qin Feng was still alive. Then, what about the others? Lin Shui, Su Mingyao, Miao Kong? Zichun was in a daze and did not answer the young man's words. "Now you know the power of the Qin family. Little black, kneel down and apologize immediately." "Damn it, you're so dark and ugly, and you're pretending to be glass. Damn it, kneel down and apologize." The young man shouted at Zichun. "Qin family." Zichun sneered. He did not have a good impression of this family. First, there was Qin Feng, then there was this young man. "Since you're a disciple of the Qin family, you should have brought a lot of vitality stones with you, right?" "Of course." The young man enjoyed Zichun's gaze. He replied, "A lot, a lot. You won't be able to earn so much even if you're glass for the rest of your life." "Shut up. Don't talk about glass every time you open your mouth. You're the glass. Your whole family is glass." Zichun was angry. This guy was addicted to talking about glass. He then flashed forward and swept towards the young man like a ghost. Bang! With a chop, the young man fell down. He was in the Xiantian realm and had no room to react. After that, Zichun searched the young man's clothes and found a small bag of vitality stones. When he opened it, Zichun was so angry that he laughed. "It's just a few vitality stones, and you dare to say that you have a lot. Compared to King Mountain, you're far from it." Zichun was depressed. There were only 4 vitality stones and some vitality stones in the bag. It was not good to stay here for long. Zichun took the vitality stones and quickly left. The sky was still trembling. After losing the Supreme Secret Codex, the Li family went completely crazy. Many strong warriors appeared. The weakest among them were at the Xiantian realm. There were also many true energy boundary warriors, and some even appeared in the sky. This was the foundation of a family. For the Supreme Secret Codex, the Li family had mobilized many strong warriors. Ong. A bird cry resounded through the sky and spread throughout the Zhongli city. The huge sound wave was like a sharp sword, directly stimulating the eardrums of the people. Zichen looked up and saw a rock with golden hair on its head. It looked like a golden crown. It was a rock king, and it was emitting a terrifying qi. That qi had already reached the true origin layer of the human race. A rock king of the true energy boundary. Which big shot of the Li family is this? Zichen looked at the sky. He had heard from some passers-by that these strong warriors were all from the Li family. The Rock King was as fast as lightning, coming from the sky. Zichun saw a young man standing on the back of the Rock King. He was not old, but looked very heroic. His whole body emitted a dazzling light, like a god descending to the world. He stood on the back of the rock and looked down with an expressionless face. He was like a king patrolling his territory. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His elegant figure and handsome appearance had charmed the hearts of countless women below. Oh my God, it's Li Hao, the #1 genius of the Li family. Li Hao. What happened to the Li family? Even Li Hao is here. The crowd exclaimed, looking at Li Hao with eyes full of fanaticism and worship. Li Hao was one of the top geniuses in Zhongli City. The reason why he was not ranked was because the Zhongli family had also produced a genius. Their talents were similar, so they could not be ranked. That's Li Hao, who stepped into the true energy boundary at such a young age. I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the true energy boundary. Yeah, it's said that a strong warrior from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion snuck into Zhongli City to assassinate Li Hao, but was killed by him instead. That person was also a genius, which caused a huge commotion. The Rock King flew across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zichun raised his head and watched as Li Hao's silhouette disappeared. This was the third genius he had seen. Before, there was Wang Qiong, Wang Xian and after that, there was Li Hao. This was a true genius. He was extremely strong and had mastered powerful battle techniques. Zichun was no match for him. Right now, he could at most stand shoulder to shoulder with those who thought they were geniuses, but he couldn't compare to those real geniuses. Zichun felt a terrifying aura from Li Hao's body. Once this aura erupted, it would instantly take his life. The gap is still too big. Chapter 144. The sky was constantly trembling, and strange beasts were trampling on the void. On this day, Zhongli ancient city was in chaos. The anger of the Li family spread throughout the ancient city, causing the city to constantly tremble. Many cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to speak out. The 4 city gates were tightly closed, guarded by many guards. They held fierce weapons in their hands and were filled with murderous intent. Why can't we go out? Yeah, is the Li family the only big family in Zhongli City? You're just a family. Why do you have to close the entire city gates? Don't forget, there's still the Zhong family in Zhongli City. At each city gate, many cultivators who wanted to leave confronted the guards. Their words were sharp, and they stood on the side of justice. The Li family has ordered that the city gates will be completely closed from today onwards. You can enter, but you can't leave. The people of the Li family only responded indifferently in the face of many questions, and then remained silent. Why? Your Li family lost something, but you want all of us to wait here. Your things are precious, but our time is not? Yeah, your Li family is too overbearing. I have an urgent matter to attend to in Yunxia City. I need to negotiate a business deal with a profit of thousands of yuan stones. Can you afford to pay for the delay? Closing the city gates, allowing entry but not exit. The Li family is so overbearing. You lost something, but you don't reflect on your mistakes. Instead, you want to trap us. You've already searched us before, and now you don't let us go out. Is there any law in Zhongli City? Yeah, besides the Li family, there's also the Zhong family in Zhongli City. What makes you think you can do that? Many people were dissatisfied, and they were complaining and questioning the people of the Li family. Many of them were true energy realm cultivators, and they didn't care about the taboo because of their strength. The city gates are closed. You can enter, but not exit. After 3 breaths, everyone will leave the city gates. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky, followed by a terrifying pressure. A strong cultivator in a black robe appeared in the sky. In one step, he covered hundreds of meters. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes flashed with cold light. The words just now were said by Yukong. Many people's expressions changed when they saw Zikong's appearance. It was obvious that the Li clan had lost something extraordinary this time. Even Zikong was sent out. What is the law? The Li clan is the law. Why? Because this is Zhongli City, and we are the people of the Li clan. The Zephyr warrior appeared and stood in the air above the city gate. He glanced at the people below and said coldly, "What's so great about the Li clan? There is still the Tsong clan in the Zhongli City." A true element boundary cultivator said. Obviously, he wanted to use the Tsong clan to restrain the Li clan. From now on, until the city gate opens again, Zhongli City's Li family has the final say. The Zephyr Realm expert's voice was indifferent. What big words. Someone muttered in a low voice, feeling very dissatisfied. In the Sky Martial continent, the strong are revered. Whether or not you speak big, it doesn't seem like it's up to you. A mere true energy realm practitioner. The Zephyr Plane cultivator said coldly as he glanced at the true energy boundary cultivator. In the next moment, he pointed his finger at the other party. Like a thread of energy, it instantly rushed towards the true energy boundary. The true energy boundary cultivator did not expect the other party to attack, so he had no time to react and was instantly struck by the thread. Pong! The true energy boundary cultivator's eyes turned black as he fell to the ground without a sound. A true energy boundary cultivator had died just like that. From now on, whoever dares to speak rudely will be killed without mercy. The Zephyr Plane cultivator said with a cold face. Yes. Voices rang out one after another, shaking the void and the earth. One after another, experts riding strange beasts arrived and guarded the city gate. Those who were clamoring before all shut their mouths completely when they saw a true energy boundary cultivator die in a single blow. Their eyes were filled with fear as they retreated. This was only one city gate. The Zephyr Plane cultivator was still easy to deal with. As for the other 3 city gates, there were rivers of blood. The smell of blood permeated the entire city gate. Many cultivators with extraordinary strength tried to reason with the Zephyr Plane cultivator. However, the Zephyr Plane cultivator did not care about them at all. There was only one word, kill. Blade light and sword shadows filled the air as killing intent filled the air. Many corpses fell at the city gate. In the distance, a group of terrified cultivators who were clamoring before no longer dared to step forward. The Li family sealed the city gate and sent out experts to search the city. For this reason, the Tsong family did not voice any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were very cooperative. During this period, the terrifying voice from before was heard several times. Zhongli City ushered in a great purge. A supreme secret codex was lost, and all suspicious people were suspected. Even if they killed the wrong person, they would not let anyone go. These days, even the clouds in the sky above Zhongli City were suffused with red. The thick smell of blood almost filled the entire city. In the city, none of the cultivators were spared. Not to mention true energy boundary cultivators, even airborne boundary cultivators had to lie down. On the 5th day, a Zephyr Plane cultivator tried to force his way out of Zhongli City, causing a great battle in the sky. In the end, a terrifying voice rang out. With just a cold snort, the Zephyr Plane cultivator was killed. With the death of the Zephyr Plane cultivator, although the ancient city was filled with resentment, no one dared to voice their dissatisfaction. They could only obediently cooperate with the search. Benefactor, have you seen such a person before? Ba. May I ask if you have seen a dark-skinned boy? This old monk wants to ask about a person, a dark-skinned boy. He is young, dark-skinned, and has a dark face. He is very easy to recognize. During this period, the evil good monk did not give up looking for Zichun. He appeared all over the ancient city and kept asking. When the Zephyr Plane cultivator was killed, the latter's expression changed. He did not dare to ask anymore and could only find someone to draw a portrait. The person in the portrait was young, dark-skinned, and had a pair of extremely bright eyes. Benefactor, may I ask if you have seen him? Benefactor. The monk still did not give up. He did not think that the dark-skinned boy had the ability to discover the secret codex. It was a supreme secret codex. Oh, he owes me vitality stones. It has been a few days. Yes, yes, yes. This dark-skinned boy is very evil. He even cheated the monks of their money. I hope you will be more careful. The monk still persevered. Every day, he saw suspicious people being killed one by one, and he felt very nervous. 10 days, a full 10 days, and the massacre was still going on. The entire Tsangli city was filled with blood and resentment. It was like a dead city. Search, search. In an inn, another wave of guards rushed in. They used to be people of Tsangli city, but now they were serving the Li family. They searched over and over again. They came to the inn almost every day to search. Did anyone suspicious come by today? The leader of the guards asked coldly. No, no, this is the list, and there are so many people. The manager was in fear and trepidation, and then secretly stuffed some vitality stones into the leader's hands. The leader of the guards nodded and glanced at the list. There was a person named Chen Zi who had been here for 10 days. Why is he still here? The leader of the guards looked indifferent and cold light flashed in his eyes. Sir, now that the city is sealed, you can't go out. It's good enough that you have an inn to stay in. If you go outside, you'll be dead. The manager hurriedly said. Currently, almost all the inns in Tsangli City were full. Those who didn't have a place to stay in inns had also found many private houses. Those who didn't even find a private house were all suspicious people. In the past 10 days, there were too many suspicious people in Tsangli City. After receiving the vitality stones, the guards did not leave. Threatening to see Chanzi was just a symbolic gesture. The manager was helpless and could only lead the guards upstairs. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zichun was cultivating in his room. Since he came here, he had been cultivating for 10 days. Except for the necessary meals, he had been comprehending the supreme body refining secret method day and night. In these 10 days, he had made some progress. Who is it? Zichen's indifferent voice sounded. Sir, it's me. This sir wants to search. The manager's voice sounded outside the door. Search? Zichen frowned. Then, he said, Oh, I'll open the door. Zichun got up, got off the bed, and walked towards the door. When he took the first step, his body emitted a faint golden light. When he took the second step, the golden light filled his entire body. When he took the third step, Zichen's body actually shrank by 10 centimeters. At the same time, his previously handsome face had also become ugly. At the same time, his strength of the early stage of the Xiantian realm also decreased. He was now at the 6th stage of the Xiantian realm. A few steps ago, Zichen's appearance had completely changed. He had become an ordinary cultivator. All of this came from the supreme secret method. Not only could it cultivate one's body to the extreme, but it could also change one's appearance at will. The door opened and the guard walked in. As for the manager, he stayed outside obediently. This made Zichun breathe a sigh of relief. Since he had already given the benefits, the guard just casually inspected him. After a quick glance, he looked at Zichun again. He was really ugly, so he didn't pay much attention to him. After casually asking Zichun a few questions, he turned around and left. Everything was superfluous. How could a mere 6th-stage Xiantian realm cultivator have the ability to take away the Li family's things? This was the first time Zichun had been inspected in 10 days. He was glad that he had given the 4 primordial stones to the manager and stayed here at a high price. After 10 days of meditation, Zichen's physique was changing. Although Evil Monkin did not have good intentions back then, he was right about one thing. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Zichun cultivated the heavenly lightning body tempering art. His physique was strong, not something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. He walked the path of extreme toughness. The physique tempered by such a cultivation method was terrifying, but not perfect. This time, he had coincidentally obtained a supplementary secret method. It could be said that it was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, like adding wings to a tiger. Zichen's physique could reach perfection. From now on, he had reached the peak of physique cultivation. A cultivation path was unfolding in front of Zichun. In the blink of an eye, Another 5 days had passed. The city had been sealed for 15 days. The entire city was filled with murderous aura. Everyone was in a state of panic. Endless resentment surged in the air and didn't dissipate. Songli City was very strange. The ancient city gate was closed, and the entire city seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. The murderous aura, and resentment couldn't dissipate. After 15 days of killing many people, the Li family still hadn't found any clues about the supreme secret method. Songli City didn't only have the Li family, but also the Tsang family. Although they didn't say anything at the beginning, it didn't mean they wouldn't say anything. On the 20th day of the city's lockdown, the closed city gate finally opened. Crack, crack. As the ancient city gate opened, Songli City was once again connected to the outside world. A murderous aura filled with murderous intent rose into the sky and spread out of the city. At the same time, all the cultivators who had been on tenterhooks breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 145. The Firmament Palm was just an ordinary manual for the true Qi realm. It was only worth a few yuan stone fragments. The ancient city gates opened, and Songli City was once again connected to the outside world. At the same time, the news of buying the Firmament Palm at a high price spread out from the shops. The price of the Firmament Palm was actually 1 yuan stone fragment for a few yuan stone fragments. It could be said that the price had skyrocketed. Zichen stayed in the inn for 20 days. When the city gates opened, the innkeeper said that he had run out of yuan stones. If he wanted to stay, he would have to pay 2 yuan stone fragments per night. In the previous 20 days, the innkeeper had actually charged 10 times the price of Zichen. After paying the primeval stones, Zichen left the inn. By chance, he used all the primeval stones he had on him to buy a manual of the Firmament Palm. After that, Zichen sold the manual at a high price. In addition to earning yuan stones, Zichen also inquired about the location of the Gathering of the Geniuses. All the Xiantian geniuses within 10,000 miles of Songli City would come to participate in the Gathering of the Geniuses. After some inquiries, Zichen already knew the location. It was the most luxurious guest house in Songli City. It had 9 floors, representing the meaning of heaven. The gathering place of the geniuses was there. Moreover, Zichen unexpectedly heard that the Gathering of the Geniuses was not organized by Li Hua alone. There were also people from the Tsang family and martial ancestors people. A few months ago, some geniuses had already arrived, and both sides had already met. Recently, invitations were sent out, and many geniuses were gathered. The guest house was the most luxurious restaurant in Songli City. It had 9 floors, and the price was even higher. If one wanted to go there, they would have to have a lot of yuan stones. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Moreover, there were many geniuses, and not everyone could climb to the 9th floor. I have to get some yuan stones, Zichen thought to himself. At the same time, he was furious. It's all because of this damn monk. He stole all my yuan stones and raging flame. Originally, Zichen had planned to sell the light golden stone, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. This thing was extremely heavy and very hard. That day, he had used the blazing sword to hack at it several times, but there wasn't even a single scar on it. At critical moments, it could even be used as a weapon. There was only one way to earn primordial stones quickly, and that was to buy a large amount of Firmament Palm art. But now, no one was a fool, and they all knew that they were hiding the Firmament Palm art. Some people even hoarded a lot, waiting for the price to rise. After a day of fruitless work, Zichen helplessly returned to the inn. During this period of time, he had earned quite a lot of yuan stones by reselling the Firmament Palm. One of the Firmament Palm manuals had even earned him 2 low-grade yuan stones. Moreover, the price of the Firmament Palm art had also been raised to an extremely high level. As soon as he entered the inn, Zichen noticed that there was a portrait hanging beside the counter. It was a portrait of a young man with only a head and no lower body. His skin was extremely dark, making him look like a dark-skinned brat. Even his eyes were black and shiny. It must be that monk. He still hasn't given up. Zichen remained calm and asked, "Innkeeper, why is this portrait hanging here?" When Zichen came to the inn before, he had already thought of the situation that day, so he had already changed his appearance. He was no longer the black boy from before. Oh, this was left by a monk. He said that the black boy was vicious and owed him a lot of yuan stones. He had already run away for a long time, so he left this portrait. Anyone who has clues will be rewarded with yuan stones. The innkeeper calculated on the abacus and casually said, "What kind of world is this? Even a monk's money is cheated." It seems that this black boy's appearance is not wrong. His skin is dark, and his heart is also dark. Zichun was so angry that the root of his teeth was itching. In his heart, he had already thought of how that monk would frame him. This evil monk, he really shouldn't have had evil intentions. Zichun gritted his teeth and wanted to curse all of the monk's relatives. But when he thought that the monk probably had no relatives, he gave up. Suddenly, Zichun's eyes lit up and an idea came to his mind. The next day, he went out early to find someone to buy the firmament palm art. What? Not even a single yuan stone? You want 5 pieces of vitality stones? Are you crazy? This thing wasn't even worth 5 pieces of vitality stones before. Buy it or not, if not, leave. Zichun walked through the streets just to find a firmament palm art. Uncle, how much is this firmament palm art? On this day, Zichun walked through 28 streets, 38 alleys, and 58 intersections. But still, he did not find anything. In the evening, he finally received a crumpled firmament palm art for a high price of 4 yuan stones. Obviously, this person was too cruel and wanted to sell it at a high price. He kept rubbing it in his arms, and it became like this. It's still not serious. After returning to his room and closing the door, Zichun began to rub his palms again. He had seen the firmament palm from that day and knew what it looked like. It was much more severe than this. He continued to rub his palms to achieve the desired effect. After fiddling with it for a whole night, the firmament palm art finally emitted an ancient yellow light and looked like an ancient book. Haha, damn monk. Let's see if you will fall this time. You dared to lie to me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Zichun sneered. He did not practice but lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Zichun got up late in the morning. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, his body emitted a faint golden light and his bones cracked. After changing his appearance again, he left. He was going to find the evil monk, and the two of them would have a chance encounter. Songli City was very big, and there were countless streets. Trying to find a person in the city was almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zichun wandered around the streets all day. He did not dare to ask anyone, and could only look for the monk's whereabouts by himself. The gathering time of the geniuses was approaching, but he was still short of money. He suddenly became very anxious. Did he leave? Zichun was not willing to give up. He had prepared all this to trick the evil monk. If the evil monk left, it would be a big loss. He was still hoping that the evil monk would give him vitality stones. 1 day, 2 days, Zichun had no clue. It wasn't until the 4th day that Zichun saw a figure. It was a monk with a big belly. His forehead was shiny, and his whole body was shining with a faint golden light. He had a benevolent face, like a Maitreya Buddha. In his hand was a stack of portraits. Zichun's eyesight was very good. He could see at a glance that it was a black boy. Zichun walked past casually and looked around, looking like a curious baby. Amitabha, benefactor, please wait. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant sounded and the evil monk walked towards Zichun. Master, are you talking about me? Zichun stopped and looked at the monk in confusion. At the same time, he was also very nervous. One must know that the monk had seen through his disguise that day. I don't know if benefactor has seen this person. The golden light in the monk's eyes flashed and disappeared. He showed the portrait to Zichun with a solemn face. Obviously, he did not see any clues. Haha, I really fooled him. This supreme secret technique is really extraordinary. Zichun laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he said seriously, who is it? I haven't been in Songli City for long, and I don't know many people. With that, Zichun looked at the portrait and accidentally saw the black boy. His face changed slightly and he exclaimed, It's him. Amitabha, benefactor, do you know this person? The monk's eyes lit up and there was a trace of trembling in his Buddhist chant. Of course I know him. How can I not know him? He is an evil man. Zichun said angrily. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, Master, why are you looking for him? Were you also cheated? Finally, he found a clue. The monk just wanted to ask where the black boy was and did not want to talk to Zichun at all. However, when he saw the eager expression of the other side, his heart was moved. He said, Ah, that day this benefactor said that his family was sick and needed vitality stones urgently. I had no choice but to lend him the money for incense and oil for the Buddha. I said that I would return it in 2 days, but more than 20 days have passed, and there is still no trace of him. Zichun was very angry. His family was sick, and the money for incense and oil for the Buddha was really coming out of this monk's mouth. In his heart, he was even more convinced that this was an evil monk, a monk who was evil to the bone. Moreover, this monk even embezzled the money for incense and oil for the Buddha. It seemed that he was not good at burning incense in the temple. This is too abominable. How can the master call such an evil man a benefactor? Bah, calling him master is more like it. Oh no, calling him a villain is more like it. Zichun gritted his teeth and said. The monk chanted the name of Buddha twice and said a few more bad things about the black boy. Then, he said, I don't know where the benefactor met this person. Can you lead the way for this old monk? Oh no, this little monk? In front of Zichun, the monk was very humble. Sigh, great teacher, don't say any more. I also want to find him now. I've been looking for him for several days, wanting to settle the score with him, but I can't find him. It's as if he has disappeared from the face of the earth. I think that such an evil person might have been killed by the Li family. Zichun sighed softly and said casually. The monk's heart suddenly moved, and his expression was a little unnatural. If that was the case, then obviously the Supreme Secret Manual had already reached the Li family. However, the other party wanted to collect the cloud-expelling palm. Could it be to confuse the world? In fact, the real Supreme Secret Manual had already been placed in the sect. The more the monk thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. His expression was also unnatural. He was so regretful that he wanted to commit suicide. Back then, he had personally placed the secret manual in the hands of the other party and escaped quickly. He even mocked the other party for being an idiot. Damn it, I am the idiot. The monk cursed in his heart. Of course, I am not sure. He might still be alive. He cheated me of a lot of primordial stones that day. Zichun said again, Master. If you see this black boy, you must ask for the 10 primordial stones for me. Oh, okay. Okay. The monk nodded. He did not hear what Zichun said at all. Seeing that Zichun had left, the monk suddenly asked, May I ask the benefactor, how did he cheat you of 10 primordial stones? Did he rob you? Speaking of this, Zichun turned back and angrily said, It would have been easy to deal with him if he had robbed me, but this bastard is really despicable. He actually said that he would sell me a supreme secret manual, saying that it was worth 10,000 primal stones. He also said that he would take care of me, but he just took 10 primal stones from me and gave me the supreme secret manual. Chapter 146. The monk was already disappointed, but he didn't expect to hear about the supreme secret manual. His eyes lit up and he saw hope. Supreme secret manual? What supreme secret manual? The monk asked. His heart was pounding. He had a feeling that the supreme secret manual that this young man was talking about was the one that he had given away with both hands. What supreme secret manual? Master, you really believe it. You're too kind. Zichun's eyes flashed. Although he didn't show any expression, the monk could tell that he was looking down on him. But he didn't care. He looked at Zichun in anticipation and asked, What supreme secret manual? Compared to a supreme secret manual, being looked down on was nothing. Great teacher, you're so kind. That's a *T supreme secret manual. Although the price is so high now, it's at most 5 primeval stones. He actually stole 10 primeval stones from me, and even boasted that it's worth 10,000 primeval stones. Zichun said, Then can you show it to me? The monk was anxious. His eyes lit up. He knew that the only thing that was priced at 5 essence stones was the firmament palm. Master, why do you want that? It's just a firmament palm. Why is it so wrinkled? Zichun kept provoking the monk. At the same time, he confirmed the monk's guess. The monk was really anxious. He was 100% sure that the idiot didn't recognize the supreme secret manual. Moreover, the idiot in front of him didn't know that it was really a supreme secret manual. Zichun had already been labeled as an idiot, and the Zichun in front of him was also labeled as an idiot. I'm just curious. I want to take a look, the monk said anxiously. Great teacher, please don't make me angry. How can an existence like you, who has the demeanor of a great teacher, be so infuriating? Zichun was very annoyed. He refused to take out the secret scripture to infuriate the monk to death. Although the syllables were a little strange, the monk was focused on the supreme secret scripture at the moment. He did not understand the meaning behind it at all. No, I just want to take a look. The monk panicked. If this wasn't the main road and there weren't any passers-by around, he would definitely have slapped him to death. Great teacher, you don't have to be so infuriating. It's fine if you don't want to help me get the primeval stones, but you're actually angering me like this. Zichun felt wronged and was somewhat dissatisfied. No, I'm not trying to anger you. I'm telling the truth. I just want to take a look. Just a look. The monk was really anxious. At this moment, he was no longer smiling. He was no longer referring to himself as an old monk or a young monk. Great teacher, why are you in such a hurry? Is that really a supreme secret codex? Zichun looked at the monk suspiciously. Oh, Umadba, I was just curious. The monk cursed in his heart and wanted to slap himself a few times. He had lost his composure and let this fool see through him. He quickly tidied up his kasaya and put a smile on his face again. Curious. Zichun looked at the monk and sized him up. He then stared at the large pile of portraits in the monk's hand and said, Great teacher, you're not just curious. Are you really looking for that black kid for the supreme secret codex? That black kid didn't lie to me, and that thing is really worth 10,000 primeval stones? The monk looked solemn, but he was regretting it in his heart. He wanted to kill himself on the spot. He had lost his composure and let this fool see through him. Hee, benefactor, you're thinking too much. I'm just curious. If you don't want to, I don't have to take a look. The monk looked solemn and had a smile on his face. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha. It was impossible to tell anything from his expression. I'll let you pretend. Who was Zichun? He was someone who had seen the monk's true face. This was definitely an evil monk. He even dared to cheat the Buddha's incense money. Oh, that's what I said. How can a firmament palm break be a supreme secret manual? Zichun said indifferently. Then, he took out the firmament palm break from his bosom. It was wrinkled and its surface was emitting an ancient yellow color. It looked like an ancient book. The monk's expression changed again. Just by looking at its surface, he could recognize that it was what he had given to the black kid. His heart raced and his blood flowed quickly. The golden light around his body had increased by a lot. Sigh, this sad thing. I don't want to see it. Zichun shook his head and kept the secret codex. He then walked away. The monk was completely stunned. He thought that Lin Fan had taken it out for him to see, but he only took a glance and kept it. He then left without saying a word. Benefactor, please wait. The monk was anxious. He was certain that this was the supreme secret codex. Not to mention 10,000 primeval stones. Even 1,000,000 primeval stones couldn't buy it. Master, is there anything else? Zichun turned around and looked at the monk in confusion. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Benefactor, it is fate that we met. I see that your glabella is dark and your spirit is weak. It seems like there is a ferocious creature lingering around you. There will be a disaster soon. I have decided to help you eliminate the disaster. The monk looked solemn and said directly, Eliminate the disaster? Where to? To a secret place. This place is filled with the smell of money and filth. It goes against the peace of Buddhism. Also, to eliminate the disaster, it goes against the order of heaven and earth. I will need to consume my lifespan. Naturally, I have to go to a quiet place. The monk said, F***ku. Zichun cursed in his heart. This monk was indeed vicious. After seeing the supreme secret codex, he still didn't want to give him a single cent. He wanted to bring him to a secret place and kill him to snatch the codex. Haha, great master is indeed great master. However, as people of my generation, we have to go against the will of the heavens. What is there to fear about misfortune? Sometimes, misfortune is also a kind of opportunity. We have to face it head-on and not blindly retreat. Besides, to let great master consume his lifespan to help me avoid disaster, I really feel bad. Zichen laughed heartily, emphasizing the word lifespan. Goodbye, master. You are a good monk, a good monk. We will meet again if we are fated. After saying that, Zichun turned around and left in a carefree manner. Benefactor, please wait. The monk flashed and appeared in front of Zichun in a flash of golden light. After that, he said that he would eliminate the disaster for Zichun at any cost. Zichun laughed and was about to leave. Forget it, forget it. I can see that Benefactor is also a person of character. The path of cultivation has always been against the heavens. Buddhism emphasizes on karma. Since you and I are fated, I have to help Benefactor once. How about this? I will give Benefactor 10 vitality stones and Benefactor will give me the firmament palm. When I find that black kid in the future, I will settle this karma. Haha. After hearing the monk's words, Zichun was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He was so angry that he laughed. This monk was really stingy. Even now, he was still so stingy. Did he really think that Zichun was a fool? No, master. Since it is karma, then I have to find the karma. I will sell this secret codex to that black kid for 10,000 vitality stones. After saying that, Zichun turned around and left. The monk's expression changed instantly. Obviously, this fool saw through the trick. All right, to tell you the truth, Benefactor, the karma between me and that black kid is extremely great. Whatever he is tainted by, this old monk will definitely end the karma. This is also the karma of Buddhism. As for the firmament-breaking palm, Benefactor, please name a price. Master, are you serious? Do you really want that secret codex? Zichen looked at the monk. The monk nodded. Good, good, good. Master is indeed master. You have a merciful heart. Since that is the case, I will give you a reasonable price. I will give you a 10% discount. 1,000 vitality stones. Zichen said good 3 times and looked at the monk with admiration. Hearing that it was 1,000 vitality stones, the monk staggered and almost fell. He thought that with a 10% discount, it would only be 1 vitality stone. Benefactor, 1,000 vitality stones is not expensive. Unfortunately, all of my vitality stones have been cheated by that black kid. Now I only have 20 vitality stones. Master, you want to settle the karma with 20 vitality stones? You are thinking too much. It will be impossible without 900 vitality stones. The two of them went back and forth. One of them was asking for a sky-high price, while the other was stingy. Master, you are thinking too much. I will not agree without 500 vitality stones. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Settling the karma is equivalent to building a 3-storied pagoda. 200 vitality stones. 300 essence stones, not a single cent less. This is a friendly price given to you on account of great teacher. All right, deal. Benefactor is really a kind person. The monk nodded. The final price was 300 vitality stones. However, the monk looked at Zichun seriously, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. Monk. So what if I remember? This time you are obviously at a disadvantage. The firmament palm costs 4 vitality stones, and you are willing to pay 300 vitality stones. You are really an idiot. Zichun sneered. The two of them exchanged money and goods. Zichun suddenly realized that this evil monk actually had a spatial treasure. Bad luck, bad luck. I was tricked again. If I knew he had this thing, I would have asked for 10,000 vitality stones and slowly haggled down to 3,000. Zichun was full of regret. However, things had already come to this, so there was no other choice. He handed the firmament palm to the monk. The monk solemnly took it and looked around. When he did not find anyone suspicious, his figure flashed and he hurriedly left without saying goodbye. Haha. Zichun laughed and quickly went to a remote place. After changing his appearance again, he left with peace of mind. Bastard! Not long after, an angry roar came from one of the inns. Powerful Qi whistled, and the entire inn began to tremble. In the next moment, it seemed like it would collapse. Then, a golden light flew out of the inn and chased after Zichun. Swoosh! A golden light flashed in front of Zichun at a very fast speed. Zichun sneered. He, who had changed his appearance, walked in the opposite direction. Damn it, it must be him, it must be him. The monk roared as if he had gone mad. His eyes were red as he swept his gaze over the passers-by. Damn it, how dare you cheat me, evil good monk. On this day, a crazy monk appeared in Zhongli City. His eyes were red as if he wanted to eat people. He kept roaring. Inside the inn, Zichun laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. 300 primordial stones were enough to buy a lot of elixirs and pills. What made him the happiest was that he had cheated the monk. The city gate opened and more geniuses arrived. They were invited to participate in the gathering of geniuses. Moreover, some people had already found out that the gathering of geniuses was fake and that they were searching for treasures together. Therefore, some old Xiantian experts in their 30s or 40s also pretended to be geniuses and came to Zhongli City. Chapter 147. The guest house was the most luxurious restaurant in Zhongli City. It had 9 floors, representing the height of heaven. At the same time, the 9th floor was used to entertain the sect leaders, and the price of a meal there was frighteningly high. Apart from that, the 9th floor was almost closed. Even those who could fly in the air could only dine on the 8th floor. 3 great geniuses from 3 different forces had gathered together. All the Khanate cultivators within a few thousand miles of Zhongli City had even spent a fortune to book the remaining 7 floors. The cost of a single day was sky-high. Only the direct descendants of those truly great powers and great clans could afford to do so. Li Hua, from the Li family, was already a late-stage Khanate cultivator at a young age. He could enter the true essence realm at any time. Although he couldn't be compared to the real geniuses, he was definitely a genius. With the support of the Li family, he was one of the initiators of this gathering. Song He was from the Tsang family. He was less than 20 years old, and his strength was also at the late Xiantian realm. Furthermore, he had a deep understanding of the Tsang family's battle techniques, and his battle prowess was very strong. He was one of the initiators of this gathering of Xiantian realm experts. Wu Xiong, the genius of the martial ancestor, had learned the martial ancestor's battle techniques. He was one of the initiators of this gathering. Although the martial ancestor had only risen a few thousand years ago, its foundation was comparable to that of the 7 major cities. On this day, many Khanate cultivators gathered at the guest house. The guest house was large enough to accommodate thousands of people. Early in the morning, there was a hubbub of voices as many Khanate cultivators arrived. Zichun had also arrived very early. However, when he saw the dense crowd at the entrance, even though he had already expected this, he was still stunned for a moment. This gathering was called the Gathering of Geniuses, and anyone who thought they were geniuses could come. However, Zichun had never thought that there would be such a different kind of genius. In the distance, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe stood in the crowd of young people. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens and was very conspicuous. Uncle, this gathering of geniuses. You're already so old. Why are you still here? A middle-aged man beside the old man asked. Hee, brother, you are not much younger than me. If you can come, why can't I? The elder faintly smiled, not minding the other's teasing. Who's your little brother? Uncle, I'm just 25 years old. It's just that I look old. The middle-aged man explained. Tisk, forget it. Trash like you dare to call yourselves geniuses? It's best for you to leave as soon as possible so as not to embarrass yourselves. Beside him, a young man teased. This person was not very old, probably around 21 or 22 years old. He wore a luxurious green robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked at the two of them with disdain. You're almost 1 foot in the grave, and you're even older than my grandfather. How dare you call yourself a genius? As for you, 25? I think you're already 45. Don't come here to join in the fun. This is a place where geniuses gather. This is the world of us youngsters. Why are you, an old man, here to join in the fun? That's right. The old man is still here to join in the fun. A young man at the side said, what do you know? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain as he muttered in a low voice, I'm not here to participate in the gathering of geniuses. In the distance, Zichun was a little surprised to see this scene. He knew the young man who spoke. He was the one from the Qin family who scolded him for being weak and was knocked out by Zichun and took away 4 primordial stones. He did not expect him to be here too. On the surface, it looked like they were gathering geniuses. However, there were many innate rankers who had come in secret. There were thousands of them. Among them, there was no lack of elderly people. Of course, there was only one who had white hair and was about to enter the grave. The rest were middle-aged people who wanted to join in the fun. They had all received news that in addition to the gathering of geniuses, there was also an opportunity waiting for them. This time, they were here purely for the opportunity. You guys can't even go up to the 2nd floor. Stay on the 1st floor obediently. That's right. Only the true geniuses can enter the 7th floor and meet with Li Hua and the others. You old guys can only stay on the 1st floor. Everyone was disdainful. Zichun also understood that there was still a hierarchy. The guest building was huge and covered a large area. Although it was said to be a 9-floor building, it was more like an ancient castle. As the door opened, a group of Xiantian realm experts rushed in like a flood. Knowing that they were not geniuses, most of the cultivators stayed on the 1st floor. They were aware of their own limitations and had only come purely for the opportunity. Moreover, it was also a blessing to be able to eat a free meal in the reception building. One had to know that Xiantian realm experts were all poor if they did not have a powerful family behind them. At least half of them were not qualified to enter a place like the guest building. After the Xiantian realm experts entered, some of the self-proclaimed geniuses rushed up to the 2nd floor. Plop, plop, but soon, many people tumbled down the stairs in a sorry state. Middle stage Xiantian realm and above, go upstairs. Those below, stay on the 1st floor. A cold voice sounded, plop, plop. More people rolled down. They were all self-proclaimed geniuses, but they were all in the early stage Xiantian realm and were chased down. Haha, little genius, you'd better come over here. The only old man in the room laughed and waved at a young man who had made fun of him earlier. The latter fell flat on his face and was in a sorry state. He glared at the old man fiercely and walked to the other side, obviously trying to distance himself from the old man. Get lost. Suddenly, an early-stage Xiantian realm expert rushed up. His aura surged as he punched the passers-by away. After that, no one stopped him, and he strode up. So this is where the hierarchy starts. Zichun thought to himself. His target was Ling Yun. He believed that Ling Yun was upstairs, so he strode up. At the same time, all the cultivators on the 2nd floor released their aura to show their strength. Middle-stage Xiantian realm and above could pass unimpeded. As for early-stage Xiantian realm experts, they needed to verify their strength. The 2 middle-aged men guarding the door were also mid-stage Xiantian realm experts. They were also there to test everyone's strength. They saw Zichun's aura surging with early-stage Xiantian realm true qi. Yet another reckless fellow. How dare he come up here in the early-stage Xiantian realm? Does he really think he's a genius? The 2 men sneered when they saw Zichun. The early-stage Xiantian realm is on the 1st floor. After a necessary warning, the 2 men's faces darkened. They immediately attacked Zichun, one from the left and the other from the right. The wind whistled as they rushed towards Zichun. This was just a test, not a life-threatening one. The 2 men's punches whistled, but they weren't very powerful. Swoosh! Zichun tapped his foot and moved like a ghost. He dodged 2 attacks in an instant and quickly ascended to the 2nd floor. Come back. What's the point of relying on footwork if you don't have any fighting power? The 2 men's pupils shrank. They exerted their strength again and tried to grab Zichun's back. However, Zichun was faster, and they couldn't even touch his clothes. So fast. The 2 of them were surprised, and one of them said, "So what if you're fast? The next round won't be a competition of speed." Zichun went up to the 2nd floor. It was a bit smaller than the first floor, but there were already many people here. There were also quite a few early-stage Xiantian realm experts. Zichen's arrival didn't attract much attention. Some people didn't even stop and went straight upstairs. Plop, plop. Similar sounds rang out again. This time, some mid-stage Xiantian realm experts were beaten down. There were still experts guarding the stairs to the third floor. This time, it was a late-stage Xiantian realm expert. The cultivators once again went up. Late-stage Xiantian realm experts could go up to the third floor at will. Zichen followed closely behind, using his footwork to reach the third floor. He attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Those who could stand on the third floor were either late-stage Xiantian realm experts or geniuses. Zichen was only early-stage Xiantian realm, but he was able to reach the third floor. Naturally, he attracted a lot of attention. Humph, kid, you're lucky. But you can't reach the fourth floor with speed. A young man snorted coldly. You don't have to worry about it. Zichen replied indifferently. This young man was from the Qin family. The two met again, but the latter didn't recognize Zichen. This young man was a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert. He had reached the third floor, which was very good. But now, he was actually going up to the fourth floor. Obviously, he wanted to challenge the next floor. After that, many cultivators also swarmed up. Zichen challenged each floor, relying on speed. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the fourth floor. It's you. You came up again? The Qin family members were very surprised to see Zichen. It was already very good for a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert to reach the fourth floor. But they never expected that an early-stage Xiantian realm expert would also come up. Relying on speed? Small tricks. That's right. So what if he's fast? His combat strength is low, but he can escape faster. Someone sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Those who could reach the fourth floor were mostly late-stage Xiantian realm experts. There were only a few mid-stage Xiantian realm experts. They relied on their strength to reach the fourth floor, unlike Zichen who relied on speed. After that, some peak Xiantian realm experts also followed closely, wanting to reach the fifth floor. This time, there were many divisions of strength and combat strength on the seventh floor. Zichen ignored the ridicule of the crowd and wanted to enter the fifth floor, which attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Kid, you can't reach the fifth floor with speed? Don't be arrogant. Stay here, lest you end up dead. That's right. There are peak Xiantian realm experts up there. You're just an early-stage Xiantian realm expert. What if he accidentally kills you? Someone mocked. Don't worry about it. Zichen smiled faintly. He wasn't angry and strode forward. Humph, let's see how you get down. The young man of the Qin family snorted coldly. He tried to go up before, but he was beaten down and fell on his face. He was very embarrassed. Young man, go down. You can't reach this floor with speed alone. Strength is the foundation of everything. Speed is just a small trick. Two peak Xiantian realm experts were guarding the fifth floor. When they saw Zichen come up, they kindly reminded him. It's okay. Zichen waved his hand and said, They said that I can't reach the fourth floor with speed. Didn't I come up? Well, since you don't listen to us, don't blame us. Beat you down. Chapter 148. The two Xiantian full-circle experts attacked fiercely, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. Zichen's feet exuded a faint golden light. His figure was like a ghost, like a phantom, drifting unpredictably, as if he was switching between illusion and reality. He dodged the attacks of the two and stood on the fifth floor. Zichen had practiced the support-type secret technique, so he deliberately concealed himself. He did not use the power of thunder and lightning. Instead, a faint golden light appeared. The expressions of the two connate full-circle experts instantly changed as they looked at Zichen in astonishment. At the same time, the few Xiantian realm experts who had reached the fifth floor were also shocked. He actually made it up? Reaching the fifth floor with speed is terrifying. The experts could no longer remain calm. Relying on speed was indeed a small trick and could not represent one's true strength. However, a puny early-stage Xiantian realm expert could rely on speed to dodge the attacks of two Xiantian full-circle experts. This was enough to cause a commotion. He must have learned an extraordinary footwork. His body is nimble and ingenious. His footwork is not simple. It could be a kind of extreme speed footwork. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fast. The Xiantian realm experts on the 5th floor looked at Zichen with eager eyes. They were all thinking about what they would be like after they mastered extreme speed. At the same time, many of them had perverted thoughts. Zichen did not say anything. He only glanced at the 6th floor indifferently. It seemed that he was going to go up. What? He's going to go up? Does he think that he can reach the 6th floor with speed? The 6th floor is guarded by true energy realm experts. Although they only use 50% of their strength, it's not something that an early-stage Xiantian realm expert can compare with. Everyone was shocked and looked at Zichen. Zichen did not see Ling Yun along the way. Ling Yun was not on the 6th floor, so he must be on the 7th floor. Zichen had to go up. Whoosh! With a tap of his foot, his figure turned illusory as he charged upwards at top speed. Get down! The two true element boundary martial artists who were guarding at the top of the stairs suddenly let out an explosive shout. Immediately after, the two of them threw out their fists. Each of them had only used 50% of their strength, but when added together, it was 100% of their strength. The two fists converged at the top of the stairs like a torrent, rushing straight up the stairs. Boom! The torrent continued to flow downwards, invisible to the naked eye. A wave of air rushed out. Humph! You think you can reach the 6th floor just by relying on speed? Dream on. This kid's speed is pretty good, but it's not realistic for him to reach the 6th floor. On the 5th floor, many people were already prepared to watch a good show. They were all sneering endlessly. But when the flood appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. The torrent appeared and filled the entire staircase. Not to mention one person, even a group of people would be sent flying. However, at this moment, there was not a single figure within the surging torrent. How is that possible? Where is he? Could it have been blasted into nothingness? Impossible. It was just a test. There was no killing intent at all. How could it be blasted into nothingness? Could it be that he went up? Everyone's expression changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. If that was the case, then this kid's speed was too terrifying. On the 5th floor, there was a commotion, but soon, there was a cry of surprise from the 6th floor. You actually came up? When did you get behind us? This was the voice of a true element boundary martial artist. Previously, when the two of them attacked together, they clearly saw the other party in front of them. But in the next moment, the other party had silently appeared behind them. He really went up? Oh my God! Even an early-stage Xiantian realm martial artist went up with extreme speed. It seems like it's a supreme movement technique. It's definitely a mysterious movement technique. It's comparable to some great techniques. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they were all shocked. On the 6th floor, it was empty. There were many martial artists, but none of them came up. Zichen glanced at the 7th floor and stepped up. Thump! Thump! There were no strong cultivators guarding the 7th floor, so Zichen was able to pass through unimpeded. On the 7th floor, some geniuses were chatting. They had been here for a long time, and were waiting for some geniuses to come up. But unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, no one came up. There are quite a number of Xiantian realm martial artists here, but there are very few geniuses. Seems like we're doing something unnecessary. A young man in blue said indifferently. This person was Wu Xiong, the disciple of the martial ancestor. He was the one who initiated the gathering of geniuses. After waiting for a long time, he was disappointed when no one came up. Let's wait a little longer. A young man in white said, waiting is a waste of time. With talent, no background, no resources. Geniuses are also trash. I don't advocate this, but Sanghe, you agree. Another young man said in disdain. He sat there, looking at the sky with an arrogant look. He was Li Hua from the Li family. The three of them were the initiators of the gathering of geniuses. Beside them, there were a few other geniuses who remained silent. Not necessarily. Maybe there are one or two geniuses among these few thousand people. The young man in white, Sanghe, said indifferently. He was a member of the Tsang family and had a high status here. Beside him sat two ladies, one in white and the other in green. Both of them were beautiful and had an extraordinary aura. Geniuses. Which genius is not nurtured with resources? Without any resources, relying on oneself to cultivate, any genius will die prematurely. Li Hua curled his lips in disdain, looking very arrogant. Not necessarily. Recently, Ziqian has been the talk of the town. Didn't he not have any resources? Songhe laughed. Ziqian? The guy from the Nimbus martial ancestor, the one who offended the three forces and was forced to enter the silent jungle to die? Li Hua curled his lips and said, That's right. Rumor has it that he's only in the Xiantian realm, but he caused the three forces to suffer a great loss. I think Wu Xiong has the most right to speak about this matter. Songhe said. Everyone's gaze turned towards Wu Xiong. The martial ancestor had destroyed the Nimbus martial ancestor for a treasure. This was something that everyone knew. Moreover, the Nimbus martial ancestor was a branch of the martial ancestor. So what if it was destroyed? There was nothing wrong with it. What right do I have to speak? I haven't even seen him. However, the people from the Nimbus martial ancestor can speak. There are quite a few people here who are related to Ziqian. Wu Xiong said in a sarcastic tone. He then looked to the side. Not far away, Chen Feng was also here. When the Nimbus martial ancestor was attacked, he was lucky enough to survive and escape back to Zhongli City. Chen Feng glanced at the young man beside him and snorted. He said disdainfully, Humph. Rumors can't be trusted. Ziqian was unknown in the sect. I could crush him with a finger. Rumor has it that he caused the three forces to suffer a great loss. I'm the first one who doesn't believe it. Moreover, rumor has it that he killed a lot of true energy realm warriors. That's ridiculous. Chen Feng didn't have a good impression of Ziqian. This time, he didn't hesitate to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 dissatisfied gazes were cast towards him. Chen Feng, you're boasting too much. Who was the one who wanted to harm Ziqian? He was locked up by the disciplinary hall master. Even your second grandpa didn't succeed, right? A young man snorted. This person had small eyes and an ordinary appearance. If he hadn't suddenly spoken, no one would have noticed him at all. I have also seen Ziqian before. He is just an ant that will not amount to much. Back then, I could have crushed him with a single finger. How can such a small fry cause the 3 factions to suffer losses? Rumors cannot be trusted. At this moment, Ling Yun, who was beside Chen Feng, also spoke out. Ling Yun was the disciple of the Battle Martial Ancestor. He was the future sect leader of the Battle Martial Ancestor. At such a young age, he was already at the late Xiantian realm. Although he couldn't be compared to the other monstrous geniuses, he was still qualified to be called a genius and sit on the 7th floor. Back in the spiritual herbal garden, it was Ziqian who ruined his plan and killed his brother. He was even punished by the sect. Therefore, he hated Ziqian to the bone. Even if the other party was dead, he wouldn't say anything good about him. Boasting shamelessly. If you had the ability, you wouldn't have been locked up by the sect. The small-eyed young man snorted again. Ling Yun and Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly, but they didn't dare to do anything. They seemed to be afraid of the small-eyed young man's identity. Wu Hong, you've also seen Ziqian that day. What's your impression of him? Songhe looked at the silent Wu Hong in the distance. Wu Hong was the disciple of the Xian martial ancestor. He had been silent and easygoing. At this moment, he smiled faintly and said, I've only met him once. There's nothing much to say. I've only heard about him from my junior brothers. He's bold, careful, and righteous. He can challenge people above his level. He should be considered a genius. Humph. So what if he's a genius? Didn't he still die in the silent jungle? Chen Feng snorted. Ling Yun didn't look happy either. Fortunately, he's dead. Otherwise, I'd have to settle a blood debt with him. You. The small-eyed young man stood up angrily. He's just a dead man. Why hurt your feelings for him? We still need to rely on everyone for this trip to the ruins. Wu Xiong waved his hand. Everyone kept silent. The atmosphere was awkward. Then, they talked about other geniuses. Thump thump, thump thump. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Someone's coming up? Could it be that there's really a genius who can reach the 6th floor? The people who were chatting were very surprised, and their gazes all turned to the stairs. Following the sound of footsteps, a young man in black appeared in front of everyone. He was short and had an ordinary appearance. All geniuses had their own outstanding aspects. Furthermore, standing in the midst of a crowd, one would be able to notice them with a single glance. They were existences that stood out from the crowd. However, the young man before him was simply too ordinary. If he were to be placed in a crowd, no one would take a second look at him. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that the genius who could reach the 6th floor would look like this. After practicing the auxiliary secret manual, Zichun could change his appearance at will. Now that all the geniuses were gathered here, he changed his appearance into an ordinary one with an indifferent expression. However, just as he reached the 7th floor and saw the gazes of the crowd, Zichun's indifferent expression disappeared and his eyes flickered. Zichun's calm eyes shone like the light of the sun, dazzling and resplendent. In the next instant, Zichun's aura also became chaotic. Boundless waves of energy surged out from his body. Chapter 149. He was originally an ordinary person, but his momentary loss of self-control caused his eyes to sparkle. His eyes were as bright as Xing Qin's, which did not match his ordinary appearance at all. Zichun lost his composure because he saw familiar faces, and he saw quite a few of them. First, he saw Ling Yun, Chen Feng, and Wu Hong. He recognized all three of them, and his expression changed slightly. Seeing Ling Yun was within his expectations, but seeing Chen Feng was unexpected. Zichun's gaze shifted, and he saw a young man with small eyes. That young man's appearance was truly ordinary, but when Zichun saw him, he was shocked and his expression changed. Miao Kong. He actually saw Miao Kong, one of his few friends in the Nimbus martial ancestor. He could be said to be a brother. Zichun's expression changed, but following that, his gaze swept again, and his body suddenly froze. It was as if he had been electrocuted. He saw a girl. She was wearing green clothes, gentle and moving. Her beautiful face had a trace of youthfulness, like a green lotus, and had a different temperament. This girl was about 10 years old, and was very cute. At this moment, her small mouth was open, and she looked at Zichun with surprise. Especially after seeing Zichun's shocked expression and the light in his eyes, she almost lost her self-control and stood up. Lin Shui. Zichun was as if he had been electrocuted and could not say a word. After seeing Miao Kong, he saw Lin Shui again. If it was not for his strong self-control, Zichun would have already rushed over. Seeing Lin Shui, Zichun was very excited. He never would have thought that she was still alive. Following that, his gaze subconsciously swept over, and Zichun saw a familiar face. It was a familiar and beautiful face. Her face was perfect, like a piece of jade, exquisitely carved. Beautiful big eyes, as gentle as water, a fine nose, and cherry lips. Nothing could be imagined. Seeing Zichun come up, she had already stood up. She was wearing white clothes, and there was not a speck of dust on them. Her neck was elegant, and her twin peaks were proud. Her waist was slender and flawless. Su Mingyao, Zichun exclaimed in his heart, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. The great elder had entrusted him with the task of taking good care of Su Mingyao. However, when the Nimbus martial ancestor met with a calamity, Zichun did not manage to find a single person. Instead, he only found a few corpses. After that, he was constantly chased and forced to flee. All this time, Zichun had thought that they were dead, and he was heartbroken. But he never thought that he would see them here. The two of them were still alive, and they were doing well. As soon as he appeared, Zichun's expression changed several times, and he almost lost his composure. However, because he had just arrived, no one paid attention to him. They all thought that it was unexpected for him to see so many people. Of course, geniuses like Li Hua also thought that Zichun had lost his composure after seeing someone like him. I didn't expect a genius to appear. Looks like we didn't come out empty-handed this time. Songhe stood up. His face was like jade, and he was wearing a white robe. His expression was only a little surprised, but he did not pay attention to the many changes in Zichun's expression. He was the first to stand up and speak. Not bad. Wu Xiong glanced at Zichun and said lightly. After that, the other geniuses also nodded, and their eyes were full of surprise. Sit down. Miao Kong pointed to the seat next to him and said. His eyes were fixed on Zichun. Just a moment ago, he felt that the young man in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity. Looking at the front, Su Mengyao and Lin Shui also had the same feeling. Zichun was about to sit down, but at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Early stage Xiantian realm, you are actually at the early stage Xiantian realm. The one who exclaimed was an unfamiliar genius with the strength of Xiantian full circle. After he felt the aura around Zichun's body, his expression changed instantly. What? Early stage Xiantian realm? How is this possible? An early stage Xiantian realm cultivator can reach the 6th level? The other geniuses' expressions also changed several times, and they felt that it was inconceivable. To be able to reach here at the early stage Xiantian realm, could his battle strength be so strong? Everyone's expression was a little unnatural. This kind of existence could be said to be a genius among geniuses. At this moment, a black-clothed man walked up from below. This was a true energy boundary existence, and one of the two people who were guarding the stairs. He walked in front of Li Hua and whispered a few words. Then, he glanced at Zichun with a complicated expression and left. Haha, I thought he was a genius. Turns out he relied on speed to come up here. The room was only so big, and everyone was a cultivator. Naturally, they could hear the whispers of the true energy boundary existence. Ling Yun was the first to sneer. That's right, we want a true genius with strong battle strength, and not someone who relied on speed and luck to come up here. Chun Feng also said coldly. Wu Xiong and the others also frowned. Small path? Fast enough to protect yourself. No matter how dangerous the place is, there is a chance of survival. Miao Kong said with dissatisfaction. He didn't know why, but when he saw this stranger, he felt a sense of familiarity. At this moment, he stood up to speak. But we're going to the ruins. What we need is battle strength, not escape methods. Ling Yun said. That's right. What we need is battle strength and powerful allies, not people who abandon their companions to escape at a critical moment. Chun Feng also said. We don't need such people. Ling Fei was aggressive. The others frowned, seemingly thinking. Zichun was silent and just looked at these people quietly. Speed is also a kind of strength. There are some dangerous places that can only be smoothly passed by relying on speed. Su Mengyao stood up and said softly, so what if he's fast? That's his ability. Lin Shui also said, shut up. Ling Yun suddenly shouted at the two. This is a place for geniuses to speak. What qualifications do you two have to speak? If it wasn't for young Master Zhonghe, do you think you have the qualifications to stand here? You. Su Mengyao and Lin Shui were so angry that their faces turned ashen, but they didn't refute. Their strength had just entered the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and their battle strength wasn't strong among the crowd. What? Am I wrong? You remnants of the Nimbus martial ancestor are already very good that you haven't been killed. You still dare to be arrogant here. If it wasn't for young Master Zhonghe, do you think you have the qualifications to go to the ruins? Ling Yun said coldly, without any trace of politeness. That's enough. Ling Yun, you should be more polite. Miao Kong reprimanded. Both of you speak less. Zhonghe said indifferently, somewhat displeased. Humph. Ling Yun snorted coldly and sat down. With Wu Xiong backing him, he wasn't afraid. This time, he had spoken because he knew about the conflict between the martial ancestor and the two. He wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Wu Xiong. Speed is after all a small Dao, and it's useless. I don't recommend him to go with us. Ling Yun said again. Me too. I'm afraid he'll run away alone when he encounters danger. Chun Feng also said coldly. Forget it. Let him go with the others. We don't need such a genius. Li Hua and Wu Xiong were also extremely cold. I think it's feasible. Speed is sometimes an advantage. Only Miao Kong still supported Zichun. I don't think so. He has to contribute to us, not just to take advantage of us. Another Xiantian full circle also shook his head. As for Su Mengyao and Lin Shui, they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Zichun was angry. It wasn't because of their attitude towards him. After all, he hadn't shown his strength and could be looked down upon. However, Zichun couldn't tolerate Ling Yun yelling at Su Mingyao and Lin Shui. What is considered combat strength? A cold light flashed in Zichun's eyes as he asked coldly, TSK, what kind of combat strength does an early Xiantian like you have? I can kill you with a finger. You're dreaming if you want to go with us into the ruins. Ling Yun sneered. Is an early Xiantian qualified to talk about combat strength? Can't you see that the two mid-stage Xiantian are not qualified to talk? Chun Feng also ridiculed. He used to like Su Mingyao very much and had some thoughts about Lin Shui. However, everything was for the sake of benefits. Since the destruction of the Nimbus martial ancestor, he had given up on this idea. Although he still didn't give up, it was more of a selfish desire. The others didn't speak, but they didn't think highly of Zichun. Oh, Zichun nodded. He wasn't angry at all. He said casually, so the meaning of combat strength is to compete with one's mouth. Whose mouth is poisonous? Speaking like you're asking for a beating is what combat strength looks like. I've learned something. Zichun sneered. Zichun's words attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at Zichun strangely. They didn't understand where his confidence came from. He actually dared to insult the two of them. What did you say? Ling Yun slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Zichun. Little thing, if you say it again, do you believe that I won't slap you to death with one hand? Chun Feng said coldly. A despicable person is invincible. It seems like that's the case. With your despicable mouth, I can already see your combat strength. Zichun looked at the two of them indifferently. However, his words were enough to infuriate the two of them. You want to die? If you want to die, then say it. I won't use a second strike to deal with you. There was already a murderous intent in the eyes of these two people. As for the others, they looked at Zichun as if they were watching a good show. As for Miao Kong and the others, they looked at Zichun with puzzlement. They didn't understand why this early Xiantian realm martial artist would be so confident. I'll say the same thing to you. I can kill the two of you with one finger. If you have the ability, then let's fight. What's the point of just talking? Good. Ling Yun was fuming with anger. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Chun Feng was the same. You don't have to be like this. If you have the ability, then do it. If one of you can't do it, then the two of you can do it together. Don't look at me with such murderous eyes. It makes you look even more incompetent. Zichun said viciously. Good boy, I'll deal with you. Ling Yun was furious. No, I'll deal with this shameless, boastful guy. Chun Feng was also furious. All right, stop squabbling. Both of you can come at me together. Seeing the two of them quarreling, Zichun opened his mouth again. His mouth was vicious. Every word he said made the two of them tremble with anger. His arrogant appearance was even more arrogant than the two of them. Good boy, you're arrogant enough. Let me deal with you. Ling Yun stopped quarreling. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Zichun. He wanted to prove himself with his actions. Go to hell. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed towards Zichun in an instant. I think you're the one who's going to die. Zichun's calm eyes became fierce in an instant. Boundless killing intent filled the air. His killing move appeared instantly. Chapter 150. He would take action as soon as he said he would, never dragging his feet. All the previous provocation was for this killer move. Zichun was satisfied with Ling Yun's attack. Boom! A boundless aura surged around Zichun. Rays of golden light filled his entire body, making him look like a god of war in golden armor. Facing Ling Yun's attack, Zichun raised his fist and punched out. The air let out a sharp whistling sound as if it was being shattered. The fist was golden and resplendent. It carried a mountain-like aura as it struck towards Ling Yun. Pung! With a dull sound, Zichun's fist was like a mountain, destroying everything in its path. His fist was suffused with golden light, and it shattered Ling Yun's Xiantian attack in one hit. This happened very quickly. Previously, no one thought highly of Zichun and thought that he was just being impulsive. But now, with one strike, Ling Yun was pushed back. Everyone's expression changed. How is this possible? He actually took Ling Yun head-on? No one could remain calm. They looked at Zichun as if they were looking at a monster. He pushed back Ling Yun, who was 2 realms higher than him, with 1 strike. But he didn't move at all. Good boy, you have some tricks up your sleeve. I underestimated you before and only used 20% of my strength. Ling Yun's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth. Zichun didn't care at all. I never thought highly of you. I only used 10% of my strength before. I didn't expect you to be so weak. You, die. Ling Yun was rendered speechless by his words. With a roar, Ling Yun exerted his strength once again. 2 fingers formed a sword, and streams of powerful sword chi shot out. You are indeed a small sect. You don't even have a decent battle technique. Do you think you can suppress me with just energy? Zichun sneered. His expression was indifferent as he raised his fist and punched. Rays of golden light flashed, and the rays of sword chi were dispersed. Ling Yun was furious. He roared to the sky, his black hair standing on end. His late-stage Xiantian realm strength was displayed crazily as he struck out a series of sharp attacks. Boom! Zichun's body flashed with golden light as he struck out a series of punches, easily dispersing the attacks. What a terrifying physique. What a tough body. His fist is simply comparable to a Xiantian weapon. There's nothing it can't break, and it's invincible. Everyone's expressions changed again, and the surprise in their eyes grew stronger. Zichun didn't use his extreme speed, and he used his fists to disperse Ling Yun's attacks. One had to know that Ling Yun was in the Xiantian advanced stage, 2 whole realms higher than the other party. This is a genius. True geniuses have battle prowess comparable to monsters. No one dared to underestimate Zichun anymore. At this moment, their expressions became very serious. Boom! Zichun's fist landed, and Ling Yun's attack dissipated. The surging energy swept in all directions. Fortunately, this place was big enough and spacious enough. Otherwise, the aftermath of the two's energy would have collapsed this place. Brat, die. Ling Yun went completely crazy. His powerful strength couldn't suppress the other party. His eyes flashed coldly. His right hand reached out to the side at lightning speed. With a clang, a long sword was unsheathed. Ling Yun didn't want to use his weapon unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that he had unsheathed his sword, he was naturally going to use his killer move. Whoosh! A sharp sword chi, bringing with it an eerie coldness, instantly caused the temperature in the air to plummet. The bone-piercing killing intent caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Ling Yun used his weapon. It seems like he wants to end this quickly. This person is only in the Xiantian advanced stage, but he can force Ling Yun to use his weapon. His battle prowess is terrifying. The battle martial ancestor is famous for his battle prowess. His frost sword technique is even better. It seems like the outcome will be decided soon. Against the frost sword technique, this brat is finished. Everyone sighed, and their eyes flashed. Even now, no one was optimistic about Zichun. Humph! Zichun snorted coldly. The golden light around his body became even more dazzling. Facing the bone-piercing sword light that was like frost, he clenched his fists again. Streaks of golden light flowed on the surface of his 2 heads like water. Then, a mountain-like aura appeared. The green peak seal, the killing technique of Yunxia City, was integrated into Zichun's fist. Although its power was not as strong as the seal, it was definitely not comparable to a small sect's battle technique. With a punch, ripples appeared in the air. A terrifying aura began to spread, and a visible wave of air surged in all directions. Pong, pong. Many tables and chairs were shattered, and sawdust flew everywhere. The sword chi and the fist chi collided at this moment. Boom. The fist chi was resplendent, and it emitted rays of golden light. It was like a mountain, and it carried a heavy feeling as it fell instantly. Boom. The sword chi shattered instantly, and it dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, Zichun's fist landed on Ling Yun's weapon. Kaka, kaka. Cracks spread, and the weapon finally shattered. What? In the field, everyone's expression changed. A few people couldn't help but stand up and look at Zichun in shock. What kind of physique is this? How could he break a true Yuan weapon? This is impossible. He is only in the Xiantian advanced stage. How can his body be so strong? Everyone's expression changed, and they felt that it was unbelievable. If Ziqian had broken a Xiantian advanced stage weapon, naturally, they wouldn't have lost their composure. However, it was a true Yuan weapon that was broken. This was too shocking. Ling Yun retreated with a face full of shock. His weapon was actually broken by a punch. Previously, he even said that he could kill Lin Fan with a pinch of his finger. So this is your strength. It seems that you are not bad. Your fighting strength is indeed average, and all your tricks are based on your cheap mouth. You are truly invincible when you are cheap. Ziqian said coldly as he raised his fist again. Sky Tyrant Fist. After losing his weapon, Ling Yun roared. His black hair danced wildly, and he was in an extremely frenzied state. He used one of the famous battle techniques of the martial ancestor. The wind from his fist surged, and his aura was swift and fierce. You are courting death if you dare to exchange blows with me. Zichun sighed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The true qi in his dantian surged crazily. Originally, it was silver lightning true qi, but with the help of the secret scripture, Zichun had turned it into a golden color. At this moment, his body was shining with a dazzling golden light. With a punch, ripples appeared in the air. It was as if a mountain had appeared in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun's body was obstructed. He couldn't withstand Zichin's punch. Boom! The two punches collided with a loud bang. Boundless chi waves appeared, and Ling Yun was sent flying backwards. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! Ling Yun screamed. His bones were broken, and he smashed into a table. In an instant, the table was smashed into pieces. Sigh, you look good, but you are useless. Say, if you use your cheap mouth in battle, wouldn't you be a little stronger? Why do you have to learn from others with such cheap mouth? Zichun sighed. Although he looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, his attacks were swift and fierce. Pung! Ling Yun was sent flying with a kick. He screamed continuously, and the qi protecting his body instantly collapsed. Strong, too strong. This kind of fighting strength is comparable to those monstrous geniuses. It seems that Li Hao of the Li family also defeated a late Xiantian genius when he was in the early Xiantian realm. Everyone exclaimed. The shock in their eyes didn't fade for a long time. Miao Kong was also shocked. How terrifying. His fighting strength is definitely comparable to those geniuses like Li Hao. Su Mingyao's beautiful eyes flashed. She thought she had met someone familiar, but when the other party attacked, she discovered that his aura was completely different. Humph! His mouth is as strong as his fighting strength. Lin Shui pouted, revealing two cute dimples. After discovering that it wasn't someone she knew, she was very disappointed. Whether it was his temperament or his fighting skills, the youth in front of her was very different from Ziqian. If it wasn't for the sudden flash of light in his eyes, the two wouldn't have any similarities at all. Boom! Ziqian threw out powerful attacks again and again. Ling Yun couldn't block them. I'll kill you! Ling Yun roared. His hair was disheveled. He had really lost face today. He was suppressed by an early Xiantian brat. Boom! Zichun threw out a punch. It was like a big iron hammer, shining with golden light. It landed on Ling Yun's forehead. With a loud bang, Ling Yun was sent flying, coughing up blood. Useless thing. You call this fighting strength, and you call yourself a genius? Zichun snorted coldly. He flashed forward and threw out punches. Puff! Ling Yun vomited blood and was sent flying. He was in a very sorry state. His protective Zhan Qi was scattered several times, but it quickly reformed each time. Crack! His protective Zhan Qi was scattered again, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Several of Ling Yun's bones were broken. The pitiful future sect leader who fought the martial ancestor was in an extremely sorry state. He was being abused by Zichun. The clear sound of bones breaking made people's mouth twitch. Bang! Zichun sent Ling Yun flying with a kick. After fighting for so long, the latter had no temper. Previously, Zichun was still very nervous. After all, his opponent was a genius who fought the martial ancestor, the future sect leader. However, After fighting for a while, Zichen finally understood the huge gap between fighting the martial ancestor and Yunxia City. The so-called powerful fighting skills were not at the same level. Stop! Ling Yun coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was about to be beaten to death. He didn't even have time to call for help. Zichen continued to hit him with one blow after another. Everyone was stunned. Only Qinfeng reacted in time and shouted loudly, "Stop! Don't fight anymore!" A loud shout woke up the others. One by one, they began to shout loudly. Before, they were all dumbfounded. Zichen's powerful strength had deeply shocked them. They had all forgotten about Ling Yun, who was about to be beaten to death. "Stop!" Li Hua stood up. His eyes were burning with anger. No one knew whether it was because he felt sorry for Ling Yun or because he was jealous of Zichen's strength. "Okay, stop." Wu Xiong also stood up. His eyes were constantly flashing, and his expression was constantly changing. Song He also couldn't maintain his normal expression. Zichen's fighting strength was beyond his expectations. They would welcome a genius, but when a monstrous genius appeared, they needed to consider carefully. Zichen's purpose was to kill Ling Yun. How could he stop? He attacked even more fiercely. "Kid, stop!" Qinfeng shouted and rushed forward. The three geniuses had spoken, but Zichen still didn't stop. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 152. Since the three geniuses couldn't stop Ling Chun, Chen Feng made his move. He had seen Zichen's strength before, but he didn't think that the two of them couldn't defeat him. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Chen Feng dashed towards Zichen. "Stop!" With a shout, Chen Feng's true qi surged like small dragons, circling around his body. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he struck out with a sharp Xiantian battle skill. "Piss off!" Just as Zichen sent Ling Yun flying with a kick, he felt the energy ripple behind him. With a roar, he waved his fist, which glowed with golden light, and directly smashed it towards Qinfeng. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, Chen Feng's body swayed and he staggered back. Golden light covered his body and his eyes were cold and emotionless. Zichen was like a god of war, born for battle. With a punch, his aura surged and golden light overflowed, bringing with it a terrifying power. Terrifying? This is too terrifying. He's definitely comparable to the monstrous geniuses of the same level. Everyone exclaimed with complicated expressions. Clang! His weapon was unsheathed and a cold light flickered. A long saber with killing intent flew towards Zichen's face. This was also a weapon made by a true energy realm cultivator. It was very sharp and shone with a cold light. With a terrifying killing intent, it shot out a bright blade light. This was the Nimbus martial ancestor's Xiantian battle skill called the Light Blade. Once it was struck out, it was like a ray of light. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also top-notch. It was very famous in the Nimbus martial ancestor. Boom! Zichen's face was expressionless as he threw out another punch. It was powerful and terrifying, and the mountain-like aura appeared again. This was a combined punch, and its power was boundless. It shattered the blade light in an instant. Waves of energy scattered in all directions, and more tables and chairs were shattered. At the same time, the floor of the 7th floor emitted a soft light, counteracting the powerful force. Otherwise, the entire floor would have cracked open. Swish, swish, swish. Like its name, the light blade was like light. Not only was it powerful, but it also had the speed of light. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Chen Feng held the blade in his hand and attacked again. His attacks were swift and fierce. Blade lights flashed continuously, forming a dense net of light that enveloped Zichen. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He had several powerful battle skills, but he couldn't use them in front of everyone. He could only use his fists to fuse them together. Boom! As the fist landed, the golden light illuminated the entire hall of the 7th floor. The dazzling light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Following that, the net of blades shattered, turning into energy and dissipating. Swoosh! At the same time, Zichen displayed his extreme speed and arrived in front of Qinfeng in an instant, swinging his fist. Pong! Boom! Kacha! After 3 consecutive punches, the weapon in Chun Feng's hand was shattered by Zichun. At the same time, Chun Feng was sent flying. Ling Yun, let's work together. Chun Feng retreated. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shouted and rushed towards Zichun again. On the other side, Ling Yun stood up. His body was covered in blood, and a few of his teeth had fallen out. His eyes were filled with hatred as he rushed towards Zichun. Boom, boom. An intense battle broke out once again. Zichun was fighting 1 against 2. His surging aura swept out continuously, shattering tables and chairs, turning them into sawdust. What a powerful battle strength. It's hard to imagine that he's only in the early Xiantian realm. Rumor has it that Li Hao once killed a late Xiantian realm genius of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion when he was in the early Xiantian realm. But this kid in front of us is even more terrifying than Li Hao. He's actually suppressing 2 great geniuses. Seeing that Zichun wasn't defeated even when fighting 1 against 2, everyone was dumbfounded. They were extremely shocked. What a terrifying young man. Such powerful battle strength, but no one can recognize him. Miao Kong frowned, thinking to himself. Not far away, Su Mengyao's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Zichun. No one knew what she was thinking. Use more strength. This kind of scum should be taught a good lesson. Lin Shui pouted and mumbled, revealing 2 cute little dimples. Kid, I'll kill you today. Ling Yun and Chen Feng went completely berserk. Their black hair stood on end, and their zhun-qi was raised to the peak. The 2 of them joined forces and launched attacks that they thought were powerful. Boom, boom. Zichen's attacks were even more powerful than the 2 of them. Each of his punches carried the will of the Green Peak Seal. The power was terrifying, and it was like a huge mountain falling down. He was like a golden god, cold and emotionless. Each of his attacks carried the intent to kill. Puff, puff. The 2 of them vomited blood and kept retreating. They couldn't suppress Zichun even if they joined forces. Swoosh. Zichun displayed extreme speed. He was as fast as a ghost, like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 2 of them. His expression was cold as he launched a fierce attack. You dare to call yourselves geniuses with this kind of strength? Where is your fighting strength? Is this called fighting strength? Are you scratching an itch? Zichun didn't stop attacking, and at the same time, he sneered at him. The 2 of them were so angry that they vomited blood. They said that they could kill him with a finger, but now, they couldn't defeat him even if they joined forces. It seems that I was right. Your fighting strength is in your cheap mouth. Zichun threw a punch, cold and emotionless. Boom. The 2 of them were once again pushed back. At this moment, they were pushed back again and again until they were at the top of the stairs. Zichun followed up, and after another attack, Ling Yun fell from the top of the stairs, letting out a sound of bones rolling down. You 2, scram. Zichun raised his leg again, and with a loud bang, he kicked Chen Feng down as well. The 2 of them were famous people. Today, they were beaten up by a stranger in the early Xiantian realm. Their lives were in danger. Just as they fell down to the 6th floor, they attracted a lot of exclamations. Who is this? Why does he have a swollen face? Is he the kid from before? No, the kid from before was in black. This one is in white. They are not the same person. Everyone was surprised and looked at the severely injured Ling Yun. Oh my god, he is Ling Yun, the #1 martial ancestor battle warrior. He is the future sect leader of the martial ancestor battle warrior. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Ling Yun. Then, the crowd was in an uproar. Ling Yun was actually beaten into a pig's head. From the 7th floor to the 6th floor, who did it? How is this possible? Ling Yun is a genius. He is only slightly weaker than Li Hua and the others. If the 3 geniuses don't appear, who in the Xiantian realm can hurt him? The crowd was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe it. Their original intention was to see the kid who relied on his speed to get beaten down by the geniuses. They were ready to make fun of him, but they didn't expect to see Ling Yun in such a sorry state. Bang! Right at this moment, another figure appeared at the top of the stairs. His speed was extremely fast. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes before something heavily smashed into the ground, triggering the restrictions on the ground. Rays of light appeared, as gentle as water, rippling continuously, neutralizing the impact. Puff. Chen Feng was kicked down, coughing up blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. This is Chen Feng of the Chen family. It's Chen Feng. He is also injured, but slightly lighter than Ling Yun. Who is it that injured them? Compared to Ling Yun, more people in Songli City knew Chen Feng. Firstly, he was a member of the Chen family. Secondly, he was the strongest member of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Unfortunately, the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed. After that, Chen Feng returned to his family and stayed in Songli City. In the past year, many people had seen him. Oh my God, it's really Chen Feng. He used to be the strongest member of the Nimbus martial ancestor. His talent is outstanding. Even in Songli City, he is considered a genius. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. It is said that he can enter the true energy realm at any time. Such a genius was actually beaten down. Who exactly is it that is so strong? Could it be that the two of them fought with the three geniuses? In the entire Songli City, only they have the strength to injure the two of them. Someone exclaimed, feeling incredulous. They raised their heads and looked at the top of the stairs. Then, they saw an ordinary-looking young man standing at the top of the stairs. He looked down and said with an indifferent voice, "Trash like you dare to call yourselves geniuses? What a joke." Puff, puff. Hearing the discussions around them and Zi Chen's cold words, Ling Yun and Chen Feng vomited blood and fainted. No one knew whether it was because of anger or because of their injuries. It's him. Seeing Zi Chen's appearance and hearing his arrogant words, everyone was shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling incredulous. Originally, they had gone up to watch the latter make a fool of himself. They did not expect him to be so strong. He fought two geniuses consecutively and even beat them down from the top of the stairs. Could it be that he, an early Xiantian realm cultivator, beat them down? How is that possible? Someone questioned. They could not believe it. How is it impossible? Since he has the mysterious extreme speed movement technique, he must have a mysterious and powerful battle skill. Someone said. He has the extreme speed movement technique and battle skill. Both are incomparably powerful. Why is he unknown before? TSK, there are so many people like him. Geniuses are not only in Songli City. Maybe he is someone who was trained by a hidden family. Someone whispered. They were incomparably shocked because they had seen that Song family's Song He politely beckoning the youth over from the stairs. Song He is a genius. His brother Song Ming is comparable to Li Hao. Even he is so polite. I think this is a genius who is not weaker than them. Even Song He is so polite. It seems that this is really a genius trained by a hidden family. This kind of battle strength is comparable to a monster of the same level. Everyone's eyes were on the stairs. No one paid attention to the unconscious Ling Yun and Chen Feng. Zi Chen wanted to kill the two of them after beating them down, but he did not expect Song He to stop him. "Brother, please come this way." Song He seemed to have seen the killing intent in Zi Chen's eyes. He stood in front of Zi Chen with a faint smile on his face. Let people off when possible. The two of them only spoke rudely, but they don't deserve to die. Li Hua also stood up, a light flashing in his eyes. That's right. Don't tell me you want to silence them. Wu Xiong's expression did not look too good. As for the others, they were all staring at Zi Chen. However, there was no longer a trace of contempt in their eyes. Zi Chen's battle strength was comparable to a monster of the same level. No one dared to underestimate him. Killing this kind of trash would dirty my hands. Zi Chen retracted his killing intent and snorted coldly. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid of anyone. However, if they joined forces, Zi Chen would not be able to defeat them. Chapter 153. With a cold snort, Zi Chen turned around and walked over with Song He. In the previous battle, many tables and chairs were shattered. However, the tables and chairs where everyone was seated were still intact. After the battle ended, the waiters who hadn't appeared for a long time. However, they didn't ask for compensation. Instead, they cleaned up the place and left. I'm Song-hee. How should I address you, brother? Song-hee asked as he gestured for Zi-chun to take a seat. Zi-chen's battle prowess was comparable to a monstrous genius, so Song-hee's attitude was very polite. I'm Chen-zi, Zi-chun said indifferently. Oh, brother Chun is strong. You're definitely not a nobody. May I know which family you're from? Song-hee raised his eyebrows and asked. As for the others, each and every one of them looked at Zi-chun. Evidently, no one believed that such a monstrous existence had been cultivated by himself. Just like them, although they were geniuses, they couldn't escape the nurturing of their families and sections. Zi-chun smiled faintly. He knew what they were thinking. However, he didn't want to explain. He waved his hand and said, I'm from the mountains and have no family background. Everything is a coincidence. Then Brother Chun is really powerful. I admire you. Song-hee seemed to have guessed that Zi-chun didn't want to say it out loud. He didn't want to pursue the matter. Instead, he introduced them one by one to Zi-chun. This is Li Hua, a genius of the Li family. Li Hua stood up and nodded slightly at Zi-chun. Even though he was still arrogant, he had to take Zi-chun seriously. The strength that Zi-chun had displayed was too strong. Li Hua asked himself, when he was in the early stage of the Xiantian realm, it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Yun and Qin Feng. Perhaps only his brother had that kind of combat power. This is Wu Xiong, a genius of the martial ancestor. Wu Xiong stood up and nodded. This is Miao Kong, also a genius. Song-hee explained one by one with a faint smile on his face. He was dressed in white and looked like an elegant prince. Song-hee's introduction had a certain pattern. From the introduction, one could see his status. Miao Kong was the third, which surprised Zi-chun. Hello. Miao Kong smiled kindly at Zi-chun. Zi-chun nodded, and the look in his eyes became very kind. After that, two more geniuses were introduced by Song-hee. This is Su Mingyao, my distant cousin. After a slight hesitation, Song-hee introduced. A distant cousin. Zi-chun was startled. Previously, when Ling Yun came up, he was extremely rude to Su Mingyao and Lin Shui. This Song-hee was just a little displeased. He was definitely not a distant cousin. Otherwise, such a genius would be proud and arrogant and would never allow his family to be humiliated. At the same time, Zi-chun also discovered that the expressions of the others were a little strange after hearing these words. Chunzi. Zi-chun nodded and took the initiative to introduce. Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao stood up. Her eyes had been fixed on Zi-chun. After hearing the name of Zi-chun, her heart was moved, but she didn't show it. This is Lin Shui of the Lin family. The last one was Lin Shui. Lin Shui was dressed in green, and her temperament was outstanding. She was like a green lotus that bloomed in the mud. At this moment, her head was constantly shaking, and her big eyes were constantly looking at Zi-chun. It was as if she had discovered a new continent. Why? Is there something on my face? Zi-chun subconsciously touched his face. No. Lin Shui shook her head and said seriously, I'm just curious. How did you have such strong combat strength? Can I say that it's a coincidence? Zi-chun saw a trace of craftiness in Lin Shui's eyes. His heart jumped. Could it be that she had guessed his identity? You might as well say that you're a freak. Lin Shui sat down and muttered softly. At the top of the stairs, footsteps sounded. Ling Yun and Qin Feng, who had just fainted, came up supporting each other. When they saw Zi-chun, their eyes were filled with hatred. Their illustrious reputation could be said to have been destroyed in an instant. Not only were their reputations gone, even the Chen clan and the battle martial sect's reputations were affected. Great timing. Chen Zi, let me introduce you. This is Ling Yun, and this is Qin Feng. This is Chen Zi. You guys are friends after a fight. Zi-chun smiled calmly and nodded his head toward the two. As for the two, they let out a cold harumph and returned to their respective seats. After a while, the dishes were served. All kinds of precious dishes were placed on the table. They were colorful and fragrant. It was an extremely sumptuous meal. Zi-chun had never eaten anything like this before. He was able to enjoy his meal this time. Many of the dishes were mixed with qi. One could easily imagine the price of the dishes on the table. Meanwhile, the dishes were served on the other floors. The three geniuses had put in a lot of effort this time. It's our fortune to be able to meet a genius like Brother Chun. Let's talk about our trip to the ruins. After filling their stomachs with wine and snacks, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. So it's true. The meeting between the geniuses is not fake. Most importantly, we're going to enter a secret place. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The trip to the ruins is extremely dangerous. We have to be careful. However, the rewards will be great. I can guarantee that. Wu Xiong said. The ruins. Zichen frowned his eyebrows. Why? Brother Chen doesn't know about the ruins? Miao Kong glanced at Zichen in astonishment. In the southern district, it was reasonable for people to not know about the Thunder Domain. However, no cultivator would not know about the ruins, as it was too famous. It was even more famous than the top 7 cities in the top 3 sections. Are the ruins famous? Zichen asked. He had never heard of the ruins before. The crowd glanced at Zichen with strange expressions. Haha, it's not just famous. It's simply too famous. Miao Kong chuckled and explained. The ruins are located in the southern district. It can be said to be a place full of miracles. However, it's also an extremely dangerous place. Among the top 7 cities and the top 3 sects, it's said that the rise of the top 5 cities and 2 sects is related to the ruins. What? Zichen's expression changed. In this region, the top 7 cities and the top 3 sects represented the strongest forces. They had been established for nearly 10,000 years, and their foundation was unfathomably deep. However, the origins of the ruins were even greater. It was actually related to the rise of many powers. It is rumored that there was only a single faction in this vast region 10,000 years ago. Its powerful foundation was almost impossible to estimate. However, an unknown change occurred and this sect disappeared 10,000 years ago. All of its foundation disappeared, and the base of the sect had also become a pile of ruins. Miao Kong explained. What? You're saying that the ruins were formed after the sect disappeared 10,000 years ago? This was the first time Zichen had heard of it. He was extremely shocked. That sect from 10,000 years ago must have been the one that attacked the Lightning Divine Palace and disappeared in the end. That's right. That great power disappeared, and its foundation was completely lost. The place it was located at became a pile of ruins. In the past 10,000 years, many secret manuals were excavated from the ruins, and from there, powerful forces appeared one after another. Among them, the Cloud City's Qingxia secret manual, the rise of the Zhongli and Zhongli families, and the martial ancestor arts were all discovered from the ruins. Miao Kong revealed some of the true secrets. However, almost everyone present knew about it. Only Zichen did not know. Exactly how terrifying were the great sects from 10,000 years ago? Just a few secret manuals were discovered from the ruins, and they were able to nurture their own great power. The shock in Zichen's heart did not disappear for a long time. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation towards the ruins, and his eyes continued to shine. The formation of the ruins was accidental and filled with danger. However, one had to admit that there were many treasures inside. It was a place filled with miracles. Perhaps in the next moment, a supreme secret manual would be excavated, and another great power would be born in this area. It was rumored that the greatest secret manual of this great sect had always been within the ruins and had yet to appear. Therefore, every year, there would be great powers entering the ruins to search for the greatest secret manual of the great sect from 10,000 years ago. This time, when the experts of our martial ancestor were exploring the ruins, they discovered a strange place. It seemed to be the training ground of the great sect's disciples from 10,000 years ago. Only those with the strength of the Xiantian realm could enter. Miao Kong said, "It has been 10,000 years since the ruins appeared. Even if it was the training ground of the Xiantian realm, after 10,000 years of development, no one knows what it has become. No one has entered for 10,000 years. Perhaps some kind of powerful existence will be born there. Therefore, our martial ancestor gathered many Xiantian realm experts." Just as Zichen was puzzled, Miao Kong explained. Zichen felt relieved. Those great powers were all selfish. Presumably, the people of the martial ancestor had already suffered a great loss inside, and lost many Xiantian realm experts. However, they did not want to completely give up on that place. Therefore, they had no choice but to gather so many Xiantian realm experts. Is it just to enter the ruins? Zichen asked. There were many geniuses gathered here, and it should not be as simple as just entering the ruins. Of course not. This time, it was Wu Xiong who spoke. Ordinary people will only enter the ruins. However, those present will have to cooperate with our martial ancestor. Cooperate? What kind of cooperation? It's to obtain some precious treasures that must be given to our martial ancestor, Wu Xiong said. What kind of precious treasures do you think a mere training ground of the Xiantian realm can have? Zichen sneered. You're wrong. Do you know where our martial ancestors' divine art came from? Wu Xiong also sneered. We obtained it from a training ground of the true element realm. Although there are too many coincidences involved, but after 10,000 years, we have to admit that every training ground in the ruins has a precious treasure. It's either a secret scripture, a weapon, or something else. Zichen's expression changed again. It seemed that the ruins were indeed not ordinary. Of course, if we find a precious treasure, we will not let you suffer in vain. We will give you the same amount of yuan stones or other compensation. Finally, Wu Xiong promised. Or if you want to join the martial ancestor, you can learn the martial ancestor's divine art. However, Zichen sneered at this promise. Since it was a precious treasure, it must be priceless. Just like the secret scripture that he accidentally obtained, it could transform a person's body into a perfect state. Could such a secret scripture be bought with yuan stones? As for joining the martial ancestor and learning the martial ancestor's divine art, this was a matter for later. He looked around and found that Song He and Li Hua did not have any surprised expressions. Obviously, they already knew. After pondering for a while, Zichen understood everything. On the surface, it was a cooperation, but inside, there was only Xiantian realm. Everything was up to the heavens. It's not a loss. I don't have any objections. When will we depart? After pondering for a while, Zichen nodded and agreed. We'll leave in a few days. Hearing that Zichen agreed, Wu Xiong's expression softened. However, at this moment, Wu Xiong suddenly froze and looked behind Zichen in shock. Chapter 154. Everyone was discussing the trip to the ruins, but their expressions suddenly changed. They all looked behind Zichen, as if they had seen something. Song He stood up, his aura surging as he stared behind Zichen, his eyes flickering. Swoosh. Li Hua also stood up. The Xiantian true qi around his body burned like a flame as he looked behind Zichen with fear. Wu Xiong's face changed as streams of true qi circled around his body, forming a light shield. Even Miao Kong showed a fearful expression. Almost all the geniuses present were shocked, except for Su Mingyao and Lin Shui. It's you? Why are you here? Li Hua's body emitted a hostile aura, his eyes burning with flames. You're not welcome here. Wu Xiong was the same, as if he had seen a great enemy. Song He had previously displayed an aloof and indifferent appearance, but at this moment, his expression had turned ugly. We didn't invite you. Leave quickly. The three geniuses' expressions changed greatly, but it was far less than Ling Yun and Chen Feng's. The two of them looked behind Zichen like mice seeing a cat. Not only did they lose their composure, they even fell from their chairs, their eyes filled with fear. Zichen had beaten the two of them to such a state, but they still refused to admit defeat, and were still resentful. But now, they lost their composure. Just as everyone's expression changed, Zichen also felt a dangerous aura coming from behind. His feet flashed, and a golden light surged. He dodged in an instant, then turned around. After that, he saw a dazzling ball of golden light. Baldy. Zichen frowned and whispered. The dazzling golden light turned out to be a human head. After hearing Zichen's words, Song He and the others were completely stunned. They knew the identity of this Baldy, and his strength was unfathomable. Unlike Zichen, who was comparable to a monster, this Baldy was a real monster. Even if they saw him, they would have to be courteous and fearful. Zichen looked down at the bald head and saw a face with a benevolent countenance. The monk's robes were loose, and his belly was large. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha, but at this moment, there was no smile on his face. His pale golden eyes seemed to be filled with a crazy red light. It's this evil monk. Zichen's heart trembled. This Baldi was the evil monk who had broken his bones. After that, Zichen had tricked him. Zichen's pupils constricted, and his mind trembled. He did it so that no one would notice. He descended and pretended to be a stranger. He said coldly, "Monk, are you a human or a ghost? Why did you suddenly appear behind me?" "It's you, isn't it?" The monk only had eyes for Zichen and did not care about others. "Are you crazy? What do you mean it's me?" Zichen said coldly, but he felt that something was wrong. The monk seemed to have recognized him. "It's you, isn't it? I saw the change in your eyes. You clearly recognized me." The monk's eyes glowed red. He took a step forward, and the golden light around him became brighter. There was also a murderous intent spreading out. Feeling the murderous intent, everyone's face changed. Chenzi was strong, and there was still a great use for him. "Evil good monk, this is the guest house. You can't cause trouble here." Songhe said first. "You crazy monk, what's wrong with you today? Are you short of money again? We can give it to you, but you have to leave quickly." Wu Xiong said, "Evil monk, I'll give you vitality stones. Leave quickly." Even the arrogant and conceited Li Huo revealed a fearful appearance at this moment, and he wanted to spend money to avoid calamity because he didn't want to be tainted by bad luck. "Get lost. Is my thing something you can buy with your worthless vitality stones?" The monk turned around and glared at them. He was not polite at all. Mere geniuses were like ants in his eyes. "Evil good monk, this is Tsangli City. Don't be unreasonable." Songhe said coldly, not to be outdone. "Unreasonable. F***CK. I want to take back what belongs to me." The monk was so angry that he cursed. His eyes were red, and he had the urge to kill. A supreme secret manual had slipped from his hands. He regretted it so much. "What do you mean by yours? You're too unreasonable. You almost cut off Ling Yun's arm for some vitality stones. What's wrong? What do you want from Chanzi today?" Li Hua said coldly, F***CK. I want what belongs to me." The monk roared in anger. He felt wronged. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. "What belongs to you? You crazy monk. You broke Chen Feng's bones for some vitality stones. You even extorted 1,000 vitality stones from him. You said that Chen Zi has something that belongs to you. Then tell me, what does he have?" Wu Xiong said. Zichen was a powerful force. The main reason they were speaking up for Zichen was because they wanted to win over Zichen. Luckily, they would be able to reap greater rewards in the ruins. Zichen looked at the monk coldly. He was shocked. This monk was indeed a weirdo. He had done all kinds of bad things. It seemed like the person he was talking about was Chen Feng. He actually gave him 1,000 vitality stones. No wonder he was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw the monk. However, Lin Fan was not any better. The scorching flame sword was snatched away by the monk. "Monk, what do you mean? I've never seen you before. Why do you say that I took something from you? I, Chanzi, do things with a clear conscience. If you don't know what I took from you, tell me. I'll give it to you as long as I have it," Zichen said righteously. However, he was overjoyed. With 3 geniuses and 3 forces behind them, Zichen did not believe that the monk would dare to make a move. "Yeah, monk. Tell me, what did he take from you?" Miao Kong said. "Ah, him. The monk screamed. The golden light around him became even brighter. He was filled with killing intent. The monk was crazy, but he did not dare to say what Zichen took from him. If he did, he would be the first to be dismembered by the Li family. "Monk, you asked for something from me, but you didn't say what I took from you. Are you really here to make trouble?" Zichen said. He's always been an unreasonable person. He's famous in Tsangli City. His name is Good and Evil Monk. Although he has the word good in front of his name, he only does evil things. Cheating, and stealing are common, but he mostly snatches. It's normal for him to break the bones of others. However, he pretends to be merciful, saying that we're fated. His real intention is to cheat money. He's really an evil monk. He often talks about losing his lifespan. Every time he says that Buddha will help those who are fated, he doesn't hesitate to lose dozens of years of his lifespan. If that's really the case, he'll lose thousands of years of his lifespan in a year. He keeps saying that we're fated. He doesn't take a single cent. But in the blink of an eye, he asks for money for the Buddha's incense and oil. Moreover, he's like a lion. If he doesn't give it to him, he'll snatch it. However, the Buddha he worships has probably stopped burning incense. This monk broke all the bones in Chen Feng's body. He even said that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. He swindled 1,000 vitality stones from Chen Feng. This evil monk said that one of Ling Yun's arms has an internal injury. It will harm his body in the future. He almost lost his entire arm. Moreover, he swindled 500 vitality stones from Ling Yun. Damn, this monk is an evil monk. He's crazy. He won't even let off the disciples of some aristocratic families. Even the disciples of the Tsang and Li families have been cheated by him. Everyone chimed in, one after another, one after another. Zichun was amused. He thought that this monk was really something. He had done all kinds of bad things, but he didn't do anything good. Instead, he pretended to be benevolent and said alarmist things to scare people. Thinking about how many people were in the same situation as him, Zichun felt relieved. Moreover, he didn't suffer any losses. He had obtained a priceless secret manual. I've never heard of anyone taking advantage of him. That's right. He can't say what it is. It's obvious that he's here for vitality stones like before. Monk, there are some vitality stones here. Take them and leave quickly. We have important matters to attend to today. The geniuses spoke. The monk yelled. If he had hair, it would definitely be standing on end. I'm taking my stuff, he roared, but he did not dare to speak the truth. He was very unwilling and felt very wronged. A supreme secret manual could nurture a great power. The monk believed that from the actions of the Li family, the secret manual from before was definitely not weaker than the martial arts master manual. Monk, you're being unreasonable and unreasonable. Tell me, what did I take from you? Zichun asked, but his heart was bursting with joy. Yeah, monk, tell me. The monk yelled. He felt wronged and shouted, he took my money. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. Monk, don't be funny. The Buddha you worship has probably run out of money. You're really shameless. Every time you talk about money, you're still acting like you're wronged. It seems like you're really here to cheat money. Fine. I have a few hundred vitality stones here. Take them quickly. I have some too. Take them together. Li Hua, Zhang He, and the others spoke. Zichun was a little surprised. These people were indeed rich. They had hundreds of vitality stones with them. I don't want it. I only want his. The monk was extremely wronged, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He stared at Zichun. Fine, fine. I'll give it to you. Zichun waved his hand and pretended to be helpless. Then, he reached into his pocket. At this moment, everyone was staring at Zichun. The monk was even more cautious. He planned to take the thing and run away immediately. Seeing that you're a monk, I won't make things difficult for you. Consider this vitality stone as an offering to the Buddha. Zichun put on a compassionate look and took out a vitality stone from his pocket. There were some cracks on one side of the vitality stone. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt like they were about to faint. They looked at Zichun with incomparably strange gazes as they thought to themselves, this guy is really something. We couldn't even get rid of him after taking out several hundred yuan stones, but you directly took out a single yuan stone, and it's not even a complete one. The monk was so angry that he jumped. The golden light around him started to smoke. Oh my God, it's smoking. Lin Shui covered her mouth in shock. She stared at the monk in disbelief. It's really smoking. This is a talent. He made the evil kind monk so angry. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Everyone present had more or less been taken advantage of by the monk. Seeing the monk so angry, they were secretly happy. Ling Yun and Chen Feng, in particular, looked at Zichun with less enmity now. Chapter 155. The evil good monk had a great reputation in Sangli City. He possessed monstrous battle prowess. Before he came to Zhongli City, he had already fought with Li Hao and Zhang Ming. As for who won or lost, no one knew. In short, the monk went in with a bald head and came out with a bald head, unscathed. As for Li Hao, it was said that he had suffered some minor injuries. Apart from being powerful, the evil good monk also had an extraordinary identity. This was the first time the evil good monk had cheated the geniuses of the Zhongli and Zhongli families. The evil good monk had been in Zhongli City for a long time and had cheated countless people, but he was still alive in Zhongli City. Even Zhang He and Li Hua, who were the direct descendants of big families, were afraid of the monk. This showed that he had an extraordinary identity. The evil good monk had never suffered a loss since he came to Zhongli City, but this time, he suffered a great loss. Even if he gave away all the benefits he had taken before, it would not be enough to cover 1/millionth of the loss. Zichun reached into his pocket and took out a broken vitality stone. Its luster was dim, and its yuan energy was not pure. He even put on a compassionate look. "Fine, consider it as my money for the Buddha." Zichun put on a compassionate look, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Everyone was stunned. They could not get rid of the monk even with hundreds of vitality stones. But Zichun just took out a broken vitality stone. "Ah, how dare you trick me? I'll take your life." The monk was furious. Everyone was happy to see this. But then, a crazy killing intent filled the hall. A bright golden light burst out from the monk's body like a golden sun. Boom! A strong aura began to surge. The entire hall of the 7th floor was swept up by a gust of wind. It was like a sharp blade, cutting people's cheeks and hurting them. "Evil good monk, what are you doing?" Everyone's expression changed. They never thought that the monk would dare to make a move in this place. He did not put the 3 forces in his eyes at all. Swoosh! Zichun's feet flashed. He was very fast and dodged the monk's attack. Then, the true qi around his body surged and dazzling golden light shone. Unfortunately, the gap between their strength was too big. Zichun could only dodge. "And you said it wasn't you?" Tyrant recognized Zichun from his extreme speed. His eyes were wide open and his attacks were swift and fierce. Every ray of golden light carried an oppressive pressure. Zichun's fist looked like it was made of golden water. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom! When the 2 forces collided, there was a loud explosion. Zichun's figure flew back, and a visible energy ripple spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The tables and chairs that had just been set up were shattered, along with some tea sets and jade wares. It was a complete mess. The ground and the roof emitted rays of light that were as gentle as water, offsetting the impact of the explosion. Pooh! Pooh! The powerful impact dispersed in all directions. Ling Yun and Qin Feng, who were already severely injured, coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. As for the others, their faces were a little pale. On one hand, it was because of the energy shockwave. On the other hand, it was also because the monk had made a move at this moment. Clearly, he didn't put the 3 forces in his eyes. "Monk, you've gone too far." Zichun snorted coldly. The aura around him became extremely cold. The blood and qi in his body roared like a dragon. Dazzling golden light burst out, making him look like a golden armored war god. "Give me back my things." Tyrant's body was also surging with golden light. With his big belly and vertical eyes, he looked like an angry Maitreya Buddha. The 2 of them fought fiercely, launching fierce attacks. Swoosh! 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 Zichun dodged with his extreme speed. Occasionally, he would attack, but every time, he would be forced back. This evil good monk is indeed terrifying. Everyone sighed. This monk was definitely a monster. His speed and attacks completely suppressed Zichun. This Chunzi is really strong. He actually dodged the monk's attacks several times. If they were at the same level, it's hard to say who would be stronger. This Chunzi will definitely be a monster in the future. Everyone's eyes flickered. They were incomparably shocked. "Give me back my things." Tyrant roared. His attacks were swift and fierce. Golden light filled the sky with a terrifying aura. Puff! Zichun vomited blood and retreated. Obviously, He was not a match for Tyrant. Here's your things. Zichun did not want to be outdone. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and threw out the yuan-breaking stone from before. Ah, you're courting death. Tyrant's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was sure that this kid was the one who schemed against him. Moreover, he might be the first black kid. Dazzling golden light illuminated the entire 7th floor. Everyone was looking at the battle between the two in shock. The monstrous monk's battle prowess had shocked them, but Zichun's battle prowess that was comparable to a future monstrous genius had also shocked them. Below, many people came up again, wanting to watch the show. However, when they reached the stairs, they would be pushed down by a huge force. They could not go forward at all. Golden light, it's all golden light. They're fighting again. It's so scary. And the fluctuation of yuan qi. The people who rolled down the stairs were extremely shocked. The tables and chairs on the 7th floor exploded. The powerful aura directly triggered the seal. Rays of light appeared, dispelling the scattered energy. Hurry up and stop it. Otherwise, Tyrant will kill Chen Zi, Miao Kong shouted. At this time, they had been forced into a corner and could not go forward. During this time, Zichun had already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Is this monk crazy? He's really going to kill today. What does he want from Chanzi? This monk must have mistaken him for someone else. Why is he like a mad dog? He's really going to kill. The others frowned, feeling that things were not going well. One should know that although Tyrant Good and Evil was a swindler, he was still kind and did not kill. However, today, he was really going to kill. Hand over the thing, or you'll die a horrible death, Tyrant threatened. At this time, even his eyes had turned golden. You damn monk, bald head, bald donkey, hairless guy. I gave you yuan stones, and you didn't want them. What do you want? Zichun cursed. He did not give in. His body was shining with golden light, blocking one attack after another. Boom! Tyrant was enraged. He displayed his powerful moves and was determined to kill Zichun. You're wearing a kasaya, but you have a big belly like a butterball. You don't have any hair. Why don't you wear a hat? You'll embarrass yourself. Zichun cursed angrily. He continued to persevere, and his figure kept retreating. You crazy baldy. You've done all kinds of evil things and never do good. Today, I'm unlucky to be remembered by you. Tyrant went crazy. His body was emitting green smoke. His attacks were very fierce. Zichun could only defend passively. He kept coughing out blood, but he did not give in. What a guy. He's really strong. His mouth is not weak at all in terms of fighting strength. He's really tough and won't give in. This Chen Zi is not ordinary. Their eyes were shining. Only Li Hua was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. You evil monk. You swindled and stole. I don't know how many people you've harmed and how many things you've stolen. Zichun continued to curse. He inadvertently glanced at Li Hua and found that he was frowning as if he was thinking about something. Boom. The golden light that filled the sky was like a huge wave, surging violently. Zichun displayed his extreme speed and retreated continuously, but he was still brushed by the golden light and coughed up blood again. If it wasn't for the constant flow of energy from his heart, Zichun would have died long ago. This monk was really going to kill him. You evil monk. You're a thief. You've been doing shady business all day long. Who did you steal from recently? Zichun kept scolding. The monk was so angry that he shouted. His attacks became fierce again. If you don't give me anything, you can go to hell. Murderous intent appeared in the monk's eyes. This time, he was really going to kill. He stretched out his finger and golden light shone. It was like a golden lightning. He pointed at Zichun rapidly. It's over. This monk is really going to kill him. That's the diamond finger. This monk used it when he fought with my brother. It's over. It's over. This Chen Zi's fighting strength is comparable to a monster, but he's too weak. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. It was too late to stop this. Not far away, Su Mingyao and Lin Shui were extremely anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. As for Ling Yun and Qin Feng, their eyes were filled with hatred. They couldn't wait for Zichun to die. As the golden light shone, Zichun felt a sense of danger. His hair stood on end and cold sweat covered his body. It was the moment of life and death again. The monk's attack was full force. Zichen couldn't dodge it. His strong physique couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. The finger was like a sharp sword. Before it arrived, Zichen felt a pain in his chest. It was as if his heart was about to shatter. At this critical moment, Zichen could only grit his teeth and try his best. He took out a stone that emitted a faint golden light. Zichen held it in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang! A soft sound rang out, like the sound of metal clashing against metal. The monk's finger tapped on the golden rock. Then, Zichen felt a strong force hit him, and his whole body flew backward, coughing up blood. He blocked it, the monk exclaimed. He looked at Zichen in confusion. The killing intent in his eyes was restrained. At this moment, Zichen was covered in blood. There was a line of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was in a miserable state, but he wasn't dead yet. At this critical moment, the golden stone in his hand blocked the fatal attack for him. No wonder it was brought out from the fourth layer of the lightning dominion. It was indeed sturdy. It was intact against the monk's strong attack. That's Diamond Finger. Oh my God, it's really Diamond Finger. It's as big as a fist. This is the best material for refining spiritual weapons. Even if it's the size of a thumb, it's enough to raise the quality of a spiritual weapon to another level. This Chenzi has Diamond Finger. These people were all from big families. They had good eyesight. They recognized the stone in Zichen's hand. It was a treasure for refining weapons, Diamond Finger. The preciousness of this item was unimaginable. Songhe's eyes flickered. Their family had a piece of Diamond Finger. It was only the size of a finger, but it was placed together with other treasures. Every time the head of the family looked at it, he would feel a great sense of accomplishment. But now, Zichen had a piece of Diamond Finger the size of a fist in his hand. It was something that even Zephyr Realm experts would go crazy for. Even masters would fight for it. I know, this monk is here for the Diamond Finger. Damn, this monk's eyes are really sharp. So the incense money is this Diamond Finger. That's Diamond Finger. A small piece is enough to make masters go crazy. Now that Shanzi has a big piece, it's reasonable for the monk to kill him. Chapter 156. The diamond was only the size of a fist. In Zichen's hand, it emitted a faint golden light. It was very sturdy and blocked the monk's killing blow for Zichen. Looking at the diamond, the eyes of the geniuses turned red. Their breathing quickened as greed rose from the bottom of their hearts. If a diamond the size of a finger was a treasure, then a diamond the size of a fist was a treasure among treasures. Its value was immeasurable. Not to mention Zephyr powerhouses, even sect masters and secluded elders would be moved and go crazy for it. Chenzi actually had such a thing. These geniuses couldn't sit still. Although they couldn't do something like snatching it, they were prepared to go back and tell the news to their families. One had to know that this was a real treasure. It was far more valuable than the treasures in the ruins. His rapid breathing entered Zichen's ears. He staggered to his feet and cursed in his heart. He had just escaped a calamity, and now there was an even greater calamity waiting for him. The killing intent in the monk's eyes had dissipated. He stared at the diamond in Zichen's hand like a dog looking at a pile of shit. Since you don't have anything, you can use this as a bargaining chip, the monk said indifferently. His voice softened a lot as he rushed towards Zichen again. Zichen glared. He couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't expect this greedy monk to have the diamond in his hand. Clang. He waved his hand and used the diamond as a brick. He smashed it toward the monk's head. The diamond was extremely heavy. It was extraordinary. Boom. After a strong blow, Zichen was pushed back again. The difference in strength was too big. Zichen was no match for the monk. Kill him. Kill him. Ling Yun and Chen Feng looked at Zichen with hatred. They hoped that the monk would kill him. However, Zichen was like an unkillable cockroach. He kept blocking. Although he was coughing up blood, he was still lively. That's a diamond. At this moment, the geniuses no longer cared about Zichen's death. In their eyes, there was only the diamond, a treasure among treasures. They were thinking about how to obtain it. That's not right. This isn't a diamond. Suddenly, A cry of surprise rang out. After Tyrant forced Zichen back again, he did not attack again. Instead, he stared at the diamond in Zichen's hand. The diamond is incomparably heavy. It's only the length of a finger, yet it weighs thousands or even tens of thousands of kilograms. The one in your hand is as big as your fist, so it must weigh at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms. How could you possibly carry it? The monk questioned. Golden light appeared in his eyes again as he scanned the diamond. That's right. Diamond is extremely heavy. I remember now. The diamond contains gold essence and is very heavy. Even I can't carry a piece the size of a finger. No, that's not right. A diamond should be shining with golden light, like a golden sun. It should be so dazzling that people can't open their eyes. But the one in Chen's hand is only emitting a faint golden light. It's not a diamond. Everyone realized that something was wrong and spoke out one by one. Oh, so it's a piece of trash. Although it's incomparably tough, it has lost its most important function. The golden light in Tyrant's eyes dissipated, and a hint of disappointment appeared. He thought that it was a treasure among treasures. But who knew that after losing the gold essence, this treasure would be greatly weakened? After losing the gold essence, it's just a sturdy rock. It's not that useful anymore. What a pity. It was originally a treasure, but now it's nothing. What a pity. The geniuses were extremely disappointed. Haha, that's good too. This monk must have come for the diamond. Now he has misjudged it. Miao Kong smiled faintly as if he was gloating. That's right. It's a great joy to see this monk suffer. Everyone gritted their teeth. This monk is always sneaking around. Last time, Li Hua lost something in your house. Don't tell me it was this guy who did it? Suddenly, one of the geniuses spoke out casually. When the diamond appeared, Li Hua had already forgotten about it. Now that it was mentioned again, he frowned once more. No one knew what he was thinking about. I don't care about such a broken thing. Now, return it to me. Tyrant said. Monk, you're despicable. Zichen held the diamond as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state and was severely injured. Tyrant was furious. Green smoke rose from his body as he said, You're the despicable one. Return it to me. What is it? I don't know. Zichen was still stubborn. Then you're courting death. Tyrant's eyes were filled with killing intent again. Monk, you're trying to silence me. Since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Show me what you have. Tyrant was extremely disdainful. For the sake of a supreme secret manual, Tyrant had lost his image as a monk. If you're heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Zichen was not polite either. His voice was cold. Haha, kid. What kind of friendship do you have with me? If you don't hand it over, today will be the day you die. Tyrant laughed out loud. Killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he was about to attack. Wait. Zichen stopped him. I admit that I've seen you before. Haha, you finally admit it. Hand it over. Tyrant stretched out his hand and laughed out loud. The expressions of the others changed. It seemed like the two of them really had some grudges. I don't know what it is, but I admit that I saw something I shouldn't have. Zichen looked at Tyrant warily, afraid that he would suddenly kill him. What shouldn't you have seen? I, evil good monk, do things openly. Don't try to deny it. Return it to me. Tyrant said firmly. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Now that things have come to this, you're still asking for it. If I don't give it to you, you'll definitely kill me. That's right. If you don't hand it over, you'll definitely die. Tyrant was very sure. What a good monk, said Zichen coldly. I didn't expect you to be so venomous. All I saw was you handing out flyers on the streets all day, looking for a black brat. Why did you have to be so ruthless? You're courting death. Tyrant was angry. Why is evil good monk looking for a black kid? Why is he handing out leaflets all day looking for him? Does that black kid have some background? Everyone was puzzled and listened quietly. Okay. Let's not talk about this first. I don't know why you want to kill me. Is it because I saw you spend a few hundred vitality stones to buy a wrinkled and old-fashioned firmament palm from a young man? Zichen said again. Although it seemed to be an understatement, His words shocked the entire Tsangli city. Firmament Palm was originally an ordinary battle skill that many people looked down on. However, Tsangli City's Li family had lost a precious treasure and sealed the city for 20 days. After that, they bought the firmament palm at a high price. An ordinary firmament palm seemed to have become a taboo. Firmament palm, wrinkled, bought with a few hundred vitality stones. Everyone's expression changed as they glanced at evil good monk. As for Li Hua, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking of something. This monk is famous for being stingy. How could he spend a few hundred vitality stones to buy a manual of firmament palm? That's right. This doesn't make sense. It's just a manual of firmament palm. It's only worth a dozen vitality stones at most. Some of the geniuses were doubtful. Only Zhang He, Wu Xiong, Miao Kong, and the others knew what was going on. Their expressions changed rapidly as they stared at Tyrant Monk with unfriendly gazes. Kid, don't you dare slander me. Tyrant Monk sensed that something was not right. He did not expect Qin Nan to do this. Monk, apart from this, I really don't understand why you would want to kill me. Not only me, there were many people on the street. You seemed to want to leave with the young man, but he was unwilling to do so. You even said that it would cost you your lifespan. But the young man burst out laughing, saying that cultivators like us should go against the will of the heavens. In the end, you had no choice but to take out a bag of vitality stones, which was at least a few hundred, and took the manual from the young man's hand. You even said that it was yours, right? Zichun stared at Tyrant Monk and asked coldly, Nonsense. Tyrant Monk was furious. If Li Hua and the others believed him, he would be done for. Humph. Saying that I'm talking nonsense? Many people saw it. I'm a cultivator, and I heard your words. You turned into a ray of golden light, took the manual, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You even said that you were an idiot when you were young. Zichun continued, Ah kid, you're talking nonsense. Tyrant Monk was furious. I'm sure it's true. This monk keeps talking about wasting his lifespan. He's usually stingy and never loses out. But he took out a few hundred vitality stones to buy the firmament palm. Could it be that the firmament palm is not ordinary? Someone spoke at the right time. As for Zhang He and the others, their faces changed. At this moment, they thought of many things. Tyrant Monk could not defend himself. He was so angry that he instantly attacked. However, Zichun used the diamond as a brick and kept blocking. The previous conversation had caused a steady flow of energy to enter his heart, and his injuries were much better. Boom! The battle broke out again. Tyrant Monk was determined to kill Zichun. What? You want to kill me because of this? Zichun flew back. I only saw it. And I'm not the only one who saw it that day. Suddenly, Zichun's face changed. He said, Could it be that you killed everyone? You're really vicious. There were many mortals among them. Ah, I want you dead. Tyrant Monk's attack was incomparably fierce, not allowing Zichun to continue. It's you, isn't it? That day, you were wearing a hat. I thought that you were a fool to wear a hat on such a hot day. However, you were doing that to conceal your bald head. You were wearing loose clothes and appeared to be extraordinarily powerful. However, you were actually doing that to conceal your big belly. Am I right? It's you. You've been sneaking around all day. When you saw me coming back, you thought I had a treasure on me and wanted to steal it, right? You were the one who deliberately blocked in front of me and let the Crimson Tiger knock into you. You staggered and fell beside me, so I kicked you twice, right? It's you. It must be you. If it was someone else, they would have been torn apart by Chi Hu. Li Hua became angrier as he spoke. It's you. You stole my firmament palm, right? Tyrant Monk's face changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Listen to this kid's nonsense. Humph, whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know once we ask Chi Hu to test it. It felt your aura that day. Li Hua roared. Chapter 157. Upon hearing Li Hua's words, Zichun sneered in his heart. Everything that happened before was just to remind Li Hua. Even though he didn't know who lost the firmament palm, he knew that Li Hua would know a lot about it. Furthermore, Tyrant must have stolen the secret manual. Li Hua would be able to recall something with just a slight reminder. However, Ziqian had never expected that Tyrant had stolen the secret manual from Li Hua. Furthermore, he had even seen Li Hua that day. Even God is helping me. Monk, let's see how you're going to survive. Ziqian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. What are you talking about? I don't know. I still have things to do. Since you're slandering me, I won't bother with you. Monk was already sweating profusely. With that, Monk was about to leave. F***CK. It must be this monk. He's afraid of confronting Red Tiger. Ling Yun cursed. Obviously, he could tell that Monk was guilty. This monk is indeed one of a kind. He swindled, stole, and now he stole from the Li family. The word good should be removed from Monk good and evil. He's clearly trying to silence us. He's truly an evil monk. Others also spoke up. Monk, it's you. How dare you steal from the Li family? Today is the day you die. Li Hua was also angry, but he knew the difference in strength between the two sides. He didn't rush forward. Little brat, you're slandering me. I'll let you off today, but I'll settle the score with you another day. Monk was surrounded by golden light. His feet flashed, and he flew towards the window on the 7th floor. Obviously, he was trying to escape. You want to leave? You stole from the Li family, and you think you can leave just like that? At this moment, two figures flashed and blocked Monk. They were the two true energy realm cultivators from before. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they locked onto Monk. Scram, you're slandering me. Monk was furious. He suddenly struck out two palms. His palms were filled with golden light, carrying a terrifying power. Streams of true energy surged like monstrous waves. Pong, pong. As soon as they came into contact with the palms, the two true energy realm cultivators were enveloped by the golden true energy. Immediately, they were sent flying and vomited blood. How is that possible? Ziqian's expression changed. He had truly witnessed Tyrant's strength. He was able to injure two true energy boundary cultivators with a single strike. Furthermore, this strike was much more terrifying than the previous one. This monk is so terrifying, but he didn't use his full strength earlier. It seems like he didn't feel it was worth it. This is a true monster. His strength is terrifyingly strong. Seems like Chanzi is still some distance away from becoming a monster. The crowd cried out in alarm as they watched the monk escape through the window. Swish! A dazzling flame suddenly shot out of the window and flew into the sky. Then, it exploded. The flame dyed the sky and formed the word Li in the sky. This is the Li family signal to summon all the experts here. It can only be used in an emergency. What the hell is going on? The Li family actually issued a signal in Zhongli City. This Zhongli City is the world of the Li clan. Even a direct descendant of the Li clan can send a signal here. On the streets, many cultivators raised their heads. When they saw the Li character, they all cried out in alarm, extremely surprised. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhongli City was originally the world of the Li family and Zhongli family. At this moment, as soon as the signal was sent out, experts broke through the sky and whistled continuously. Catch the evil good monk. He stole from our family. Li Hua jumped down from the reception building. His figure was elegant, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He let out an earth-shattering roar that spread more than 10 miles away. Then, Li Hua shouted 3 more times, and his voice almost resounded in the entire Zhongli City. The evil good monk was very famous in Zhongli City. Moreover, he had a big bald head, which made him very easy to recognize. At this moment, after Li Hua's roar, many Li family cultivators chased after the evil good monk. Get lost. I said I was wronged. The monk roared and attacked fiercely. Bright golden light almost dyed the entire sky. One after another, true energy realm experts were sent flying. All the true energy realm experts were sent flying after one attack. The monk's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Another few experts were sent flying and vomited blood. As a monster, the monk was extremely powerful. Chihu, come out. Li Hua roared again. Then, a tiger roar shook the sky. the huge Chi who emitted a fiery light and appeared on a road. Identify him. See if he's the one from that day. Li Huo pointed at the monk who was escaping in the distance. Roar! The crimson tiger roared. It was like a burning flame as it rushed towards evil good monk at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! Seeing Red Tiger chasing after him, Tyrant's expression changed. He knew that things were not going well. Then, he turned into a golden light and flew away. However, there were many experts blocking his way. Tyrant had no choice but to fight them off. As a result, Chihu quickly caught up. Roar! Suddenly, the monk turned around and roared at the Chihu. This was the lion roar technique of the Buddhist sect. It was like the roar of a divine lion. At the same time, a sound wave visible to the naked eye surged in all directions. Thump, thump. Wherever the sound wave passed, many cultivators were knocked unconscious. At the same time, the Chihu slowed down and staggered. He then fell to the ground and was knocked unconscious. Kid, you're lucky today. I'll deal with you in the future. The monk glanced at the direction of the guest house and met Zi Chen's eyes. He then turned and ran. Do you think you can escape? At this moment, a strong aura fell from the sky. The endless pressure made the monk's body slow down. Spirit origin realm. The monk's face changed. He looked up and saw a man in black. The sky trembled when he took a step forward. The energy around him surged and a destructive aura was brewing. Damn it! You made me risk my life. I won't let you go in the future. Monk cursed in rage. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. The mouthful of blood was extremely red, and it condensed in the air without dissipating. Monk's pale golden finger kept moving in the blood, forming many complicated patterns. Swoosh! As the last pattern was drawn with the blood, the whole pattern shone brightly. The pattern was clearly visible, emitting a bright golden light. It was like a big net that covered the monk. In an instant, the monk was surrounded by golden light and his aura became stronger. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a golden light and disappeared. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the strong cultivators. On the 7th floor of the guest house, Zichun was dumbfounded. His mind was shaken. This monk was indeed terrifying. With just a roar, he had knocked out many true energy boundary existences. Moreover, all of the true energy boundary existences were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths upon contact with him. Finally, he used his blood as a guide to draw a line in the air. His speed was even faster than Yukong's. The monk's methods were endless. Songli City was in chaos. The good and evil monk was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. Among them were people from the Li family and some who had been tricked by him. At this moment, they all joined in. Evil monk, stop right there. Stupid monk, weren't you very arrogant back then? You used your lifespan to blackmail me. Stop now. I'll let you blackmail me. Monk, you're crazy. Stop right now. These people were just here to join in the fun. They had been tricked by the monk and couldn't beat him. Therefore, they could only talk. The monk's speed was very fast. He was like a golden light. They couldn't catch up at all. They could only curse from afar. Even so, they were secretly happy. One had to know that they didn't even dare to look at the monk before. The ones who were really chasing after him were the people from the Li family. The sound of breaking air was heard continuously. One by one, they appeared in the sky and chased after him. However, the monk's speed was too fast. No one could catch up with him, not even the people from the Li family. They were left far behind. Haha, I'm leaving. I won't play with you anymore. Seeing the city wall in front of him, the monk turned around and laughed at the people from the Li family. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort was heard. The voice spread throughout the entire Tsongli city. It was the supreme existence from before. With a roar, more than half of the people in the city fainted. The monk spat out blood. The golden light around his body was shattered. His body fell from the sky. The cold snort directly hit his mind. This was the attack of a supreme existence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the people from the Li family stepped forward and surrounded the monk. I miscalculated. I miscalculated. The monk roared at the sky. He was extremely unwilling. He thought that he could escape smoothly because he was faster than the Leaf family. Who would have thought that such an existence would attack him? Isn't this bullying? Such an expert dares to lower himself to my level? The monk felt wronged. Compared to such an existence, he was like a child who met an adult with a knife. Humph, I miscalculated. Evil good monk, you dare to touch the things of the Leaf family. No matter how strong your background is, you will definitely die this time. One of the people from the Leaf family pressed forward. How dare you steal our Leaf family's things? How dare you? Evil monk, you bully the younger generation all day long. Today, you finally fell. Another person arrived. This was Zhongli City, the base of the Leaf family. There were many experts. When they appeared, there were several of them. If you don't want to die, come with us obediently. Humph, evil good monk, you have to change your name in the future. Once you enter the Leaf family, you will be an honest monk. Haha. The people in the Leaf family laughed coldly and stepped forward. I'm wronged. It really wasn't me. The monk felt wronged. Surrounded by so many people, he couldn't even cry. If it wasn't you, then why are you running? Follow us back to the Leaf family and let Chi-Hu verify it. He will come to a conclusion. If it wasn't you, then we will definitely not wrong you. But if it was you, then you should change your name from now on. The people in the Leaf family laughed coldly and pressed forward. Do you think I can come out alive after entering your Leaf family? I already said that I didn't steal your things. I, evil good monk, do things in an open and above-board manner. I will never do such things. The monk said righteously. Monk, put away your kind face. I have seen through you long ago. You cheated me of hundreds of vitality stones that day. It's you, evil monk, who is proficient in cheating and stealing. How dare you say that you are open and above board? You monk, you have done so many bad things and have no conscience. How dare you say that you are open and above board? Not far away, someone heard the monk's words and started to curse. Hee, monk, look, this is your reputation. Come with us. Chapter 158. Everyone stepped forward and surrounded Evil Good Monk. Evil Good Monk pulled a long face and was extremely reluctant. But with so many people in the air, he couldn't escape. Just a little bit more. The monk was unwilling to give up. The city wall was right in front of him. Once he jumped out, he would be free to fly. This kind of hermit expert is really shameless. How dare he attack me with such strength? Shameless to the extreme. The monk cursed in his heart. He had completely forgotten that he attacked Zichin previously. The difference in strength between the two of them wasn't small. Cut the crap. Come with us. Honest monk, let's go. Come to our Leaf family as a guest and explain what you've done. The people in the air smiled faintly and reached out to grab the monk casually. In their eyes, the monk had already admitted defeat and couldn't escape. Roar. The monk who had resigned himself to his fate suddenly had a glint in his eyes. Following that, he opened his mouth wide and used the Buddhist lion roar technique once again. Sound waves spread out in all directions, carrying a terrifying might as they rushed towards the people in the sky. Haha, it's just the lion's roar technique. Not worth mentioning. So what if he's a demon? Even a demon has to submit in front of powerful strength. Let's use this kind of sound wave on a puny true energy realm cultivator. The people in the air laughed and didn't care. With a wave of their sleeves, a destructive aura surged and the sound waves dissipated. From the beginning to the end, their expressions were indifferent. At this moment, the monk spoke again. This time, it wasn't the lion's roar technique, but one of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra of Buddhism. Rumor had it that the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra of Buddhism had unparalleled power. Once fully comprehended, one would be invulnerable and unbreakable. It was an unfathomable secret scripture. Every word of the Sanskrit mantra represented a kind of unfathomable power. The 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra came from the heart with unparalleled power. When the sound was transmitted, it directly shook one's mind. All the people in the air were shocked and lost their minds for a moment. Swoosh! The monk turned into a golden light and dashed out from the side while the people were lost in thought. With a flash of his feet, he flew over the city wall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He actually ran away. Too terrifying. That sound earlier actually made my mind tremble, my heart tremble. I think I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, endless skeletons. My mind trembled. It was just a roar, but it made me feel fear. In the distance, many people exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with terror. That is the Buddhist 6 syllables mantra. It is said that it has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect this monk to know such a lost item. How terrifying. Legend has it that the 6 syllables mantra has long been lost in the human world and its whereabouts are unknown. Who would have thought that this monk would actually obtain the 1 syllables mantra? The others regained their senses very quickly. Each and every one of them were extremely shocked. If Tyrant had made a move while they were absent-minded just now, they would most likely have lost their lives. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. They felt a lingering fear. If the monk didn't run away and instead suddenly attacked, all of them would have died. No matter who he is, chase after him. Despite the lingering fear, these people did not intend to let the monk go. They snorted coldly and flew into the air, chasing after him. Zichun did not care about Tyrant's life or death. If he died, he deserved it. Just as he was about to leave, he was blocked by Li Hua, who had just appeared. Chenzi, wait a moment. There are some things that we need to understand. Why don't you come with me to the Li family? Li Hua invited politely. No, we can talk here. The Li family is too big. I'm afraid that I'll get lost. Zichun smiled faintly and politely declined. The Li family was unfathomable. There were many experts, and it was like a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. It was easy to enter, but it would be much more difficult to get out. That's fine too. Wait a moment, Li Hua said. Zichun was left behind, but the others did not have the intention to leave. They all waited to see which expert from the Li family would come. To think that this monk would have such a day, being chased like a dog. I wonder if he's dead. It's better if he's dead. It's a pity that he's not dead. Ling Yun and Chen Feng were whispering in a corner. After a while, the two of them left first. What? He's not dead? That monk actually ran away? He actually has the 6 syllables mantra. Wasn't it lost a long time ago? This monk is indeed extraordinary. The 6 syllables mantra of Buddhism is a supreme secret scripture. This monk is really lucky. Soon, the crowd received the news that evil good monk had escaped. Many people chased after him. This monk is too scary. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. As expected of a monstrous existence. Zichun sighed in his heart after hearing the news. Compared to evil good monk, Zichun was too poor. Currently, he only had 3 attacks. If he were to face evil good monk, he would be crushed to death with a finger. The gap is too big. Zichun sighed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. His dantian had been destroyed, and it had only been 2 years since he started cultivating, but he had already achieved so much. In the future, he would naturally be able to compete with those monsters. An ear-piercing sound came from the outside. A hurricane blew in from the outside. The hall on the 7th floor was in a mess. A rock king flew in from afar. On the back of the rock stood a young man. He was dressed in white and looked extremely valiant. He was like a king patrolling his territory. Li Hao, everyone exclaimed. They never expected that the person who came was Li Hao, the monstrous genius of the Li family. It was said that he fought the monk to a draw. With a tap of his foot, Li Hao's body flashed as he arrived at the 7th level. His gaze swept across the crowd before landing on Zichun. Brother Li Hao. Senior brother Li Hao. Cousin, you're here. Everyone came forward to greet him. Li Hao nodded in response. He seemed very friendly, but he had the aura of a big family. Even though he was friendly, he gave off an unapproachable feeling. So you're Chunzi? Li Hao looked at Zichun. His voice was calm and emotionless. That's right. Greetings, brother Li Hao. Zichun nodded and waved his hand. Li Hao was stunned. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Chanzi, who do you think you are? How dare you call Li Hao your brother? Take back your words. A genius snorted with disdain. You really don't know your place. How dare you call the number one genius of Songli City brother when you don't even know your identity? Someone mocked him. I heard that you know about the evil good monk. Li Hao waved his hand, signaling everyone to shut up. He looked at Zichun and said indifferently, "Tell me everything you know." Li Hao's attitude made Zichun unhappy. Isn't he just a monstrous genius? Zichun had seen Wang Qiong, Wang Xian, and the evil good monk. Which one of them wasn't a monstrous genius? I don't know much. I saw him looking for someone and spent some vitality stones to buy a secret manual called the Firmament Palm. Zichun scolded him in his heart, but he answered honestly. Acting tough in front of Li Hao and acting tough in front of the Li family was simply courting death. One had to know that a Yukong expert died in Songli City more than 10 days ago. What secret manual is that? Tell me in detail. Li Hao said. I don't remember clearly. I think it's a secret manual with a yellow glow. It looks very old. I found it strange at first. This thing can be found everywhere, and there are brand new ones everywhere. You can buy one for 10 vitality stones at most. That monk actually spent a few hundred vitality stones to buy such a broken book. Li Hao did not speak, but there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Oh, right. After he took the secret manual, he even said that the young man was an idiot. I think that monk is the idiot, spending a few hundred vitality stones to buy a broken secret manual. Zichun said again. This time, not to mention Li Hao, even the eyes of the others changed. They all looked at Zichun strangely. Now, not to mention Li Hao and Li Hua, even they knew that the secret manual was not ordinary. The monk bought the secret manual. I found it strange, so I took a few more glances at it before leaving. I never expected him to find me today. Zichun said. Why is he looking for you? Li Hao's eyes flickered as his voice turned colder. Although the evil kind monk is reckless, he never meddles in other people's business. He doesn't like to kill, so there must be a reason why he is looking for you. Li Hao stared at Zichun. Well, I've never seen him before, so I don't know why he is looking for me. He only asked me for some incense money. I gave him one vitality stone, but he didn't want it and tried to kill me. Zichun said after a slight hesitation. At that instant, Li Hua whispered a few words into Li Hao's ears. Li Hao's eyes instantly changed as he exclaimed, You have a diamond stone the size of a fist? Yep. Zichun nodded and took out the diamond stone. A faint golden light emitted from its surface. The monk said that it is worthless after losing the gold essence. So it is. The diamond stone is dazzling, but its luster is extremely dim. Looks like it really lost the gold essence. Sigh, what a pity. Li Hao shook his head and sighed. The others felt the same. This was a treasure among treasures, but it was wasted just like that. Zichun curled his lips and did not say anything. At the same time, he was extremely glad that it lost the gold essence. Otherwise, he would have been chopped into pieces. Are you willing to sell this item? I will give you a satisfactory price. Li Hao asked again. Although it lost the gold essence, it was still extremely hard to obtain. It was still an extremely rare crafting material. Zichun hesitated for a moment and said, This item is very handy and can be used as a brick. I don't plan to sell it. Sorry. Everyone was speechless. It was too extravagant to use this diamond stone as a brick. Then forget it. Li Hao waved his hand. He had asked enough questions, so it was time for him to leave. Since there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Zichun did not want to stay here any longer. Li Hao waved his hand, indicating for Zichun to leave. Although he did not say anything, his action was as if he was commanding a servant. Zichun left. Although he was dissatisfied, his expression did not change. He had to endure, or else he would die a horrible death. After Zichun left, the others also left. After a while, only Li Hua and Li Hao were left. Chapter 159. Only Li Hua and Li Hao were left in the hall of the 7th floor. It was very spacious, so there was no need to hold back. Li Hua went straight to the point. Although a diamond that had lost its gold essence couldn't be compared to a great treasure, its value was immeasurable. The weapon refined from it would be even better than the raging flame sword. It was definitely an excellent material for refining weapons. Li Hua stared at Li Hao in confusion. What? Do you think I can steal it? Li Hao glared at his younger brother and said indifferently, Can a mere diamond that has lost its gold essence compare to my, Li Hao's, and the Li family's face? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you for attacking me here today? Li Hua was startled. He was an impatient person who only thought about the present and didn't think about the future. That doesn't mean we can't just let it go, Li Hua said. Isn't he going to the ruins? Li Hao said indifferently and didn't say anything else. Big brother, you mean? Li Hua's eyes instantly lit up. Even if the diamond has lost its gold essence, it's still not something a nobody like him can touch. Li Hao said, A nobody? Big brother, there's something you don't know. Li Hua told Li Hao everything and whispered his guess. He's very strong, comparable to a monstrous genius of the same level. He might be a disciple of a hermit family. Li Hao's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's from a hermit family or not. What's important is that he goes to the ruins. Since he's a powerful force, you should try to give him some benefits so that he can help our Li family. Zichen left. He didn't like Li Hao's attitude. Song He and the others walked out one after another. Chenzi, there's still some time before we go to the ruins. We'll let you know when it's time. Song He cupped his hands and said politely, Okay. Zichen nodded. Along the way, Song He and Wu Xiong tried to rope in Zichen. Such a powerful force was definitely in existence that couldn't be ignored in the ruins. Zichen nodded and smiled. He didn't make any promises, but he didn't refuse either. It's on the way. Let's go together, Miao Kong suddenly said. Then, Wu Xiong left, leaving behind only Miao Kong, Xuelin, Su Mengyao, and Zichen. Chen Zi, where do you live? Miao Kong asked. Fortune Inn. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when I see you, I think of a friend, Miao Kong said. Oh, what friend? Zichen looked at Miao Kong. A good friend. We're brothers. We've known each other for many years. His name is Zichen. Unfortunately, it's rumored that he's dead, said Miao Kong. His eyes were fixed on Zichen. Hearing this, Su Mengyao and Xuelin also stared at Zichen. Chunzi, Zichen, there are some similarities, Zichen said indifferently. Is your friend also a member of the martial ancestor? Miao Kong shook his head and said, No, he's a member of the Nimbus martial ancestor. It's said that the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed by the martial ancestor. You're a member of the martial ancestor, and your brother is actually a member of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Haha, you're indeed a good brother. Zichen smiled faintly. Miao Kong was a member of the martial ancestor, and his status wasn't low either. This made Zichen suspicious. However, he didn't do anything excessive because Su Mengyao and Xuelin didn't have any hostility towards Miao Kong. From the two, Zichen could sense the hostility Su Mengyao and Xuelin had towards Wu Xiong. Sigh, it's a long story. Miao Kong sighed and shook his head. It seemed that he had endless difficulties. Zichen didn't say anything. When the Nimbus martial ancestor was mentioned again, Su Mengyao and Xuelin's mood became a lot lower. Obviously, they had remembered the sad past. You have to be careful. These three forces all have ulterior motives. Although your diamond has lost its gold essence, it's still a rare refining material, Miao Kong said in a low voice. This trip to the ruins is very dangerous. There will be many geniuses from the three forces. Don't be reckless. Zichen didn't say anything. It was always Miao Kong speaking. After a while, they reached the end of the road. I'm here. I'm at the inn in front. Find me if you need anything. Miao Kong smiled and pointed at the inn in front. He turned and left. What about you two? Where are you staying? Zichen looked at Xuelin and Su Mengyao. We're staying at the Lin family, Su Mengyao said. Zichen had a lot to ask, but he couldn't open his mouth. At this moment, he couldn't even protect himself. Once his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down by many forces. He didn't have the evil good and evil monk skills. He would definitely die if he flew out. I'm here. Take care of yourselves. Zichen glanced at the two of them, then turned around and left at lightning speed. Is it him? Is he really still alive? Xuelin looked at Zichen's back. He's definitely still alive, but I can't tell if it's him or not. But there's a 60% chance that it's him. Su Mengyao shook her head. But why didn't he tell us? Probably because he's afraid of bringing trouble to us. It's a miracle that he could survive against the pursuit of 3 forces. But now, we have to go. Su Mengyao said after glancing around. Zichun left quickly. He didn't go back to the inn directly. Instead, he walked towards the end of the long street. It was a very deep street, but the deeper he went, the fewer pedestrians he met. However, there were always 2 people behind Zichun, following him unhurriedly. They had been secretly following him since he left the reception building. Stalking? Zichun sneered and continued to go deeper. Just when the hawkers disappeared, Zichun had arrived at an extremely remote place. Swoosh. Swoosh. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared, one in front and one behind, blocking Zichun's path. Who are you? Zichun was on guard. The surging energy fluctuations around the 2 turned out to be genuine. Zichun was a little surprised, but at the same time, he was puzzled as to who was targeting him. Kid, you've offended our young master. Today is the day you die. A puny higher heaven realm cultivator dares to behave atrociously in Songli City. Today, I'll send you to hell. One in front and one behind. The 2 were indifferent. They were dressed in black and wore masks. Obviously, they didn't want to expose their identities. Go to hell. The 2 of them roared and attacked at the same time, one from the front and one from the back. Swoosh. Zichen tapped his foot, and golden Zhun-Qi surged around his body. Lightning flashed like a ghost, dodging the attack in front of him. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and struck back. Boom. Golden light flashed on the fist, and a surge of energy spread out. Zichen borrowed the force and flew back a few meters. What? Aren't you injured? The one who collided with Zichen exclaimed. Zichun was injured when he fought with the evil good monk, but after staying in the 7th floor for a long time, Zichen's injuries were all healed with the help of the mysterious heart. Zichen didn't say anything. He couldn't kill 2 true energy realm cultivators at the moment, and there were still people in the dark. Without the help of the thunder field, Zichen could only leave quickly. Swoosh. He tapped his foot, and his body swept up and flew into the distance. He's running. Go after him. The 2's expressions changed, and they quickly flew up and chased after him. However, Zichen's speed was extremely fast. The 2 of them simply could not catch up. Boom. Suddenly, a berserk aura appeared from below. A stream of saber light rushed towards Zichen, arriving in the blink of an eye. Bang! Zichen punched and broke the blade aura with a golden light. At the same time, his body shook in the air and he almost fell. He could only borrow the force of a roof to escape again. There's someone else. At the same time, several figures flew from the distance. Judging by the energy surging around them, they were true energy realm cultivators. So many true energy realm cultivators. Are they from the Tsong and Li families? Zichen frowned and sped up again. The 9 flashes of lightning represented the fastest speed in the world. Although he was only at the early Xiantian stage, the speed Zichen displayed was already very frightening. He was like a golden bolt of lightning, instantly leaving his pursuer far behind. Swoosh. Zichen landed in an alley. There were no pursuers around. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a gray-robed man with a head of white hair. He looked old and wrinkled. Zichen glanced at him, and his pupils shrank. He almost lost his composure. The man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Why is he here? Almost all the overlords of the Nimbus martial ancestor were killed. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He must be from the Qin family. Seeing the Grand Elder, Zichen understood everything. It seemed that Qin Feng was the one who wanted to kill him this time. Apparently, the latter couldn't take it lying down. Of course, he might want to kill him. There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. The Grand Elder stepped forward and stared at Zichen coldly. His true essence surged around him. This was an existence comparable to the disciplinary hall master. He had already walked a long way on the path of the true energy realm. When he stood in front of them, It was as if an iron wall had appeared there. There was no flaw to speak of. The path ahead was blocked. Zichen didn't say anything. He couldn't afford to offend such an existence. He turned around and was about to leave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as several figures appeared from afar. They came from 3 different directions and surrounded Zichen in a fan formation. These people were brimming with killing intent. They were all true essence masters, and there were several of them. At the same time, Zichen saw a venomous gaze staring at him from afar. Chunfeng. At the corner, Zichen saw Chunfeng. The latter was standing with Ling Yun with a venomous gaze. It was indeed them. I didn't expect them to harm me before I even killed them. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Unfortunately, he had a bigger problem to deal with. Close to 10 true energy realm experts had surrounded him. True energy realm experts, huh? Zichen snorted. A powerful battle intent surged from his body. Boundless golden light surged as the blood in his body boiled. When he was still in the true energy realm, he had been besieged by true energy realm warriors. At that time, he was still able to escape with one person. Now that he was in the Xiantian realm, he was 10 times stronger than before. The current him had nothing to fear. Come, let's fight. Chapter 160. Brat, you'll die if you offend me. In the corner, Chunfeng looked at Zichen with hatred. Today, Zichen had humiliated him in front of so many cultivators. He could imagine that after tomorrow, there would be various versions of the story appearing on the streets and alleys. However, none of the versions would be beneficial to him. Tomorrow, his reputation would take a nosedive. As for Ling Yun, he wouldn't be any better than him. Therefore, the 2 of them planned to kill Chunzi first to vent their anger. In order to ensure the success of this attack, the 2 of them did not participate in it. They were afraid that the other party would capture them and blackmail them. He's just an early-stage Xiantian realm cultivator. So what if he's a monster? Facing 9 true energy realm cultivators, he'll definitely die this time. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. In front of them, the besiegers had already made their move. Boom! A powerful aura surged. Streaks of true energy emitted colorful lights, dyeing the whole world. Powerful battle techniques filled this part of the world. Like a roaring sea, they rushed towards Zichen with surging true energy. His qi and blood began to boil. The golden light was like the sun. Zichen clenched his fists. Golden light shone brightly. He struck a powerful blow. Boom! Waves of energy surged like a tsunami, completely rolling up this part of the world. The ground cracked, the houses collapsed, and screams rang out. This was a residential area. At this moment, it was completely destroyed in the fierce battle. Go to hell. A true energy realm cultivator rushed towards Zichen with a sword. In an instant, a sword light fell from the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure, slashing towards Zichen. Get lost. Zichen roared. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. True energy surged in abdomen. His 2 fists were like iron hammers, striking towards the sword light. Boom! The sword light scattered in the air. Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed forward. After practicing the supreme secret technique, Zichen's body was even stronger. If it was really like what Monk said, Zichen's body was now without any flaws. From now on, he was walking towards perfection. The fist landed with terrifying power and instantly hit the long saber. Dang! A crisp sound rang out, like the sound of metal colliding. Brilliant sparks erupted. Zichen had used his body to block the true element boundary expert's weapon. What? He actually blocked that attack? How terrifying. What kind of constitution is that? It can actually contend with a Zhan Yuan weapon. At the corner, Ling Yun and Chunfeng were both shocked. They felt that it was inconceivable. They originally thought that the other party could only fight against Xiantian weapons, but they didn't expect that he could actually block the attack of a true Yuan weapon. The ferocious attack forced the man with the saber to retreat. Then, several attacks landed on Zichen's body. 9 lightning disappears. Zichen shouted in his heart. His footsteps flashed like a bolt of golden lightning, his speed extremely fast. Pooh! Pooh! After dodging several attacks and shattering 2 of them, Zichun still managed to land 2 of them on his body, causing him to slow down and the blood and qi in his body to boil. This guy is only in the early Xiantian realm, but he actually blocked our attacks. What a monster. This is a monster comparable to Li Hao. Once he grows up, his battle strength will be immeasurable. Since we've provoked such an existence, we have to kill him on the spot to avoid endless troubles in the future. The expressions of all the true element boundary experts changed when they realized that they couldn't take down the opponent after just one exchange. Kill, use your killing moves. We can't let him escape. The Grand Elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the current elder of the Chen family, shouted furiously at this moment. Endless murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Kill. The others shouted furiously and used their killing moves one after another. Qi the Saberlight was more than 10 meters long. This was an expert who had walked a long way in the true element boundary. He had already reached several levels, and his battle strength was extremely strong. Boom. The space started to surge, and a ruthless killing intent appeared. A sharp sword qi pierced toward Zichen's head. At the same time, more experts launched their powerful attacks. The sky darkened, and a destructive palm print appeared. It covered the sky and the sun and pressed down on Zichen's head. Pong. Dong. Zichen waved his fist and shattered the saber light and sword light. He dodged several attacks, but was still pressed down by the huge palm print. Boom. The giant palm landed on a residential building with Zichen in tow. In an instant, the building collapsed and a clear handprint could be seen. Endless dust floated between heaven and earth. He's dead now. He's only in the early Xiantian realm. Even a monster will die. What a pity. Such a monster offended the Qin family. He's dead for sure. The pleasure of killing a monster is indeed great. The eyes of the true energy boundary powerhouse were filled with joy. Pong. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the dust and flew into the distance like a flash of golden lightning. Oh no, he's not dead yet. Don't let him escape. What a strong body. He's still alive. The true element boundary experts attacked again. In the golden light, Zichen was covered in blood and looked very embarrassed. However, his eyes were emitting red light as if he had fallen into madness. One attack after another was launched with terrifying power. Swoosh. They all thought that Zichen was going to escape, so they all attacked and blocked in front of him. However, no one expected that not only did he not run, but he also turned back and rushed at a masked man. You hurt me so badly. How about you take some interest? Zichen's eyes were red. He was crazy. His combat strength was greatly increased, but his mind was very clear. Go to hell. He stared at the masked man with killing intent in his eyes. The masked man obviously did not expect this. There was panic in his eyes, but his hands did not stop. A sharp sword light appeared and slashed at Zichen. Puff. The sword light was extremely sharp. It instantly pierced Zichen's shoulder and broke through his strong defense. Blood spurted out. Zichen was injured. However, Zichen did not seem to feel it. His eyes were fierce and his teeth were clenched. He mobilized the true qi in his body and waved his golden fist towards the masked man's head. Fighting with his life was Zichen's usual method. Boom. A loud sound was heard. The heaven and earth trembled. The boundless golden light swallowed the true element boundary expert. No, uncle. A hysterical scream was heard from afar. Junior brother. Second brother. More exclamations were heard, but no one could stop the golden light. This was Zichen's powerful attack. Its terrifying power was almost indescribable. Pong. Under this golden light, the protective Zhen Yuan began to waver and crumble. After several impacts, it instantly shattered. Immediately after, an incomparable energy rushed towards this incomparably shocked Zhen Yuan boundary powerhouse. Boom. As the golden light fell, blood splashed out like a watermelon exploding. Red and white matter flew everywhere. A true element boundary expert had been turned into a headless corpse in an instant, dying at the hands of Zichen. Ah no. Unreconciled roars were heard. Terrifying murderous intent surged, stirring up the wind and clouds. However, with one person dead, a corner of the encirclement had been blown open. Zichun pulled out the long sword that had pierced into his shoulder. Blood spurted out, and he covered the wound with his hand. With a flash of his feet, he had already fled into the distance. "No, Chun, I want you dead." Chun Feng's roars were heard. The one who died was his uncle, his relative. "Brat, stop." The Great Elder was also roaring. Boundless murderous intent began to spread. Unfortunately, the encirclement was broken. Zichen's speed was fast. No one could catch up with him. "Qin Feng, and the people of the Qin clan, just you wait. In the future, I will definitely make you pay back tenfold for the injuries you suffered today." Zichen's cold voice resounded in the sky. The experts chasing after him shuddered. Such a monstrous threat was definitely not made without reason. Once he broke through to the true element boundary, none of them would be able to do anything to him. "Chase, don't let him escape." The Great Elder knew the seriousness of this matter. The consequences of offending a monstrous genius were very frightening. Songli City had a history of 10,000 years. This kind of thing was not uncommon. There were even a few families that were slaughtered after offending a monstrous genius. Is our Qin family going to follow in their footsteps? The Great Elder did not dare to think about it. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to kill Qin Feng. "He's injured. We have to kill him. Otherwise, the Qin family will become another passerby of Songli City because of offending a monstrous genius." The Great Elder roared. He was very nervous. At the same time, Qin Feng and Ling Yun's eyes were filled with fear. After failing to kill the evildoers would come back for revenge in the future. There were too many cases in Songli City. Under the lesson of blood, a group of powerful clans became history. The only thing they were thankful for was that Qin Feng was injured. No matter how fast they ran, there would always be blood. However, after chasing for half an hour, when they reached a busy street, they found that the blood was gone. Why is it gone? If this kind of wound is not bandaged soon, he will bleed to death. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. The group of true energy boundary experts stared at each other in bewilderment. What they saw were all strangers. They were all filled with doubt and fear. "Search, we must find it." The Great Elder roared. He began to search the place where the blood was gone. At this moment, Ziqian had already run a few streets. At the entrance of a secret alley, he knocked out a passerby and took off his clothes. Then, he turned and left. At this moment, his face was pale. He had consumed a lot of energy, but his wound had already scabbed. He had escaped death. "Qin family, I will definitely make you pay." Walking out of the alley, Zichun had already turned into a middle-aged man. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was unusually rough. From afar, he saw the Great Elder and the others coming. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not avoid them. Instead, he walked toward them. Damn it! Where did he run to? When Zichen brushed past them, he heard the Great Elder's unwilling voice. He saw Qin Feng and Ling Yun, and his face was filled with fear and despair. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. In the future, the Qin family would have to be on guard against the counterattack of a monstrous genius called Qian Zi. Both sides brushed past each other. No one recognized Zichun. The latter swaggered forward. Chapter 161. The Linglong Pavilion was the largest market in Songli City. It was several floors high and bustling with activity. There were many cultivators coming and going here, and there were also many experts. Standing outside the Linglong Pavilion for a short while, Zichun saw many Xiantian experts and true energy experts. If Zichen wanted to increase his strength, he could only come to the Linglong Pavilion. The first floor of the Linglong Pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of goods. There were weapons, elixirs, and battle skills. True chi pills and chi recovery pills were everywhere, and their value was only a few yuan stone fragments. Looking at so many true chi pills, Zichun was absent-minded. In the past, Zhaokan would not hesitate to harm him for a single true chi pill, which was not even worth a yuan stone fragment. But here, almost no one cared about the true chi pills. When people arrived, they would only take a quick glance and then set foot on the second floor. In just 2 years, Chen Feng had been trampled under his feet. And 2 years ago, in Zichen's heart, Chen Feng was an existence that he didn't even dare to think about. At that time, Chen Feng was already the future sect leader, while Zichen was still bitterly struggling for a single true Qi Dan. Time was like a dream. For a moment, Zichen was absent-minded. Retracting his emotions, Zichen stepped onto the second floor. This floor was used by Xiantian experts. There were Xiantian pills, Xiantian weapons, Xiantian Qi recovery pills, and many other things. In a place that specialized in selling elixirs, Zichen saw a 1,000-year-old elixir. But when he saw the price, even Zichen was stunned. A 100-year-old elixir was only worth a dozen yuan stone fragments. In Zichen's mind, a 1,000-year-old elixir was worth at most 1 or 2 yuan stones. But at this moment, Zichen was somewhat absent-minded. The cheapest one was actually 10 yuan stones. Moreover, it was just a 1,000-year-old elixir. Why are 1,000-year-old spirit medicines so much more expensive than 100-year-old spirit medicines? Asked Zichen, puzzled. Linglong Pavilion was a big shop. It was said that they had branches in all 7 major cities. They belonged to a special power, and the service staff here were also of high quality. Hearing Zichen's question, she concealed her disdain and said with a smile, "It's like the gap between the true energy realm and the Xiantian realm. There is an insurmountable gap between the two." Under normal circumstances, an early-stage Xiantian cultivator can easily defeat a true Qi Great Circle cultivator. The staff smiled and explained, "Spirit medicines are also the same. The spiritual energy contained within a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine is much purer. It is used to refine some Xiantian pills, and even pills used by true essence masters." Zichen finally understood what was going on. However, the other party's explanation didn't work in front of him. When Zichen was at the True Energy Realm, he had slapped a True Energy Realm powerhouse to death. Just now, he had killed a True Energy Realm powerhouse. The 1,000-year-old spirit medicines here were extremely well preserved. They were all placed in jade boxes to prevent their spiritual energy from dissipating. "All right then, I'll take 5 of them," Zichen said after looking at them for a moment, picking and choosing again. His constitution was special, and his cultivation technique was even more so. The majority of the energy was absorbed by his body. If he wanted to break through to the mid-Xiantian realm, he would need to expend a lot of energy. However, Zichen had hundreds of yuan stones. He could be said to be rich and overbearing. A mere 50 yuan stones was nothing. Yuan stones were used by true energy realm powerhouses. They were very precious and were also the currency of the martial heaven continent. Only true energy realm powerhouses could come into contact with them. Zichen immediately bought 50 yuan stones. The staff had no choice but to look at him in a new light. It had to be known that Chen Feng was a member of the Chen family. However, when he had seen Zichen's 1,000-year-old spirit medicines at the Nimbus martial ancestor, he had snatched them instead of buying them. "Are you an alchemist?" asked the staff curiously. Alchemists were a high-level profession. They were extremely wealthy, but they were also very rare. "No." Zichen shook his head. "Then, mister, you want so many 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. Could it be that you want to refine them?" asked the staff with a smile. Zichen nodded. There was no need to hide this. "Then, mister, I have to remind you that although these 1,000-year-old spirit medicines contain a lot of spiritual energy, they're far inferior to these qi-condensing pills. These are all refined from 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. They're easy to absorb and won't be wasted. It'll also make it easier for you to break through your bottleneck," explained the staff. "No, I'm fine with this." Zichen shook his head. Qi-condensing pills were truly too expensive. Zichen couldn't afford them. "All right," said the staff. She had seen quite a few people like this. In the end, Zichen paid a total of 60 primeval stones. There was no other way. A 1,000-year-old spirit medicine cost 10 primeval stones. If it was a 1,100-year-old spirit medicine, it would cost 11 primeval stones, and so on. A 1,500-year-old spirit medicine was half as expensive, a total of 30 primeval stones. This was because even a 1,500-year-old spirit medicine would undergo a qualitative change. Zichen only bought a few spirit medicines that were 1,500 years old and below. This time, Zichen didn't go to Fuji Inn. Instead, he found another inn. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zichen headed back to his residence. If he wanted to break through, he had to first recover from his injuries. This time, the injury was more serious. His entire shoulder was pierced. Although it had already formed a scar, it was a penetrating wound that would take a long time to heal. 2 days later, after consuming half a spirit medicine, Zichen's injury was completely healed. After that, Zichen stayed in his room to refine the spirit medicines. Other than the fact that the spirit medicines were cheaper, Zichen, who had the mysterious heart, could completely refine them. This was also the main reason why Zichen could refine them directly. 1,000-year-old spirit medicine contained extremely pure spirit energy. Zichen sat cross-legged and circulated the heavenly thunder reshaping technique. At the same time, with the help of the Supreme Secret Codex, his entire body was shining with golden light. The spirit energy of the spirit medicine flowed through his meridians and entered his body. It first nourished his body, then rushed into abdomen. His physique was approaching perfection. His strength had also reached the peak of the early Xiantian realm. He could enter the middle Xiantian realm at any time. The spirit medicines dissipated in front of Zichen. The spirit energy was perfectly refined by Zichen. When all 5 spirit medicines were refined, a powerful aura emerged from Zichen's body. Golden light shone, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. With his strength increased, Zichen could feel a powerful battle prowess. At this moment, he clenched his fists. He felt like he could shatter heaven and earth. Although it was just an illusion brought about by the increase in strength, it had to be said that Zichen's strength had increased again. He was powerful and terrifying. His physique was close to perfection and was constantly growing. His battle prowess was indescribable. His strength had broken through, and his physique had strengthened again. If he faced Qinfeng again, he would probably be able to defeat him with a single punch. If he was besieged again, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. True Energy Realm was a high and mighty existence. If he encountered them again, Zichen wouldn't be helpless. After refining the 5,000-year-old spirit medicines, Zichen's strength had broken through again. However, the biggest transformation wasn't in his true qi, but in his physique. With the Supreme Auxiliary Secret Manual, Zichen's physique had become tougher and stronger. This was a kind of perfect physique. Among the 5 spirit medicines, at least 4 of them had been absorbed by his body. A middle Xiantian perfect physique had a demonic physique. Among those at the same level, Zichen was the strongest. Within his Dantian, the silver Jinqi had completely transformed into a golden color. Streaks of golden light circled around him, and streaks of golden lightning flashed. At this moment, most of the golden Jinqi had already transformed into golden lightning. Compared to the silver lightning from before, the golden lightning under the perfect physique was even more powerful. After breaking through, Zichen was in a good mood. He walked out of his room. After more than 10 days of seclusion, he was ready to go out for a breath of fresh air. At this moment, he transformed into a black-robed youth and walked out of the inn. Today, the sun was shining brightly. The golden sun shone down on his body, making him feel warm. Coming to the street, Zichen clearly felt that the atmosphere in Zhongli City was different. It seemed to be too lively. This is Xiantian. Zichen was startled. He glanced at several passers-by. From the fluctuations of their auras, he could feel the aura of Xiantian. Xiantian, it's still Xiantian. Zichen was stunned. There were more than 10 people in front of him, and more than half of them were Xiantian. When did Zhongli City have so many Xiantian experts? Zichen was puzzled. He remembered that half a month ago, there weren't so many Xiantian experts. In just half a month, almost all of them were Xiantian experts. We must succeed in the trip to the ruins. Finally, we found a trial ground. The ruins are a place full of miracles and adventures. A group of Xiantian experts came together. They were very excited when they talked about the ruins. Ruins? Why do they all know about the ruins? Zichen was puzzled. Half a month ago, only a few people knew about the ruins. Others just thought it was a treasure hunt. But after he had been in seclusion for more than half a month, so many people knew about the ruins. What happened in the past half a month? Zichun was puzzled. Zichun didn't know that a lot of things had happened in the past half a month. Chun Feng of the Qin family, who fought with martial ancestor Ling Yun, was almost killed by a strange young man in the early stage of Xiantian. His reputation was ruined, and he was ridiculed. Moreover, the Chun family was not convinced. They sent a true energy realm expert to kill the young man. Not only did they fail, but they also lost one of their men. This made the Chun family the laughingstock of Zhongli City. Some families were waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. They had heard that the young man's combat strength was comparable to a monster, and they also knew that the young man's name was Chen Zi. For this reason, the Qin family sent out almost all the experts to find this monster genius, Chen Zi, but they couldn't find him. He seemed to have disappeared from the world. Some people guessed that he had left Zhongli City. At the same time, the experts of the three forces were also looking for Chen Zi. They were all trying to rope him in. For a time, Chen Zi's reputation spread in Zhongli City. He was even more famous than Zichun. Moreover, Zichen was a fallen genius, but Chen Zi was a living monster. In addition, the news of the ruins was completely leaked. Many Xiantian experts gathered in Zhongli City. The number was so huge that it was frightening. It was impossible for the three forces to monopolize it. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembled as if thousands of horses were galloping. Dark figures came from afar. Chapter 162. The earth trembled as if thousands of horses were galloping, and the buildings on both sides of the street began to shake. Zichun raised his eyebrows and looked at the street. Zhongli City was the world of the Zhongli family and Zhongli family. Except for the two families, other forces had to be careful. At this moment, thousands of horses were galloping into the city. The crowd was in chaos, and a group of Khanate cultivators also moved aside. Then, dark figures appeared on the street. Tall horses appeared one after another. They were more than a head taller than ordinary horses. Their bodies were as black as ink, but they didn't have hair, but fine and strong scales. Under the sun, they emitted a cold light. These were black-scaled horses. Their hooves were unusually thick and powerful. When they took a step, the earth trembled. These are black-scaled horses. Oh my God! So many black-scaled horses appeared at once. Which force is it that dares to be so arrogant in Zhongli City? There were dozens of horses in front of them, and on each of them was a young man. Their aura was surging, and a murderous aura surrounded them. They were not to be trifled with. The crowd exclaimed, not knowing what was going on. It's him. When Zichun saw the leader of the black-scaled horse, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. He was a little surprised. The person who came was none other than Wang Shan, who had almost died at his hands. When he was captured, Wang Shan had called him brother-in-law. He was a very strange guy. In order to survive, he didn't hesitate to kill others. This was a real villain, and Zichun had a deep impression of him. He's from Yunxia City. His name is Wang Shan, a genius of Yunxia City. This kid is very strong. He has learned the Qingxia secret art and knows several kinds of killing techniques. In the crowd, someone was very knowledgeable and recognized Wang Shan. Wang Shan held his head high and puffed out his chest. His body was surrounded by a cyan light, and he looked extremely confident. The black-scaled horse he was riding was as black as ink, and it looked extraordinarily mighty. Behind him were the elites of Red Cloud City. He was the leader of Red Cloud City. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've become stronger. Zichun smiled. At this moment, Wang Shan was already a Khanate full-circle expert, not far from the true element realm. The sound of the horse's hooves was like rolling thunder. Many cultivators looked at each other angrily, but Wang Shan laughed. Arrogant, proud, and unconcerned. The people of Yunxia City are also here. It seems that there is one more force in the ruins. That's right. Right now, the martial ancestor, the Zhongli clan, the Cloud City, and I wonder if anyone from the Floating Snow City and the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion has arrived. So many forces have gathered. It seems that the great forces are determined to win this trip to the ruins. The crowd discussed animatedly. Ruins, a place full of miracles and adventures. However, with the participation of a great power, everything is hard to say. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, a fortuitous encounter or a disaster, who can guess? Some of the older generation figures sighed. Zichun was a little surprised that all the people of Yunxia City had come. But then, he saw some ordinary Xiantian experts on both sides of the road. Their appearances were very ordinary, even their eyes were the same. But when they saw Wang Shan, their indifferent eyes lit up. The people from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion are here too. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. After being hunted down for nearly a year, Zichun was very familiar with the assassins of the Heavenly Kills Pavilion. With so many forces gathered, it seemed that the trip to the ruins was nearing. Wang Shan was showing off and did not notice the assassins in the dark. Zichun was also too lazy to look at the other party's smug look and turned to leave. The trip to the ruins was full of danger. Zichun wanted to buy some life-saving items first. Among them, elixirs were essential. Xiantian experts gathered in Songli City. When Zichun arrived at the Linglong Pavilion again, he felt like he was in a wet market. There were people everywhere. Moreover, everyone had gathered on the second floor, making the unusually spacious hall seem unusually crowded. The ruins not only represented fortuitous encounters and miracles, but also danger. Everyone had to buy some life-saving items. Zichun was also one of the people who had been queuing. Unfortunately, when it was his turn, all the elixirs were sold out. Obviously, the Linglong Pavilion did not expect so many Xiantian experts to come. Zichun was a little disappointed that he did not manage to buy any elixirs. He turned and left, planning to come back tomorrow. He had already heard that the trip to the ruins would be held 7 days later. Selling Xiantian Qi recovery elixirs. Selling Xiantian Qi recovery elixirs at a low price. Walking out of the Linglong Pavilion, Zichun heard a lot of people shouting. He glanced around and saw some cultivators holding Qi recovery elixirs in their hands, constantly shouting. Selling elixirs. Zichun was speechless. He had been queuing for a long time, but he did not manage to buy any Qi recovery elixirs. He was puzzled as to why the Linglong Pavilion would sell out such elixirs. Now, it seemed that these people had bought a lot of them and were selling them to make a profit. Talent. Zichun sighed and turned to leave, planning to come back tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Zichun relied on his own efforts and perseverance. As expected, he did not manage to buy the elixirs he needed. In the end, he had no choice but to buy 1 or 2 Qi gathering elixirs from some elixirs resellers. During this time, more Xiantian experts came to Songli City. The number was astonishing. 7 days later, they went out one after another and gathered outside the city. At a glance, there were close to 10,000 people. Zichun was shocked to see so many Xiantian experts. These people came from all over the world, several big cities, and many forces. They were divided into groups of 3 to 5, and were divided into hundreds of forces. Among them, the largest were the 4 forces. Yunxia City, Martial Ancestor, Song Family, Li Family. As for the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, they did not appear in a high-profile manner and were scattered among the 10,000 people. As for the other forces, no one knew if they had come. The ruins of the Xiantian training ground had attracted close to 10,000 people. From this, one could see how attractive the ruins were. Rumor has it that there are treasures in the training ground of the Xiantian realm. I don't expect much. I just want to find an ancient scroll. TSK, you dare to expect an ancient scroll? Why don't you say you want a heavenly scroll? I just want something comparable to the martial ancestors' art. Idiot, it's best if you can keep your life. There were 10,000 people, and each person said one sentence. It was a mess outside the city, and there was no one to lead them, which made it even more chaotic. The Song family and Li family had brought many experts with them. Among them, Li Hua and Song He were sitting on 2 strange beasts. I don't know who spread the news, but there are so many idiots here. Li Hua curled his lips as he looked at the crowd in the distance and heard their discussions. It's better to have more people. The ruins are too big, and the training ground is too big. It's nothing to put 10,000 people in. Song He smiled faintly. In addition to the Song family and Li family, Martial Ancestors people and Yunxia City's people were also here. Obviously, the 4 forces had some kind of alliance. Let's go quickly. Wang Shan urged, looking a little impatient. Wang Shan, I heard that you suffered a great loss in the hands of Zichun and almost lost your life. Wu Xiong suddenly asked. Nonsense. Wang Shan turned around and glared at Wu Xiong, glaring at him. Oh, nonsense. I just heard about it. Since it's not true, then forget it. Wu Xiong waved his hand and said with a smile, I was going to introduce you to one or two people who have a good relationship with Zichun. Since the rumors are wrong, haha, then I said too much. A good relationship with Zichun? Who are they? Wang Shan asked. Being kidnapped by Zichun was a big stain in Wang Shan's life. He had been brooding about it. The one with small eyes is Zichun's good brother, Miao Kong. As for the one in white and the one in green, they are Zichun's confidants, Su Mingyao and Lin Shui. Wu Xiong glanced at the distance with some evil intentions. Oh! Wang Shan saw Su Mingyao and Lin Shui, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, Zichun, that trash, actually has two confidants. Oh my god. These two are absolutely top-notch, and their temperaments are completely different. This guy, with his ugly face, he actually has such luck with women. Wang Shan felt indignant, but he changed the topic and said, This is also good. Zichun is dead, then I will take care of his confidants. Haha, two beauties with different temperaments. Just thinking about it will be wonderful. Wang Shan laughed, his eyes emitting an evil light. Suddenly, he felt his body tremble, as if he was in an ice cellar, as if he was being stared at by something extremely dangerous. This feeling disappeared in a flash. Wang Shan thought it was an illusion, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Wang Shan, these two people are related to our Tsang family. You'd better not go overboard. At this moment, Tsang, he said indifferently, What kind of relationship is that? Didn't I just save the life of one of your direct disciples? Besides, that old man Su is already dead. Don't mention such a small favor anymore. Even if you kill them, old man Su won't jump out from the ground and blame you. Wu Xiong curled his lips and said, Old man Su was the supreme elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The martial ancestor must kill him, and similarly, Su Mingyao couldn't be alive. But who would have thought that this matter would be stopped by the Tsang family, and at the same time, Miao Kong spoke in the middle, so Su Mingyao could be alive. It's still a favor. Our Tsang family never owes anyone a favor. Tsang He said, Don't worry, brother Tsang He. You can go to Yunxia City and ask around. I, Wang Shan, have a reputation. I never do anything that causes trouble. Don't worry, I will handle this matter properly. Wang Shan smiled, not caring at all. Indeed, there was only one family in Yunxia City, and that was the Wang family. In the Wang family, he was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain. But in Sangli City, there were two major families. Both families shared a city, so Wang Shan didn't care. At the side, Chun Feng silently listened, but he didn't dare to speak. First, he was not qualified to speak. Second, the Chen family was in big trouble. Chen Zi had disappeared without a trace. All the forces guessed that Chen Zi had left Sangli City to cultivate in seclusion. When he was strong enough in the future, he would come back and destroy the Chen family. Is there still no news about Chen Zi? Li Hua suddenly asked. No, we have searched almost the entire Sangli City, but we couldn't find him. What a pity, such a strong battle strength. Tsang He shook his head. It's a pity that such a battle strength is not used by us. Wu Xiong also said. Chun Feng didn't dare to say a word. I hate this name. After hearing everything about Chen Zi, Wang Shan said in disgust, The ruins are far away, we should go. Chapter 163. This time, the number of Xiantian realm cultivators gathered was unimaginable. More than 10,000 people were gathered in groups of 2 or 3, forming countless forces. Following the movements of the 4 major forces, the others also followed closely. Let's go, let's go. Ruins, here I come. Ruins, a place full of fortuitous encounters. I will create a miracle. Everyone set off with their heads held high, full of ambition. I wonder how many people will come back alive from this trip to ruins. Yeah, opportunities are accompanied by danger. The appearance of a secret manual will bring a lot of bloodshed. At the city gate, many elders sighed. Ruins, a place full of miracles and fortuitous encounters, but it was also accompanied by many dangers. The army of 10,000 people was very vast. It was like a long dragon that paved the way to the ruins. Among the 10,000 people, Zichun went alone. He did not team up with others and walked the path of a lone ranger. Moreover, he was a mid-stage Sciention realm cultivator, so no one was willing to rope him in, except for some teams that needed cannon fodder. During this time, Zichun saw some familiar faces. Wu Sheng, he's still alive. He's also a Sciention realm cultivator. Wu Sheng and Zichun had competed for the core disciple spot, and Zichun had defeated Wu Sheng. Unfortunately, under the powerful connections of the second elder, Zichun's core disciple spot was snatched away by Wu Sheng. Luo Min. In addition to Wu Sheng, Zichun also saw Luo Min. This was the place where they exchanged contribution points. The two of them had a dispute over contribution points, which led to a series of events. In the end, Luo Min slandered Zichun in the Punishment Palace and was punished by the head of the Punishment Palace. After that, their elders wanted to join forces to kill Zichun, but they were stopped by the Supreme Elder. Wu Sheng and Luo Min's backer died in the hands of Zichun. Nimbus Martial Ancestor, almost all of them are dead. I can't believe they're still alive. Thinking about it now, everything that happened that day was ridiculous. For the core disciple spot, for 2 contribution points, they would fight until their faces turned red. But now, even the sect was gone. The ruins was relatively close to the martial ancestor. According to legend, after the martial ancestor discovered the martial ancestor art, he established the martial ancestor outside the ruins. After thousands of years of development, the martial ancestor had become a powerful force. Wu Sheng, Luo Min, and the others were close to Chun Feng and Ling Yun. They were together, discussing something. Just as they approached the martial ancestor realm, another powerful fighting force surged in. A portion of them followed Wu Xiong, while the rest followed behind Miao Kong. Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, and Wu Hong were with Miao Kong. Moreover, Miao Kong's status in the martial arts sect was not low. He had a Khanate full-circle expert protecting him. The team of 10,000 people was like a long dragon, twisting and turning. After a month, they finally arrived at the ruins. Rumor had it that the ruins were formed after the destruction of a powerful sect 10,000 years ago. The area was very wide, and there were many treasures left behind by the great sects 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years, many ancient trees had grown in the ruins. The ancient trees were like small mountains, and it had become a dense forest. Occasionally, 1 or 2 demonic beasts roared in the forest. These demonic beasts were said to be the result of the reproduction of the spirit beasts of the past 10,000 years. They were powerful and unfathomable. In the depths of the ruins, even some sects and elders did not dare to rashly go there. In front of them, the ruins were in sight. The rogue cultivators were very excited. If they followed these great forces, they would be able to enter the trial ground and find treasures. Compared to the rogue cultivators, the geniuses of the great forces had a more serious expression. There are many dangers in the ruins. There are also Yuan formations left behind 10,000 years ago. If you take the wrong path, you will be doomed eternally. Wu Xiong frowned and said in a serious tone, "That's right. Everyone, be careful. Other than some ancient Yuan formations, there are also many demonic beasts. This is a danger that cannot be ignored." The other geniuses nodded in agreement. Looking at the ruins in front of them, their eyes became more serious. "Now, let's enter the ruins. Be careful." When the 4 great forces were about to reach the ruins, they suddenly split up. Each of them led their own team and entered the ruins from different directions. There are many spiritual herbs in the ruins. If we are lucky, we can find a great treasure, a spiritual weapon. Let's go. For the great treasure, for the spiritual weapon. Many rogue cultivators did not know what was going on. After seeing the ruins, they became extremely excited and immediately rushed towards the ruins. When there was one, there would be a second. Many loose cultivators rushed into the ruins, forming a dark mass. It did not take long for them to overtake the many great powers and enter the ruins. "Idiot! Li Hua and the rest were unmoved. There was only contempt in their eyes. Courting death, Wang Shan sneered. The ruins had existed for tens of thousands of years. Many great forces had been exploring this place. Naturally, they knew where the danger was and where to enter. Not to mention the inborn experts, even those who flew into the sky did not dare to enter recklessly. In the ruins, there was a large patch of mangrove forest. It was as red as blood. The tree roots, branches, and leaves were all blood red. It looked very strange. The red tree roots were like small snakes that drilled out from the ground and were exposed to the outside. A group of rogue cultivators rushed into the mangrove forest for the great treasure. They were very excited and cheered. Their eyes shone brightly. They only had the great treasure in their minds and did not know that danger was approaching. Buzz. Suddenly, the forest shook. The mangrove forest started to sway, and the ground shook. Rays of red light surged out from the mangrove forest like a red mist, filling the entire mangrove forest. A large patch of the mangrove forest was instantly covered by the red mist. Many cultivators were surrounded by the red mist. Rumble. The earth quaked as the roots of the trees seemed to have come to life. They suddenly shook and extended out from the ground like snakes, coiling around the greater heaven rogue cultivators. In the blink of an eye, many of the rogue cultivators were caught in the attack. Ah, what's this? There's red light everywhere. I can't see anything. Open for me. Get lost. Many cultivators exclaimed. The red tree roots were like spiritual snakes. They were very strange and agile. In an instant, they coiled around the cultivators. Many cultivators activated their true chi and struck at the red tree roots. Clang. When the weapons hit the tree roots, there were sparks. The tree roots were abnormally tough and could not be cut. Boom. Xiantian true chi surged within the red mist. One cultivator after another tried to break free from the tree roots, but the tree roots were exceptionally tough. The surface of the roots emitted a strange red light, which pulled the cultivators into the ground one by one. The ground of the mangrove forest was constantly shaking. The red mist covered the sky. No one outside knew what was happening. They could only hear screams. Ah, get lost. Help. The shrill screams resounded throughout the mangrove forest and spread to the outside world. Everyone was terrified. Outside the red mist, many cultivators were sweating. They were relieved that they were lucky. They quickly retreated in fear. The screams continued to be heard. They were extremely miserable and desperate. Everyone continued to retreat. After a while, the red mist dissipated and the mangrove forest was silent again. Everyone looked at each other from afar and was shocked to find that the huge mangrove forest was empty. There was nothing in it. It was as if nothing had happened just now. How could this be? The red mist surrounded at least 100 people before. Where are these people? Everyone's expression changed. The mangrove forest was crimson red. Even the ground was the same. Look, the ground is as red as blood. The trees are dripping with blood. Don't they look like they were watered with blood? Someone exclaimed. Even his voice changed. Those trees were as red as blood, as if they were watered with blood. Even the ground was red. This is the blood forest array, the killing array outside the ruins. It is said that a corner of the sect's sect protection array mutated 10,000 years ago. It merged with some plants and formed this blood forest. These trees feed on blood. You don't know anything. You only want the treasures inside. You deserve to die. A cultivator stood very far away. When he saw the miserable scene, he sneered. What do you mean? They're dead, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. That's right. Who are you? The dead should be respected. These people don't even have a corpse left. You're still gloating. The cultivator, who was lucky enough to survive, said unhappily, Humph, you bunch of selfish bastards. You deserve to die. Every one of you died for treasures. The ruins have been here for tens of thousands of years and have been visited by countless powers. You still want to find treasures in the periphery? Dream on. You're just relying on your wits to charge around recklessly. No matter how many of you there are, you'll all die. The cultivator seemed to know a lot. He sneered and looked at the group of pale people. His eyes were full of sarcasm. After that, he ignored them and turned to walk away. The ruins are dangerous. If you don't want to die early, follow the footsteps of the big forces. The cultivator's words were vicious. However, he gave them advice out of kindness and disappeared. Why? We can't even drink soup if we follow behind the big forces. That's right. We came to the ruins to explore and explore. We're here for the treasures. Are we going to eat dust if we follow behind them? How dare a coward teach us a lesson here? How dare you make sarcastic remarks when you're afraid of death? Not everyone was grateful. There were always some who were different and had unique thoughts. They deliberately avoided the blood forest formation and walked deeper into the ruins. They wanted to open up a new path. It had to be said that this idea was beautiful. However, it was difficult to open up a new path without any luck or strength. After more than 10 people disappeared into the forest silently, before they could even scream, someone was finally scared and began to retreat. Boom! In the chaos, a cultivator stepped on a withered branch and broke it. Then, it triggered a hidden formation. Rays of light flashed and rushed towards the cultivators like sharp blades. Puff, puff, puff. Sounds of explosions rang out continuously. The rays of light were like sharp blades that instantly pierced through the protective shields and stabbed into the bodies of the cultivators. These cultivators instantly fell to the ground, their life force dissipating. They died on the path that was being opened up, filling up the ruins with even more bones. Another group of explorers died. There were many origin formations in the periphery of the ruins. These were origin formations that had not decayed for 10,000 years. They were very powerful and had merged with the plants. It was very difficult to break through. The big forces all had their own safe paths. They walked in front and many rogue cultivators followed behind. Chapter 164. After 10,000 years of development, the ruins had undergone a great change. It had transformed from an expanse of dilapidated walls into a dense forest. Numerous ancient trees were like numerous small mountains with luxuriant foliage that covered the sky and covered the sun, and an indescribable danger was concealed within the silence. As soon as they entered the ruins, many cultivators died, which was enough to prove that this was a dangerous path. There were people from various forces who were exploring the ruins. They each controlled a safe passage that could smoothly enter the ruins. When they arrived at the ruins, many forces had already scattered. The martial ancestor even opened 2 safe passages. Zichun and many cultivators followed behind Miao Kong. The ruins were huge, and there was no beginning or end. No one could enter the depths, not even the various major powers. The periphery of this place was filled with miracles and fortuitous encounters, but in the depths, it was a land of death, a danger zone. Help! In the forest, screams sounded continuously. Cultivators fell one after another. Even on the safe passage, there were all kinds of inexplicable dangers. There's a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb there. Look, it's a red caltrop flower. Someone exclaimed. They found a spiritual herb 100 meters away. It was a red caltrop flower, rooted in the ruins. It was flickering with red light and emitting rich spiritual energy. It's more than 1,000 years old and worth more than a dozen primordial stones. It's a good thing. They found a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb in the periphery. This ruins is called a place full of adventures. It's really extraordinary. Some cultivators' eyes became burning hot. Around the red caltrop flower was an open space. The trees in the distance were lush and green, and there seemed to be no danger. Swoosh! There were some people who couldn't hold themselves back and had already dashed towards the spiritual medicine. Stop! I found it! Someone exclaimed and hurriedly stopped him. At the same time, he flew away. A 1,000-year-old spiritual herb attracted 5 or 6 Khanate experts. However, they were all early-stage Khanate experts. When they saw a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, it was like seeing a huge fortune. The group rushed toward the red caltrop flower, but before they could even get close, ripples appeared all around them. It looked like ripples on the surface of the water, or perhaps it was a wall of light. The group dove headfirst into it. Without a sound, everyone disappeared, and there was no more movement. When the ripples dissipated, The red caltrop flower was still as bright as before, exuding a dense spirit chi. Unfortunately, the cultivator from before had disappeared silently. Another origin formation. He must have activated an origin formation. This is too frightening. It devoured 6 people without making a single sound. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at the red caltrop flower again. It was as if they had seen something extremely dangerous. The 6 innates had disappeared without a trace. No one dared to have any ideas about the red caltrop flower anymore. Zichun walked with the group. During this time, he saw several stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Although he was tempted, he didn't dare to rashly approach them. This place was filled with all kinds of dangers. Even those great powers had to be careful, let alone rogue cultivators like them. The elemental formations appeared one after another, and cries of agony rang out one after another. In just 2 hours, many innate realm experts had died. Roar. A thunderous roar resounded, deafening to the ears. In the ruins, other than the danger of the origin formation, there were also many demonic beasts. This was also a force that could not be ignored. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, rolling up countless leaves. A huge monster appeared from the side and rushed towards a few cultivators like an arrow released from a bow. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, many cultivators were caught off guard and died. Saber-toothed tiger. Damn it! We actually encountered a saber-toothed tiger at the peak of the innate realm. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at the huge tiger in front of them. It was close to 10 meters tall and had a huge body. Its eyes were emitting a murderous intent, and its sharp teeth were emitting a cold light. The attack just now had bitten through at least 3 people's necks. Kill. The cultivators who reacted waved their weapons and rushed forward. Streams of innate chi surged, and the shadows of swords and sabers flashed continuously. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the 9 heavens, and the sound waves spread out. Although it was a huge monster, the saber-toothed tiger was very fast. It was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, and it kept killing. Puff, puff, puff. More innate realm cultivators fell. Blood and broken limbs were everywhere. The saber-toothed tiger kept chewing and swallowing many corpses. Blood flowed down the corner of its mouth, forming a line of blood. The scene was extremely bloody. Kill. Many innate realm cultivators rushed over, and another round of attacks began. The shadows of swords and sabers flashed continuously, and the murderous intent filled the area. Puff. In the end, the saber-toothed tiger died tragically, killed by a Khanate full-cycle cultivator. During this time, 2 Khanate full-cycle cultivators died. This is too scary. This is only the periphery, and we actually encountered such a monster. The expressions of the others changed. The beautiful vision they had before was being obliterated in the face of cruel reality. Roar. Loud roars sounded in the forest, and more monsters appeared. The death rate was increasing, and the smell of blood filled the entire forest. How can this be? Aren't there too many demonic beasts? This is only the periphery. How can there be so many monsters? Not only were the innate realm cultivators panicking, but even the major forces felt that something was wrong and felt that something was wrong. In just a short while, many monsters had appeared, and they were extremely powerful and brutal. They had already killed many cultivators. This ruin is really scary. There are dangers everywhere. Zichun was very vigilant. During this period, he also encountered danger. A cultivator accidentally stepped into an origin array and almost dragged him in. The sharp claws of a monster brushed past his head like a sharp blade, cutting off a few strands of his hair. There are origin arrays, monsters, and the temptation of many 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. This is simply a land of death. In just 4 hours, Zichun had seen many cultivators die. There were more than 10,000 Khanate realm cultivators this time, but seeing such a high death rate, Zichun suspected that only half of them would survive by the time they reached the destination. With the frequent appearance of demonic beasts, the forces at the front became much more cautious. There were origin formations in the surroundings, and all sorts of inexplicable dangers existed. A rich medicinal fragrance spread through the forest, and all sorts of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs appeared. Zichun even saw a spiritual herb that was over 2,000 years old. It was a blood-crowned flower. Its whole body was as red as blood, and its flower was like a phoenix crown. It was dazzling, and the rich medicinal fragrance spread like ripples. A 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was worth more than 10 origin stones, but a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb was worth more than 100 origin stones. This was a huge fortune that attracted many cultivators. Many people's eyes were red, and they were filled with greed and desire. But after the two Khanate full-circle cultivators died silently in front of the blood-crowned flower, no one dared to go forward. This place was full of dangers, and all kinds of spiritual herbs were dazzling, but they couldn't go forward to pick them. With the loss of hundreds of people, after several days of exploration, the majority of the troops finally entered the depths of the ruins. Relatively speaking, there were fewer origin formations here, so the danger was lower. However, there were still some difficulties in excavating the spirit herbs. Phew, we're finally here. We've already entered the mountain gate. There will be fewer sect protecting origin arrays, and the level of danger will be much lower. I've been on high alert for a few days. My mind is tense. Many forces breathed a sigh of relief. They were also very careful before. We have to go deeper into the trial ground we found this time. Everyone, be careful. Wu Xiong appeared with a group of innates. When he saw Tsang He and the others, he also reminded them. After rushing for several days, he also looked very haggard. What? We have to go deeper. Everyone was startled. After walking for so long, they shouldn't be too far away. Our family found a true energy realm trial ground last time. It's not far from here. Could it be that the Khanate trial ground is deeper than that? Tsang He was a little surprised. The other forces were also puzzled. Yes, the Khanate trial ground we found this time is deeper than the true energy realm trial ground we found before. We're almost in the depths of the ruins. We suspect that the trial ground is a trial ground for the core disciples of the big sects 10,000 years ago. We have to be careful. Wu Xiong nodded and said solemnly, "What? A trial ground for the core disciples?" The Khanate trial ground we found this time is a trial ground for the core disciples of the big sects 10,000 years ago. Wu Xiong, why didn't you tell us this earlier? You didn't tell us this until now. The other forces were startled and looked angrily at Wu Xiong. The big sects from 10,000 years ago had an unfathomable foundation. Even if they fell, the secret manuals they found were enough to create the 7 big cities. The secret manuals before were all found in ordinary trial grounds. It was the first time a trial ground for the core disciples had appeared in 10,000 years. No one knew what would be found in it, but they could guess that it was very likely that it contained the strongest secret manuals of the big sects and the inheritance of the big sections. The other forces were incomparably angry, but the other rogue cultivators were extremely excited after hearing this. This was an opportunity. Your martial sect is such a brilliant schemer. You didn't mention it before and only mentioned it now. It is obvious that you know that we will not be able to call for reinforcements. Looks like your martial sect is determined to obtain the treasure this time. Wang Shan looked at Wu Xiong and coldly said, although only Xiantian lords could enter the training grounds of the Xiantian realm, there was no rule that forbade Xiantian lords from guarding the perimeter. Now that all the major powers had arrived, none of them were prepared. It was obvious that the martial ancestor realm had come prepared. They had already guessed that the martial ancestor realm experts were guarding the perimeter of the training grounds. If anyone wanted to take the treasure, they would have to get their permission first. Hee, this place was discovered by our martial ancestor. Of course, we are prepared. Wu Xiong smiled indifferently. I see that your experts are guarding this place. When the trial comes out, everyone will be searched. Li Hua sneered. Wu Xiong did not tell him this before, which made Li Hua very unhappy. When the others heard this, their faces changed. If that was the case, then all the treasures inside would be taken away by the martial ancestors people. They had worked so hard to get it, but now they had to give it to others. Everyone was in a bad mood, and even their gazes became unfriendly. Thousands of pairs of unfriendly eyes stared at Wu Xiong. Even though he was one of the martial ancestors people, He was afraid at this moment. He hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. Our martial ancestor only made some preparations. Our goal is the treasure inside. As for what you can get after you enter, it will all depend on your luck. We will not interfere." Wu Xiong's explanation made everyone feel relieved. But at this moment, something strange happened. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 165. Zichen didn't believe Wu Xiong's words at all, but the martial ancestor had expected it. Obviously, he was fully prepared, and it wasn't just some tools. Many strong cultivators were hiding around the trial ground, preparing for both sides. It didn't matter if the martial ancestor got the treasure, but if he couldn't, then he would use force to get it. As for these rogue cultivators, if they got an ordinary opportunity, they could take it away smoothly. But if they got something that even the martial ancestor would be jealous of, then it obviously wouldn't be an opportunity. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Zichen said difficult 3 times in a row, sighing in his heart. It was almost impossible to get a treasure this time. Rumble. At this moment, the ground started to shake like an earthquake. Everyone couldn't help but sway, and many strange beasts started to roar, restless and violent. Rumble. The ground shook, and the sound was like thunder. Even the surrounding trees started to shake. What's going on? What's going on? Why is the ground shaking? Everyone's expression changed. In the rumbling sound, they felt like thousands of horses were galloping, as if countless beasts were running on the ground. It's a beast tide. Suddenly, a frightened and trembling voice was heard. Beast tide. Many core disciples couldn't help but tremble. The word beast tide was like a plague, spreading in an instant. Everyone felt fear. Beast tide? How could there be a beast tide in the ruins? Wang Shan's face was pale. The word beast tide was synonymous with endless beasts, and it was extremely terrifying. In the ruins, it was even more terrifying. A beast tide in the ruins hasn't been seen in thousands of years. Our luck can't be that bad, right? Even Sanghe, who was always calm, had fear in his eyes at this moment. He even wanted to retreat. Retreat, 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 retreat quickly. The crowd reacted and roared angrily. The faces of the leaders were even more pale. However, when they urged their mounts forward, they discovered that the beasts were actually trembling in fear. Clearly, they were afraid. Rumble. As the earth trembled, numerous demonic beasts emerged from the depths of the earth. There were tigers, leopards, and all sorts of other demonic beasts. Their 4 hooves stomped on the ground, emitting rumbling sounds. Endless smoke and dust were sent flying into the sky like billowing smoke. It's too late. If we retreat, we'll be finished if we encounter the origin formation. Seeing the arrival of the demonic beasts, everyone's expression changed. There was a beast tide in front of them, and behind them was an origin formation. Once they tried to escape, they would die miserably. Fight, 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 fight. Right now, we can only fight and carve out a bloody path. We have thousands of people. Why should we be afraid of these beasts? Retreating was obviously out of the question. Everyone was very clear about how terrifying the origin formation was. They were already trembling with fear and moving very slowly. If they were to escape now, with their slow speed, not even their bones would be left behind. At this moment, they could only fight. They had to kill their way out. Kill. Li Hua led his men and charged forward. At this moment, escaping was not a solution. Fortunately, there were thousands of Xiantian experts here, and they were also a powerful force. Kill. As the leader of a large force, if they were to retreat at this moment, they would obviously die miserably. Sanghe roared and led his men in another direction. Kill these beasts. Don't let them look down on our Yunxia city. Kill. Wang Shan's battle intent rose. Facing the beast tide, he was not afraid at all. He urged the black scaled horse under him and rushed forward with a group of experts. At the same time, Wu Xiong and Miao Kong also led 2 groups of experts and rushed forward. The 5 forces were like 5 sharp swords, rushing towards the beast tide from 5 directions. Everyone, charge. Break through, or we'll all die. Among the rogue cultivators, there were also people who shouted. They knew that they had to take action. If they waited here to take advantage of the situation, they would die miserably. Because they had already discovered that there was no lack of true energy realm beasts among these beasts. Kill, kill. Two groups rushed out from the rogue cultivators. Although they were not orderly, they were filled with dense killing intent. Boom. The beast tide approached and violently collided with many human experts. Roars sounded as the beasts roared and filled the air with killing intent. At this time, the sword shadows were also constantly flashing. Puff, puff, puff. In one confrontation, broken limbs flew, and the human experts died instantly. At the same time, the Khanate beasts also died. Go to hell. Wang Shan's eyes emitted an oppressive cold light. The aura of Khanate full circle surged, and blue light surrounded his body. He pointed his finger, and a blue sword chi like a waterfall rushed straight towards the beasts in front of him. Puff, 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 puff. This was the Qingfeng chop, a powerful killing technique in the Qingxia secret technique. At this moment, it killed several beasts in one fell swoop. Charge! As soon as an open space appeared, Wang Shan led the crowd and rushed forward. At this moment, the latter's expression was unusually cold and calm. The tide of demonic beasts continued to surge. Every minute, every second, there would be demonic beasts charging towards the tide of demonic beasts. However, there were still more demonic beasts charging towards the crowd of demonic beasts. There were thousands of people, and there were always some who were different and wanted to hide behind the crowd to take advantage of the situation. They stayed at the back, waiting for the other forces to break through the gap and then rush out. However, when they saw that the gap was blocked by more beasts, they were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, more beasts rushed towards them. Kill. In desperation, they could only fight with all their might. However, they didn't have time to prepare and attack. At this moment, they seemed to be in a hurry. Puff, puff, puff. The beasts rushed over and drowned them in an instant. The sound of broken limbs and miserable screams were constantly heard. Help! I beg you, please save me. Ah, my arm. Help! Many innate experts who were surrounded by beasts screamed. They were too slow to attack, so they encountered too many beasts. In an instant, they were defeated and many innate experts died. However, at this moment, everyone was in danger. No one had time to help them. The thousands of people were divided into a dozen groups and kept attacking. Occasionally, there would be 3 to 5 people in small groups, but they were soon drowned by the beast tide. Fire of Tianli. Li Hua let out a roar as his body emitted a dazzling red light. It was as if a ball of fire was burning, causing the space to distort. At the same time, crimson flames with terrifying heat rushed towards the numerous demonic beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out. All the demonic beasts that came into contact with the flames were like bombs, exploding upon contact. Following that, the endless tongues of flames devoured the demonic beasts. A moment later, they were reduced to a pile of ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was said that when the Li family's heavenly fire technique was cultivated to a high level, the energy in the body could turn into endless heavenly fire. It was so powerful that it could burn the sky and boil the sea. At this time, Li Hua was only at the peak of the innate realm. With one attack, he killed many beasts at the peak of the innate realm in an instant. At the same time, Song He, Wu Xiong, and the others also displayed their powerful combat skills. They were powerful, and almost all of them were at the peak of the innate realm. It seemed that they were well prepared for this trip to the ruins. All the beasts that came into contact with them were destroyed. Boom! A huge seal appeared in the sky, emitting a dense azure light. It brought with it a terrifying pressure, and it fell down like a small mountain. With a loud explosion, a true energy realm demonic beast was smashed into nothingness. Qingfeng Seal, the powerful combat skill of Yunxia City. Zichun had been following Miao Kong's team. When Miao Kong led the charge, he also followed closely. At this moment, he was a little surprised to see the powerful combat strength of these geniuses. Bang, bang, bang. The team rushed into the beast tide. During this time, several beasts attacked, but they were all beaten back by Zichun. At this moment, killing the beasts had become meaningless. If one was killed, more would come. The only way was to beat them back. Zichun continuously punched out, one punch after another, appearing to be very relaxed. At the side, there were many cultivators who had made the same choice as Zichun. Previously, they had looked at him with disdain, thinking that Zichun was only a middle Xiantian realm cultivator and had come here to take advantage of the situation. But now, his clean and efficient actions had caused one monster beast after another to retreat, drawing many glances. Immeasurable deity, fellow Taoist strength is really extraordinary. At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was an old man in a Taoist robe and holding a whisk in his hand. After beating a beast back, he also praised. Taoist, you're also strong enough. Zichun blushed with shame. This old Taoist was actually the person he saw outside the reception building. He didn't expect that the old Taoist would really come. Moreover, his strength was not weak. He could beat a beast back with one blow. Haha, brother, you have such skills at such a young age. You're really extraordinary. A burst of coarse laughter rang out at this moment as a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard beheaded a peak Xiantian realm demonic beast with a giant machete in his hand. Uncle, you're too kind. Zichun's forehead was covered with sweat. This person was actually the genius who said that he was only 25 years old when he was 45. Now, he was calling him little brother. Uncle, am I that old? I'm only 25. The big man stroked his full beard and glared at him. I think it's 45, Zichun whispered. In the beast tide, those who could chat leisurely were naturally strong people. Zichun was obviously one of them, but the old Taoist and the big man were definitely not simple. Not good. Mengyao and Shui are in danger. Suddenly, Zichun's expression changed. He stared ahead. Su Mengyao and Lin Shui were together with Miao Kong. After Miao Kong's breakthrough, the two of them naturally had to follow him. Previously, Miao Kong's people had been able to protect the two of them, but now, the pressure was getting greater and greater. The people of the martial arts sect had actually abandoned the two of them and directly protected Miao Kong. Don't worry about me. Protect them first. Miao Kong let out a dissatisfied roar, but no one paid attention to him. Those peak stage innate realm experts were only protecting him, faintly excluding Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. Damn it, Zichun cursed. At this moment, he no longer held back. His feet flashed, and a silver light surged around him. He was like a silver lightning bolt, flashing through the crowd. Chapter 166. When the beast tide appeared, many demonic beasts attacked. There was no lack of true energy realm existences among them. Although there were thousands of human cultivators, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. One small team after another was devoured by the demonic beasts and annihilated. As for those who had acted late and encountered the most demonic beasts in order to take advantage of the situation, they paid the price of their lives for their cleverness. These cultivators were completely annihilated by the beast tide. At the same time, more demonic beasts rushed over. Even those big forces suffered a great loss at this moment and began to suffer casualties. Damn it! After seeing the martial ancestors' people abandon Su Mengyao, Zichun was furious. He cursed and displayed all his strength. Within his body, his blood and qi surged, as if a huge dragon had awoken, filled with powerful strength. 9 flashes of thunder and lightning appeared. Zichun's speed was extremely fast, like a real bolt of lightning, rushing forward. What fast speed! The big man watched in amazement. He was very surprised. This is the 9 lightning passes. The old Taoist's turbid eyes flashed. He was very surprised and muttered in a low voice. Protect them. Don't worry about me. Miao Kong kept roaring and attacking. Unfortunately, he hadn't comprehended the killing technique recorded in the martial ancestors' art. Although these people were here to protect him, they didn't listen to him at all in this dangerous moment. For them, protecting Miao Kong was the #1 priority. As for those who were irrelevant, they wouldn't care. I told you to protect them. Don't worry about me. Miao Kong roared. His eyes were red, and he was almost crazy. Su Mingyao and Lin Shui, who were pushed to the edge of the group, would face the most powerful attacks of the demonic beasts. Young master, your safety is the most important. Don't worry about those who are irrelevant. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He was a peak Xiantian expert who practiced the martial ancestors' art. He was very strong. That's right. Young master's life is the most precious. As for the others, it doesn't matter if they die. Another peak Xiantian expert said coldly. The two were very stubborn. They didn't care about what Miao Kong said at all. They just protected Miao Kong in the middle. Damn it! You dare to resist? Miao Kong was enraged, but the two of them completely ignored him. He tried to force his way out, but was blocked. There were people all around him. Then you can at least let them stay at the back. Letting two weak women charge at the front. Are you still men? Miao Kong roared. A smear of shame appeared in the eyes of the two great perfection experts, but it quickly disappeared. They said coldly, "We're in grave danger right now. It's very likely that we'll all be wiped out. It's impossible to make them retreat. They can only fend for themselves." Sister, are we really going to die here? Xuelin's green robe was already stained with blood. In the previous battle, she hadn't been protected all the time. She had also fought, so she had used up a lot of her true qi. However, she hadn't expected that the martial ancestors people would exclude the two of them at the critical moment. They had already heard Miao Kong's roar. However, they knew that it was useless. Miao Kong's status was very awkward in the eyes of the martial ancestor. All of this was because of the two of them. Hold on, we won't die. Su Mengyao's white robe was already torn in many places. At the moment, blood was flowing out from the corner of her mouth. She clenched her teeth and held on, but she didn't have the confidence to speak. At the moment, they were surrounded by beasts. Even great perfection experts could die at any time, let alone them. Moreover, the two of them were at the front of the group. Puff. Su Mengyao's spirit snake whip danced in her hand. It was like a spirit snake, hitting a beast in the air. Then, a sharp claw like a wind blade slashed across her arm. Instantly, a bloody wound appeared. Sister. Xuelin's heart trembled. She was also injured. It's okay. Hold on. We'll be out soon. Blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Her peerless face was already pale. The two delicate beauties were attacking the beasts in the front, and behind them were many powerful men. It was a huge contrast. Sigh, they really don't know how to be gentle. Such beauties should be taken care of instead of fighting here. In the distance, Wang Shan laughed mockingly. There was a trace of pity in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Li Hua just snorted coldly. He was expressionless. As for Zhang He, he was also indifferent. The two of them died a worthy death. Wu Xiong looked over and sneered. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The two of them led the group forward by 10 meters. It was a miracle. But then, a beast roar sounded. This miracle was about to end. A true energy realm ape suddenly fell from the sky. The surrounding beasts all dodged and made way for it. Before Su Mingyao and Xuelin could move forward, the ape landed with a loud boom, causing the earth to tremble. This is a true element realm giant ape. Xuelin exclaimed. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she was very helpless. The giant ape was as black as ink. Its scales shone with a cold light. But what frightened the two of them was the powerful aura of the giant ape, a true element realm beast. It was also a giant ape that was famous for its strength. In the previous battle, this giant ape had killed a great perfection expert with one kick and slapped a great perfection expert to death like swatting a fly. Bang! The huge palm print emitted a black light and suddenly fell. The air produced a sharp whistle because of the force. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao were desperate. They mobilized the pitiful true qi in their body and faced the palm print. Miao Kong roared, his eyes red and hysterical, but there was no way to help. The great perfection expert next to him held him down, but the latter looked alert, obviously ready for the next battle. Just when everyone thought that the two of them were going to die, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from behind them. Then, everyone felt a pain in their eyes. A dazzling silver light had already arrived in front of them, blocking in front of Su Mingyao and Xuelin. Like lightning, it was extremely fast. Many people's eyes were dazzled, and they didn't know what had happened. Go to hell. A roar containing boundless killing intent suddenly sounded. Zichen's eyes were like lightning. The killing intent in his eyes exploded. His body emitted a dazzling silver light. Then, he waved his fists and hit the giant ape's huge palm. Boom! The two forces collided, and a terrifying sound burst out. Waves of chi spread in all directions. A wail sounded, and blood sprinkled from the sky like a rain of blood. The true energy realm giant ape's huge palm was shattered, and its bones could be seen. Blood flowed out like a small river. It let out a mournful scream, and the intense pain made it stomp its feet. One Xiantian beast after another was trampled to death. This, too terrifying. Who was this person? He actually injured the giant ape with one punch. The giant ape's mournful cry made the battle pause for a moment. Both humans and beasts looked over. Seeing the giant ape's sorry appearance, everyone was dumbfounded. A man had appeared in front of them. His body was flickering with silver light, and his eyes were like lightning. He stood there like a mountain, incomparably majestic. A suffocating killing intent surged around him. Who is this person? He's only at the middle Xiantian realm, but he has such a terrifying killing intent. How terrifying. He's only at the middle Xiantian realm, but he actually injured the true energy realm giant ape. This person's battle strength is comparable to a monster. This is a shocking guy. He's very powerful. We must rope him in. Everyone was shocked, but they also had some ideas in their hearts. Su Mingyao and Lin Shui were already in despair, but they didn't expect that a man would suddenly appear in front of them. Although he had changed his appearance, the two still felt a sense of familiarity when they saw his tall and straight back. But before the two could think about it or thank him, the man in front of them had already moved. He was like a silver light, with a terrifying killing intent, and rushed towards the giant ape. Boundless fury surged out, and streaks of silver light scattered in all directions. A huge fist directly punched towards the giant ape's head. In the midst of the scream, the giant ape felt the danger. It struggled to raise its other hand, and blocked in front of it. Boom! A dull sound made the earth tremble. Dust flew under the feet of the giant ape, and the giant ape's feet sank deep into the ground. Then, the sound of bones breaking sounded. A bloody hole appeared in the giant ape's palm, and many of its fingers were broken. Is this a barbarian? He actually broke the giant ape's bones with his fist. How terrifying. His physique is so strong. This body is simply heaven-defying, everyone exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Zichun was like a barbarian. He kept punching, and the giant ape, who was in the true energy realm, didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Like a pillar, it was smashed into the ground by Zichun. Roar! The giant ape roared, and its voice was filled with pain. During this time, its bones were broken again. Oh my God! Is this still the giant ape that is known for its defense and attack? Is this still the same giant ape that killed a Xiantian full-circle giant ape with one stomp? It's actually beaten by a middle Xiantian realm human. What a monster! Terrifying! His combat strength is comparable to a monster. Everyone's face changed. They looked at Zichun as if they had seen a ghost. This was too barbaric, even more barbaric than the giant ape. Bang! In the end, Zichun punched out. A blazing silver light rushed out and penetrated the giant ape's head. The latter let out a last scream and was completely destroyed. Roar! With the death of the giant ape, the demonic beasts regained their senses and charged towards Zichun. Their teeth were as sharp as swords, and their claws were as sharp as blades, glinting coldly. Get lost! Zichun waved his fist and punched the head of a demonic beast. Before the beast's attack could reach it, it had already shattered its skull. The powerful force of the punch dissipated in an instant, and the demonic beast fell to the ground. Boom! Zichun punched again and again. He was like a barbarian, killing one beast after another. Clang! Chapter 167. Zichen's body glowed with silver light. He looked like a silver-armored war god. Every time his fist came into contact with a dazzling silver light, all the beasts that came into contact with his fist died one by one. One strike, one kill, clean and efficient. The power of the attack was terrifying, making people tremble. However, there were many beasts in the surroundings. Finally, one of them stepped forward and bit at Zichen. However, the result was unexpected. Zichen's body was not bitten through. It was as if the beast had bitten a piece of metal, and one of its teeth was broken. Then, it waved its claws. It was like a sharp blade, but it emitted a metallic sound and burst into sparks. A Sciention realm beast actually could not break through his defense. What? How can this be? Is he still human? A Sciention realm beast actually could not break through his defense. Not only is his attack terrifying, but even his defense is so abnormal. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a normal human. Miao Kong's two guards looked at Zichen with dignified expressions. Such a person was full of danger to them. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zichen. No one noticed that an ordinary-looking young man suddenly walked towards Miao Kong. His speed was very slow, but very stable. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp. With one step, his aura changed. Clang. After a few steps, his body surged with boundless killing intent. His entire person was like an unsheathed sword. The long sword in his hand came out of the sheath and let out a sword cry. Man and sword became one. His entire person was like a beam of light, rushing towards Miao Kong. This scene happened very quickly and suddenly. No one had noticed it before. Besides, there were beasts here, so they naturally would not be wary of humans. The sharp sword chi had already arrived in front of Miao Kong. The dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. By the time Miao Kong's guards discovered it, it was already too late. Although their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, there was nothing they could do. Miao Kong's hair stood on end. He could already feel the danger of death, but he could not dodge. He could only mobilize the Zhen Qi in his body and hastily defend. This was the sure kill move of the assassin from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. It was an unexpected attack that brought with it boundless killing intent. It was also a sure kill move. Under the piercing cold light, it was as if a cold wind had blown past. The others felt their scalps go numb. The two guards were enraged. They instantly descended into madness. Their auras surged as they launched sharp attacks. However, it was useless. Even if they killed this assassin, Miao Kong would not be able to survive. The other party's attack was too unexpected. As for the other guards, some of them didn't even have time to react. Die. The sword light had already arrived in front of Miao Kong. The sharp tip of the sword had almost pierced into the space between Miao Kong's eyebrows. He could already see the despair in his opponent's eyes. A victorious smile appeared on the assassin's face. However, before this smile could blossom, it instantly froze. Unknowingly, the long sword in his hand had already become motionless. Two fingers that emitted a silver light were like pliers, firmly clamping the tip of the sword. No matter how much strength the other party exerted, the long sword could not be shaken. How is this possible? The frozen smile on the assassin's face instantly turned into shock. He had already seen that the one clamping the tip of the sword was the silver man from before. His strength was formidable and extremely terrifying. He had killed a giant ape with a single slap. But he couldn't imagine how the other party had been able to arrive in front of him so quickly after he had launched his attack. Could it be that he can teleport? The assassin unwillingly thought. His eyes were already filled with despair. His attack had failed. His life had already come to an end. The attacks of the two peak Sciention experts arrived, instantly tearing apart the assassin's corpse. Even as he died, the assassin's face was still filled with shock and confusion. Teleportation. Could it be that he really could teleport? Zichen naturally couldn't teleport, but he had foresight. On the way here, he had already noticed the movements of these assassins. He would often wander around nearby, but Zichen didn't know who the assassin's target was. The assassin had died. Zichen was still clamping the tip of the sword in his hand. but his pair of cold eyes were looking at the distant Wu Xiong. At this moment, Wu Xiong's expression was constantly changing. A trace of regret and resentment flashed across his face. Meeting Zichen's gaze, the latter also nodded and smiled awkwardly. It could be considered a greeting. After surviving a calamity, Miao Kong was gasping for breath. He didn't know when, but his clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. "Thank you for saving my life, friend. Thank you for saving our young master." The two guards reacted quickly and hurriedly expressed their thanks. But what they received in return was Zichen's cold gaze. It was these two who had almost killed Lin Shui and Su Mingyao. Being stared at by Zichen, the two felt a chill in their hearts. They felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Humph. With a cold snort, Zichen walked towards Su Mingyao and Lin Shui. The two of them were filled with joy after surviving a calamity. With Zichen's powerful addition, Miao Kong and the others were the first to break out of the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Miao Kong stepped forward to express his thanks, but his two guards didn't dare to step forward. The killing intent contained in Zichen's gaze made the two of them apprehensive. They didn't doubt that if they stepped forward to provoke him again, they would definitely be killed. Zichen was very powerful. His entire body emitted a silver light. He was like a war god. His attacks were sharp, cold, and merciless. The moment a demonic beast touched him, it would be instantly killed. This kind of combat strength shocked the group of geniuses, but it also greatly intimidated the demonic beasts. The demonic beast tide quickly dispersed. The cultivators once again gathered. However, this time, they had lost over 2,000 people. This was a huge loss. The ground was littered with corpses, and the blood practically flowed into a small river. It was a hair-raising sight. "Brother, I'm Li Hua. How should I address you?" Li Hua urged the red tiger to step forward and said politely. The combat strength Zichen displayed before was really powerful. It was not much different from them. He was a powerful force worth roping in. "Cousin, are you okay? I already said to follow me, but you just had to throw a tantrum. We almost suffered a big loss. Fortunately, there was an expert to help us. I'm Tsanghe. Thank you for saving my sister." Tsanghe stepped forward and glanced at Su Mingyao. Then, he cupped his fists towards Zichen. His words were full of gratitude. "I'm Qianlong," Zichen responded indifferently. However, in his heart, he loathed these people to the extreme, especially Tsanghe. Previously, he had displayed a tranquil and elegant appearance. He had even introduced Su Mingyao as a cousin of his. However, when the latter was in danger, he actually remained indifferent. Only now did he step forward to express his good intentions. "Brother Qianlong, your combat strength is so strong. It's just that I haven't seen it before." Wu Xiong also stepped forward. At the same time, Wang Shan also arrived. He stared at Zichen in confusion. Songli City had countless Xiantian experts. However, there were only a few true geniuses. At this moment, Zichen's strong combat strength shocked everyone. Many people thought of a name at the same time. Chunzi. This person was as strong as Chanzi. However, the energy around him was different. One was gold, the other was silver. "I just arrived in Songli City recently," Zichen said indifferently. "Oh, did Brother Qianlong hear about the ruins and specially rushed here?" Wu Xiong raised his eyebrows and asked again. The others also looked at Zichen. "No, I'm here to look for someone." "Looking for someone? I don't know who you're looking for. Maybe we can help." Songhe said. "Chenzi, my younger brother." Zichen said. "What? Chunzi? You're Chunzi's elder brother?" The geniuses were taken aback as they glanced at Zichen, before glancing at Qin Feng and Ling Yun with strange looks in their eyes. The two of them had plotted to kill Chanzi, but a true energy realm expert was killed instead. This news had long spread in Songli City. However, the Chun family had provoked a monster and almost became the laughingstock of Songli City. However, Chanzi disappeared. They never expected that another brother would appear. Moreover, he was so strong that he was even stronger than Chanzi. This was a family with two monsters. Everyone was shocked. Chun Feng and Ling Yun's expressions changed instantly. They never expected Chanzi to have an elder brother. Why? You know Chanzi? Zichun sneered disdainfully in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face. That day, we met at the guest house and chatted for a long time. It could be said that we felt like old friends at first sight. We even said that we would come to the ruins together, but we couldn't find him for a long time. It seems that he has already left. Wu Xiong pondered for a moment and said, "Yeah, it's a pity. Chen Zi's fighting strength is still fresh in our memory. He's comparable to a monster." Li Hua said, "It's a pity that such a strong fighting strength has disappeared. Does he look down on the ruins?" Song He shook his head. However, he changed the topic and said, "However, since Brother Qinlong is Chen Zi's elder brother, his fighting strength must be equally terrifying." They obviously did not want to tell Zichen the truth. Compared to them, Qin Feng and Ling Yun were much more valuable than a stranger. Beside them, Su Mingyao and Lin Shui were deep in thought. Back then, Chunzi gave them a very familiar feeling. This time, his elder brother stepped forward bravely and saved them. Moreover, in an instant, a familiar feeling emerged in their hearts. They guessed in their hearts but did not point it out. With Zichen's help, the forces continued to move forward. Although the demonic beasts had dispersed, they still encountered many demonic beasts along the way. The casualties were increasing. How can this be? Why are there so many demonic beasts? This is strange. The ruins are huge. Although there are many demonic beasts, there shouldn't be so many of them. From everyone's conversation, Zichen knew that something was wrong. The group continued to move forward. Many forces said that there were too many people in this trial ground. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were also some dilapidated walls. One could vaguely see the glory of the great sects 10,000 years ago. Many of the buildings were built with refining materials. Unfortunately, after 10,000 years, the essence of these materials had already been lost. After more than 10 days, the group finally reached their destination. However, the place was in a mess. The ground was full of potholes. The place where the towering ancient trees used to be was now full of holes. The ancient trees had disappeared. The ground was cracked and some energy was surging. Obviously, some kind of battle had just taken place. Looking at the scene, Wu Xiong's face changed slightly. He said, "This is the place. When we found it, there were many demonic beasts and Yuan formation. We sent out Spirit Origin Realm experts to deal with it." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.